Bienvenue au premier jour de Brand Innovator CANNES Summit. Je m'appelle Ritesh Shah et je suis vice-président des services aux membres basé à Toronto. In case I just ordered burgers and fries, I'm going to just do that in English. Welcome to day one of our Brand Innovators CANNES Summit. We have been looking forward to this for a while, and while we would ideally be on the Mediterranean Sea, enjoying today's fantastic speakers, this is the best we can do. The good news is we're very, very close to being back to normal in a number of our live events. So we're hoping to see all of you in a live experience very soon. So today is an exciting day. We'll be joined by marketing leaders from McCormick & Company, from Calvin Klein, from Alaska Airlines, Moda Health, 1-800-Flowers, and Torchy's Tacos, amazing, Intuit, Vans, and many more. Please be sure to ask questions. There is a Q&A section right below in your Zoom window in case some of you are using Zoom for the first time. I didn't think so, but you know, you always have to verify and clarify. Before we kick off with today's live cast, we would love to share a short video that highlights our recent media buying summit and all of the amazing marketers that participated.
We are thrilled to have you joining us for our latest and greatest marquee event, the Brand Innovators 2021 Media Buying Summit.
Welcome everyone. Let's get started.
Thank you for having me.
I'm so excited about this show. All right, so I'm back.
I have two dogs too, so they might want to join the party later.
We have a truly fantastic program planned for you with what I would say is an epic group of speakers, senior media buyers, and marketing leadership from some of the world's biggest brands.
We looked at media more holistically than ever. Consumers don't necessarily know the difference between a paid side of the house versus an influencer, creative versus organic. To them, it all looks like your brand, it's your advertising.
It's another thing when you have a brand that's 50 years old that people think of as a brick and mortar retailer, and you've got to figure out how you're going to tell a story to get them to rethink and create a moment of reconsideration for your brand.
So again, how do we use data? We looked at regionally, where do we have inventory? Because for a while, we stopped making cars and we started making ventilators and masks. First of all, there was a lot of people who really wanted cars because it's your own personal space. Spending really went way back up. And so like at the end of the year, we were back at like our normal budget levels and launching the Escalade.
What we decided that we were going to define content commerce as shortening the distance between inspiration and purchase. It does away with that kind of multi-step, lengthier sequence of product searching, researching. And I think what's really interesting about this space is that these kind of micro moments of discovery are happening more and more in your social feed and through short form video that you're interacting with.
There's just too much now, too much clutter. And we've gone from 30-second ads to now 15-second ads and 6-second ads. So I feel like that is an opportunity for us to reset the balance here. And I feel like that's a huge opportunity and to create, I think, a much better ad experience.
I will always recommend that you want to have the people who work on your business to be as close to dedicated on your business as you possibly can. If you know that they're working for you, then their priorities aren't split.
Being on the streets, connecting with our consumers is critical. So we have a division structure that enables and empowers our local teams to make decisions based on what is right for their market.
Like many other brands, we just had to adapt to make sure that we're meeting customer needs, as well as their changing media consumption habits, right? So fortunately for us, last year, our various creative agencies and media agencies and partners were just very accommodating as we were trying to navigate those challenges.
I think 2021 will be a very interesting year as we all kind of learn and understand the new dynamics at play and how they impact all of our respective businesses.
So good to see so many speakers participate in that amazing event we had. Definitely one of our best, and I'm looking forward to this week. It's probably going to be very similar in terms of the content, in terms of the quality of speakers, the amazing variety of brands, that are going to talk to us about some incredible work that they've been doing for the past little while. So without any further delays, it is my absolute pleasure to welcome for this morning. Please welcome to the virtual stage Alia Kamet, who is the Vice President of Creative and Digital Marketing at McCormick & Company, who is going to be joined by Arben Porkalai, the U.S. Industry Lead at Pinterest. So welcome, Alia and Arben. And Arben, hopefully I got your last name right. And if I didn't, I will get it right the next time.
You did it perfectly. And not only that, your intro in French was très bien. Merci.
I mean, I am in Toronto, so, you know, I pick up a little bit from the hockey broadcast. That's my really introduction to the French language. But thank you for saying that. And I'm really looking forward to hearing both of you speak. And Alia, nice to see you again. I met you at the McCormick offices a couple of years ago when you guys hosted us. Yes, very nice to see you again.
Great to see you again, too. Sorry, I don't have my background. I guess I'm not really there.
That's okay. That's okay. No problem at all. Thank you so much again for joining us. And Arben, please take it away, and excited to hear the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, picture this. No passports, no custom lines, no Carlton lobby at 2 or 3 a.m., which is probably a good thing. We are here virtually to celebrate CANNES, an event that is dedicated to celebrating creative marketing and branded communication. And today, I am thrilled to have Alia Kamet be here and the star of the show as we get into our fireside chat. So Alia, welcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Arben. I'm so glad to be here to talk with you today.
Absolutely. For those of you who may not know Alia, I would love to share her background and bio with you, just so you know who she is. But Alia leads creative and digital strategy for McCormick & Company North America. Her multifaceted team is responsible for everything: digital strategy, content, creative campaigns, CRM, own platforms, social media, and emerging technology. This across all of McCormick's portfolio of brands. Alia notably has launched McCormick's first in-house creative agency known as McCormick Studios. And she's introduced a transformative approach to digital and creative development for McCormick. Now, some of you may have heard her name recently. She may be familiar as she was most recently the recipient of an Adweek Creator Visionary Award. She was noted as Brand Leader of the Year. So other luminaries include entertainer Travis Scott. Pinterest actually won for Creator Platform of the Year, and Janaya featured CANNES. So real great industry recognition of this talent. And prior to joining McCormick, Alia was actually part of many other brands, including IKEA, Whole Foods, BT.com, as well as Nike. So Alia, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for that intro, Arben.
Yeah. Well, for those, yesterday, 40 countries celebrated Father's Day. So a happy belated to everybody. Here in the United States, a very belated Juneteenth to everybody. Holiday 6 days old, but 156 years in the making. So we're all thrilled to embrace this as a country and to continue to be part of that. Alia, today we've got some time to take us through your thoughts. I wanted to start off with a couple of different pillars. First off, I wanted to hear from you as a leader, then wanted to get into some of the creative and digital marketing context so that we're talking about CANNES. And then lastly, I really want to touch upon this enterprise that you've created this year, which is your podcast. I wouldn't bring it up unless I thought and I knew that it was so incredibly dynamic and on point. So I'm really thrilled to kind of share more there. But Alia, unabashedly, you're a female Muslim mother of 4, women of color in leadership.
Sure.
I wanted to hear from you, and I wanted you to share with the audience just your pearls of wisdom that you've got here. And, we talked about this amidst a backdrop of social change and conversation. How invigorated are you? And at the same time, how tired are you? This is tough because there's so much happening, but please share more with us.
Yeah, so this is really not a new conversation for me. It's actually what's new is that the world is talking about social change and that the world is kind of tuning in. It's funny, and I was in the chat with my family, the women in my family, we all have a chat all around the country. And my aunt who lives in Houston was saying how strange it was to her that everyone is celebrating Juneteenth. You know, as a Texan, like it just felt strange to her that the world is now recognizing and celebrating Juneteenth. And that I really like that resonated with me. And kind of my response to her was, well, it's actually feels odd. It shouldn't, but it does feel odd that actually everyone is talking about diversity and inclusion and social injustice. So it's all of it at the same time, which is invigorating and exciting at the same time as someone who's been having these conversations, you know, for 25 years. It is, you want to feel like, okay, this is not a fad. This is really a shift and change. And so it does feel a little odd and a little bit tiresome to show up every day, you know, but that's what we have to do, you know, willing to have those conversations. And you're like, are we just coming to this, you know? And the kind of last thing about it, Arben, I'll say is, you know, people say, oh, well, how do you feel about race relations and that type of thing? And I think the conversation is about dismantling racism, not race relations. And so for me, it's like, how do we keep our eye on that more than anything?
Yeah, that's a great point. And I think retreading that ground and just being honest with everybody. Some of these conversations that we have had and will continue to have are awkward for many, but so necessary. Understanding people's point of view, their perspective, and situationally what it means in the context of just growing together socially, and even as we do work, it's just so critical. There are so many things that people see that affect their mood, their positive intelligence and emotional intelligence, et cetera. You know, you touched upon this, we've got so many companies now that are dedicated to expanding multicultural talent. How do you think about this in your personal life, and what advice may you have for others with regards to expanding your network and helping grow there?
Yeah, I think it's everybody's job. Like, it's something that we all have to do and be committed to. I try to lead by example with my team. And I try to really foster this environment where we can be comfortable having uncomfortable conversations. It's almost like once you rip the Band-Aid off, right? And you have conversations with people that you might not normally have conversations with, it's like you can breathe easier. And so I really encourage that we're all people and really kind of aligning ourselves and finding those points where we have so much in common, you know, rather than the things that we don't have in common. It's pretty much what's been my philosophy. And then I really encourage, like I have to tell the truth, I do push my team to have uncomfortable conversations. And, you know, maybe having a Black woman, you know, leading at the helm, you know, makes it easier for that to happen. But it's actually hard for me to do when so many people don't look exactly like me. And I'm like, let's have these conversations anyway. What I'm so excited about is we started having really hard conversations well before George Floyd was murdered. And so when that, you know, happened, my social team, who is not a team of, you know, a bunch of Black women, were so on it and prepared and thoughtful. And I really applaud them for that. And I think it's because we were not afraid to talk about things when it felt hard, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for many people who are joining today, I think that's something that is on their mind. It is actually reconciling the obligation that a brand might have. Yeah. You know, you're managing a team and representing brands. And I think, where does your personal voice and opinion stop, and where does a brand's perspective start? Do you have any thoughts or any experience with that?
I do. It's really interesting because I don't know if I ever thought we would be in a moment like this where any and every conversation is on the table for brands, like literally. And so we're all kind of figuring it out as we go along. But I try to lean into this quote from, so there's a great playwright, August Wilson. He wrote Fences, and he wrote Ma Rainey's Black Bottom that was really big this year. And one of the things he did was he always talked about like having the hard conversations. And there's a quote, he says, "Your willingness to wrestle with your demons will cause your angels to sing." And I try to remember that, like, when it gets really tough, one, it's not about me, it's about humanity and looking at and really understanding culture. And I think brands have no choice now. We used to be able to say, well, this brand is a conservative brand. This brand is more of a liberal brand. So those brands that are more liberal, they talk about these things. If you're more of a conservative brand, or you're just not the kind of, that doesn't align, you don't have to get into those conversations. Humans, people, really younger people too, that are, going to shape, the direction of the world to come. That is their expectation, that we have the conversations, that we get into things that are not necessarily about a product, but are about how we treat each other. And so my philosophy and what I've pushed in the company is, let's wrestle with these things now so that, we can sing later. Let's have those conversations now, and let's get involved in the conversation that makes sense for us in the way that makes sense for our brand, right? And I think that's the tricky part that brands have to figure out. Like, don't show up in a way that is like completely makes you look crazy, because your brand wouldn't talk that way. How would your brand talk,
And I think, what happens when a brand is going in a direction and taking a stand and it doesn't feel right? Did you pull back immediately? Are there any thoughts on just how to navigate some of that? It's hard to plan something that's unfolding in real time. And I think one of the things that you've noted is this idea that things are just simply grounded in human truths. Is that a moral compass that brands can use to kind of navigate this space?
I think so. And how does your brand intersect with the human truth? So, for instance, when I think about McCormick, if I know that the role of this brand is to show up for people and give them the confidence to cook at home and to make things taste amazing, then that's the role of this is a brand that provides help and flavor and through inspiration and education, right? I know that. So then if something really, if something happens in the world, for instance, we're having huge racial conversations, there's no way that is not impacted, right? We show up for people at Thanksgiving, at Christmas, at Hanukkah, at Eid, every single day of the year to get your kids out the door, what's going to go in their lunchbox. So we're a brand that is just connected to how you live your life every single day. I think that there are probably conversations that we don't need to, we need to be true to who we are as a brand, but that we're not going to be able to completely stay away from, because it's like, well, that's not an issue about product. Well, do our consumers care? I think is the question we should be asking ourselves. And how do we make sure that our brand identity shows up in a way that makes sense? Talking about how people eat from a diversity perspective, it's an easy thing for us to do, right? And how people come together around food, and we do that.
Yeah, that's great. At Pinterest, one of the things that I think is just critical for us as we kind of navigate focusing on diversity and inclusion within the company across, very broad spectrum beyond just simply race, but with identity, with different audiences. We want to have a company that's representative of our audience base. Yeah. And we want to ensure that the experience that people are having on the platform is actually buoyed by a workforce that mirrors that and can understand and relate. Do you have any thoughts on how change is going to, in diversity, how do we actually, pay today and have dividends tomorrow in this? Are there any thoughts on how this is going to just open up and continue to open up the industry?
Yeah, it's funny from a diversity perspective. When I think about hiring, I think that's a critical part of it. How do we do it? And I think, especially for the conversation we're having today, when we're talking about creativity or CANNES, I think it makes sense to talk about our industry. And we as a industry, or really in business in general, are very clear. No one will argue you that having diverse teams does not help revenue, and that you get more ideas. There's all kind of studies on that. But I think people should ask themselves, is it possible that some of that innovation is intrinsic in cultures, right? And so I'll give an example of that. When you think about Black people are known for innovation, whether that is innovation in food, innovation in music, innovation in sports, innovation actually in science. why would it be any different that they could not or we could not excel in business? It should actually be an expectation. And so it's almost a surprise to me, not that every person should be innovative, but you see what I'm saying? But it's a bit of a surprise to me that Black people in particular are just so few in creatives in the industry. And if you guys can hear my cat, she's like completely screaming. I'm sorry. This is working from home. But anyway, yeah, so it's always interesting to me that is the case, that you have so few, and yet this is an area that Black people have excelled in many other industries. You would think in business, you would want to lean into that. So for me, companies are going to have to decide, like, what side of the history are you going to be on? Are you truly going to lean into this idea of what diversity means, and or are you going to kind of tiptoe around it? And I don't think it's hard. I don't think it's a hard decision.
Yeah, and look, I love that. Like, in order to affect change, you have to actually be the change.
Yeah.
And I think this notion of leaning in, it's going to challenge how people have traditionally and classically thought about interviewing, about networking, about building up their company. And I think it's very freeing in many ways. It's tough because we're used to a mold and a model that we're comfortable and confident in. But I also think it's just so critical and so necessary. In order to
one more build on that. You know how, like, I'll tell people all the time, I tell my social team, you should be following social channels that you would not, like, they're not who you are. You wouldn't necessarily follow those channels. You should be following people, influencers, so you can get different perspectives, right? Same thing. When you think about networking and getting to know people and how, because people say, oh, I don't know any diverse people, it's hard to attract them to my role. You should be connecting with people who don't necessarily look like you or do the same things that you do. And that's all of us, right? It just makes us so much better at what we do every day. So that's kind of how I think about it.
That's great. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah.
And totally agree. You have to be there, prepared, leaned in to affect the change. Yeah. Whether the conversation is awkward, whether it's not how you did it before,
that's right.
It's about showing up. As noted earlier, I want to pivot more into that industry sphere of creative and digital marketing in the spirit of our CANNES conversation virtually. Wanted to just understand your assessment of the industry. Where does creative and digital marketing stand today? Are we elevating the experience? Is it tough? Please share your thoughts.
I think we're at this like really interesting inflection point. And I thought back like in my career to when I felt like we were at a point like that before. And I have to do it based on my kids, because like when I was pregnant with whom and what was happening. And so I know exactly when. And it was 2007, 2008, right? That period of time where digital was just like coming online in such a new way. I mean, I remember I was, we're probably, I don't know, I might be older, but I'll say I remember when we were buying print, TV, and print meaning some newspaper, right? There was no social. I mean, FSIs were a big part of the conversation. I remember that point. And I remember being tasked with launching social media for IKEA at that time, and it being a very scary thing for people to do because it had not been done before, and big box retailers weren't doing this, and we didn't know how, and you're figuring it all out. So that was when we look back now, we can see how pivotal of a moment that was, and how those people who jumped into that moment, like their careers were changed forever. I know mine was, right? Who like totally embraced that moment. And so before COVID, I probably would have said the inflection point we were at right now was about e-commerce, right? Malls are dying. Like I literally tried to buy a gift for my husband. He likes Thomas Pink. I'm like trying to go at the last minute because this is how I operate. With my family. I'm at the last minute to get this Father's Day gift. All the stores I couldn't believe it. The stores were closed. I didn't realize all the stores had closed. So I couldn't drive to the store and get a product. So we know, but prior to COVID, like we were still having this conversation about how important e-commerce was. Today, that conversation is over, right? If you're not there, you're behind. So that's not the inflection point, but I think a year and a half it would have been, which is so interesting when you think about speed. Today, I really think that this inflection point is about culture and people and making sure that your brand is tapped in to like the emotional part of people's lives and culture, and using digital, e-commerce, all of these tools, all of these platforms to drive to what people want inside of those experiences. And that is it's a nuance, right? But I think like if you don't get that nuance, you're gonna be back talking about this transaction and that transaction, and like you're going to miss like the huge opportunity for trajectory that there probably is right now on the table.
Well, what's so interesting though is right now, I mean, we're talking about e-com. There's been just a rapid advancement. In 16 months, we've probably leapt 5 years ahead with regards to adoption, to the point, Aaliyah, that you just said. The physical store is no longer open. It's not even an option. It may have closed. It may just not be open right now.
It wasn't open. I'm ordering my coffee to my house. I'm so embarrassed and so lazy, but
it's, I think there's also a tension too, which is interesting, between e-com and media.
Yeah.
Right? Because e-com is like a product shot. And I think where you feel very strongly this has to go is that emotional part of culture.
Yeah.
And how do we bridge that too when it's a product shot today? Any thoughts on how you give voice to a brand and an experience when I think we're beholden to just some ways of doing things in 2021 so far?
Yeah, it's a lot easier, right? When you're talking about like a TVC or something that's like a big creative storytelling, you get down to a product shot, or, even, further down the funnel, and you're talking about like, shopper marketing, and our teams, we make all the content for product content on the digital shelf, as well as shopper marketing. So I'm very close to that. And this is what I'll say. There's a story in every piece of creative, right?
Yeah.
Some of the stories are really big and some of the stories are really small, and all of them need to be rooted inside of consumer insight. So something as simple as a product shot for cinnamon, right? Well, understanding what is the problem, what is the insight in there, when we know what it is, that when we know, because we've done the research and because we see what people are saying about our product, and they want to make sure that they understand how big are the holes in the top of the spice bottle, because then you don't trust yourself. Am I going to be able to pour it out quickly and ruin my meal because I put too much cinnamon in the pancake? You could actually never have too much cinnamon, by the way. But
cardamom or something else, right? Yeah.
You can't, or vanilla, and another tip,
yeah,
pumpkin spice too goes in pancakes. But anyway, so we know that is a question that people have. So then the story in the product shot is show that. How do you show that in a way that solves for the question and for the insight? I think what happens with product content is people just, sometimes you have to think, who are the people behind this work? Are they just taking a shot? Or are they taking a picture and making sure they're showing the front and the side and getting all of the info? Or are you solving for the question that someone might be having for their end result, which is to make a recipe or a dish? And in that, there's a story you can tell with a picture. And so I think it kind of goes back to human emotion and culture and understanding people, and making sure you translate that, through all your work.
Yeah, I mean, Pinterest is a visual discovery platform, and we're rooted in inspiration. So for Pinterest, whether it is trends in beauty or healthy lifestyles or sustainability, and certainly food, and sitting in the intersection of CPG, it's something that comes to life every single day. But what's so fascinating is, as a CPG manufacturer, not all of your products are direct to consumer.
Yeah.
So there's that intermediary, and I think we've been obsessed in a healthy way around creating a seamless user experience so that a brand can tell their authentic story, so that it's actually inspirational in the spirit of our platform, but it also drives that lower funnel and it drives that action. And it's very exciting, and we're doing a better job, and it's improving, but we continue to, I think, see a lot more potential for this. Aaliyah, what's the formula for your brand team? You lead a team, you've got a portfolio that you manage. How has your leadership style, especially in the context of 2021 with everything going on, what's your mantra? How has it changed? What kind of wisdom can you share on that?
So I am the furthest thing from a micromanager. My team at IKEA used to say that I said this, and it's really bad. Now it sounds horrible. They used to say, I would say, well, if I have to figure everything out, what do I need you for? Now, I am not going to say that I said that, but the concept of allowing people, hiring really good people and believing in them is the thought. Like, my job is to set a vision. I've always been like, I love this whole lighthouse approach, right? You set the vision and then allow people to come up with their own ways to get there. And I think when you do that and you trust them, you just like create an environment where everybody feels like they're winning and they're having fun. And they're personally winning and contributing and having fun, you know? And so that's what I do. I set a vision. I'm going for this lighthouse approach. And then my goal is that everyone on that team understands how they're going to get to that point. And then I'm guiding, I'm trusting, I'm removing obstacles. Like, that's my job, to remove obstacles. And also to help bring people along in the organization so there's belief in the work that we're doing. And when you do that, like, I think it inspires people to show up much, much stronger on an individual basis.
Yeah, I love that. And I think we're caught in an interesting moment in time, because there's a lot of Groundhog's Day going on in people's day-to-day schedules, in the rigor of making sure that the business is there, but our personal lives, because the cat's got to get fed or the family has graduation, et cetera. So we're all kind of managing that, I think, actively. Do you have any thoughts on just a culture of inspiration? How do you keep the team motivated with regards to setting goals? You said you're hands off, but how do you keep them there?
I'm sure they would say I'm making that up. I'm not hands off. Let me just say, there's a difference between being hands off and micromanaging. I'm not a micromanager, but I like to know what's going on so I can put my little touch on it. Sorry, I cut you off though.
No, I just wanted to know how you keep the positive energy going. Is everything for you a moonshot with the team, or do you really think about the counter to the moonshots, which is keeping goals attainable and on point and on target? Like, how do you manage those two things?
Yeah, I set really, really tough goals, and I set them for myself personally. And then I ask everyone else to set harder goals for themselves. So I'm going to probably push people beyond the goals that they might have originally set for themselves. And that's only because I truly believe, I believe in the power of people to make amazing and almost impossible things happen. And I've seen it happen. So it's kind of like when people are saying, oh, like they want to play it safe so they can achieve the goal. There's a goal that there's like a reach goal that you're thinking that is the goal. But then if you go like past that, there's another goal. And that's the goal we should be going for. What I found is when you push people and yourself, more importantly, to do something that you even didn't think was possible, it's so motivating. Like, they want to do it again and again and again. And then the best thing about it is the organization believes in you more. You get more resources. People are like, oh, how do you get all these resources? Well, I kind of blow my goals out of the water. And then when you do that, you're not viewed as, creative is just about, making really fun, pretty things. You're viewed as a business driver of growth and revenue. And that's what I want for my team. And everyone on my team needs to know how their work, I don't care if you're at the so-called bottom of the org chart, you need to know how your role is connected to driving revenue for the company. And when we do that with our goals, there's only room for going up, for winning with the team.
That's great. Right. Eyes on the prize. We have to be part of moving the company forward in many ways. And I think, focusing on that. So many clients, I think, who are on the call today are either thinking about or in the process of managing an in-house studio. They either want one or they have one. Give us some pros and cons, some advice on the process. Any thoughts at a high level for your peers in the industry on this?
So I would first say, understand why are you launching an in-house agency? I think that right now it's very in vogue, right? Everyone wants an in-house agency. It's a ton of work. And once you sign up for it, you have to deliver magic. And you have to do it again and again and again and again. The value of having external agencies is like, okay, if it's not working, you can move on and do something else. When you're bringing these people in-house, they're not going to do that. It's not forever, but probably forever. So what you have to do is think about, how am I going to make sure that I'm continuing to drive growth through this team? And if you're not very clear on that, I would wait. I would not do it right away. And then two, I would figure out, how do I do that? The other thing is, it's really important that you have your leadership on board. If your leadership is not on board, and I mean like your leadership is really insisting that you do this, then it's just going to be this really painful uphill battle. Our leadership really wanted it. And when they saw all of the results, then it was like, oh, okay, this is working more and more and more. And you've got to save money for the company. If you're not saving money for the company, like, why are you there? So creating the creative magic is huge. And then you've got to absolutely save money for the company. And the last thing is, it's really important who you hire and how you hire people for, and you're not changing out creatives. These are people who are permanent Ts in your company. And so you've got to really focus on hiring the best and people who are, have the drive that you're looking for.
That's such great advice. And I think investing in the long-term goals of the business, you can never lose sight of that. And I think the quality of experience and expertise that you bring into the house will have a downstream effect on the quality of output. That's great advice. Yeah. Aaliyah, I mentioned it earlier. You host a podcast. You launched it this year in 2021. As if you have enough on your plate already, 5-star rating. It's called Phenomenal Grit. I bring it up because I was really inspired by it. I think your perspective, the relevance, the fact that it's so relatable and so human at the core of all the conversations that I've listened to. You have a motto, no grit, no pearl. What does that mean? And just please share more broadly about your podcast as a whole.
So I launched the podcast. I always wanted a podcast, and I always wanted to, and I knew I was always going to talk about kind of diversity and women. These are things I'm passionate about. You probably can tell. And so, but I waited like all this time. So I was like, okay, I'll do it now. But no grit, no pearl is really, I would say, 3 things: resiliency, heart, and giving to others. It's a professional, it's podcast professional. Like, it's about women of color in their profession and how they succeed, the challenges that they go through. And I chose to do it because I was getting so many requests to meet with people and converse with them about their own personal careers. And women, were coming up, and all women, not just women of color, all women. And I couldn't talk to everybody. So this was a means by which I could scale it. I would love to tell you that no grit, no pearl, and that Phenomenal Grit is about like your technical capabilities, but I'm not, because I ultimately believe that technical capabilities can be learned. I truly believe it's about resiliency, your ability to just keep getting up, to not take no for an answer, to come back every time. Your heart, meaning like your true like love for a thing, like the passion has to be there, and then giving back to others. And so for me personally, I'm committed to trying to give back to others. But what I found is that, the more you give back, like the more comes to you. So that to me is really what grit and Phenomenal Grit is about. Phenomenal happens to be like a really awesome word for Black women in particular. Love the word phenomenal because of the Maya Angelou poem. So I put that in there, but grit has been a personal word for me that has really helped me in my career.
That's great. And I mean,
so check it out, Phenomenal Grit.
I endorse it. I've listened to about 7 episodes.
Oh, wow, Arvin. I don't know if I have enough time to keep up.
Like I said, it's just so human and relatable that for me, I got a lot out of every conversation, whether you were hosting others. So I endorse it. I thought it should hold a special place today because it's really, really great.
Thank you.
We've got a question that's come through on the chat and Q&A. A lot of this is focused on purpose-driven marketing. So I'm going to read the question from the chat. Ravina kind of distilled some of the others. When it comes to communicating with your consumers, how do you think about brand purpose? And how does that impact your approach to marketing?
Yeah, I think, the brand purpose is everything. So I think you have to understand, and we have so many different brands. So I manage a ton of different brands. And so you've got to really understand what is the purpose of each brand and how does that brand show up? And it has to be at the center of everything. I think if you don't, there's so many different mediums now that you could easily lose sight of where you're going. The purpose of our brand shows up, I think it has to, in literally everything that we do. And when it doesn't, you have to question, am I doing the right thing? And be willing to pivot.
Yeah, and is purpose-led for McCormick something that is a non-negotiable, or is it something where certain brands have a more intrinsic fit and they're able to lean in more than others? Any thoughts on how?
Yeah, I think that there's purpose in every single brand. It doesn't necessarily have to show up in the same way. So, the way I'm thinking about McCormick and how we show up in that brand, as opposed to the way I'm thinking about Stubbs and how we show up in this brand, it's going to be completely different. But at the same time, one might be about the family, right? And one might be more about bringing people together through flavor, or both. So I think every brand has, I'm wondering if the question is more about purpose.
Yeah, some of the questions are, how do you promote authenticity with your purpose-driven marketing strategy? When it comes to communicating, how do you think about it? What are the biggest challenges you face in your career implementing a purpose-led program?
I don't separate purpose from your true brand identity and how that brand is showing up. I think that they have to go together. And I think that the reason why a lot of brands struggled this year is because those two things are not aligned. So it's purpose is somehow sitting out somewhere else, then you're really going to have a struggle with it. I'll give you an example because I'm not 100% sure where they're going with this question, but I'm thinking it's more, if we think about how we're showing up, we did a lot this year to help people with food insecurity. That makes sense for McCormick because we are a food and flavor brand. I do think who we are as a brand shows up in those more purpose-driven activities, but I don't see them as separate. And I think that your brand, it has to feel natural. People say authenticity. Well, where does your brand connect with the purpose and people's kind of human struggle? And food insecurity is huge, and we've always been in that space. McCormick has always played there. Maybe we haven't always talked about it, but we've always been in that space. And I think we've now maybe is a more important time to elevate it. And we've done some things this year where we brought in giving back into some of our consumer activations, which in the past I had been very, very separate, right? But now when we're doing a Tacos Together event with Drew Barrymore, which is, all kind of a very consumer activation, we're still giving, $1 million in food insecurity to, people who are affected by COVID. And so there's ways to align these things very, very naturally. I think the problem is sometimes it's not so natural. Mm-hmm.
Well, Aaliyah, we are at time for our session today. I can't thank you enough. It's been just fantastic working with you through this process, and we appreciate all your wisdom on display today. So with that, we will wrap our session. And once again, thank you, brand innovators, and heartfelt thanks to you, Aaliyah, for participating today. Thanks all.
Thank you, Arvin. Thanks, brand innovators. Take care.
Fantastic. Thank you so much to both of you. I just want to say before you guys head out, Aaliyah, I love the lighthouse metaphor. It's very cool. I've heard lots of different ways to describe it, but never heard it quite the same way. And it makes so much sense because, what you're saying is there are several ways to get to that same destination. And the fact that your team, feels empowered to be able to bring you, different, let's call them, navigation paths to get there, shows that you've created the right environment because you actually do want to create some tension from time to time, right?
Absolutely.
It makes no sense if you have just agreement across the board, because then why have a team? So a great point. Thank you. We'll certainly put that away in my notes. And Arvin, great job with the moderating. Thank you very much for being here today and supporting our event. And I guess we're looking forward to seeing both of you in person very soon.
Take care.
All right. Thanks. Bye.
Be well.
All right. What a way to kick off our day one. And so thank you all for joining, and thanks so much for some really good questions. Please keep them coming. Even if they're tied to a specific point that was made in the conversation or something that you are curious about, please do that. And so gives me a great pleasure to actually welcome our next set of speakers, joining us on our virtual stage. And so please welcome Lynn Peters, the Global Chief Marketing Officer at Calvin Klein, and SP Hong, the Industry Manager Retail at Facebook. So welcome, Lynn and SP. And Lynn, I know, prior to Calvin Klein, you were at Starbucks, and one of my favorite loyalty programs. And so I know you had a big influence in creating that. So I wanted to personally thank you. Yeah, really excited to have both of you here today.
Thanks, Ritesh, for the warm welcome. Super excited to be here with you and SP today. So thank you.
Do we have? I guess SP is just in the process of joining us. There we go. Sometimes there are just some, small delays where people are connecting, but
hello.
All right.
There we go.
We are in business. All right. Well, I will leave the two of you to a great conversation. Look forward to it. Apologize to the audience and to both of you for some technical difficulties, but thanks again, everyone.
No worries.
No worries. Thank you so much, Ritesh. And hi, Lynn. How's it going?
Nice to see you again.
Yeah, nice to see you as well. Well, thank you for that introduction, and thank you to the audience for staying with us as we got through some of these technical difficulties. I just want to say happy belated Juneteenth to everyone on this call, happy belated Father's Day, and also happy continued Pride Month. Again, as Ritesh mentioned, my name is SP Hong. I am the industry manager for Facebook on the retail team. And I'm excited to be your moderator for today. My pronouns are he and him. And I'm just really excited to be here to discuss a topic that's really near and dear to my heart and of really increased importance over the last year and a half, which is representation and inclusivity in advertising. We're all on this journey together as people and businesses to understand inclusivity and representation. And at Facebook, we understand the power that our platform has in pushing progress forward together with all of our partners, such as Lynn and Calvin Klein. Accelerating representation in advertising is an increasingly important area, as I mentioned before. As marketers, we hold the power to shape people's perspectives. And with this power, we have the opportunity to both break boundaries and push inclusivity forward. From a study we did with the Gina Davis Institute recently, the majority of consumers surveyed say they do not fully feel culturally represented by online advertising, and 71% expect brands to promote diversity and inclusion in their online advertising. That's why I'm really excited to be here today with a brand that truly represents inclusivity in everything that they do, and with Lynn here to be kind of our focal point of this conversation. So I'm going to stop talking because I want to learn more about you, Lynn. Would love for you to do a quick introduction on yourself and your experience and what have you.
Sure. Thank you for the welcome, SP. So I'm really excited to be here with the Brand Innovators Summit and with all of the attendees. So thank you for making the time. I know that's kind of hard on a Monday. But just to tell you a little bit about myself, I am a proud daughter of immigrants. I have spent the majority of my career always on the consumer marketing side, and I've worked for a cachet of like phenomenal brands. I've worked in I think every aspect of retail, so any type of customer journey or life cycle that you're on, I feel like I've been there with you guys. But I started my career with Best Buy in Minneapolis, worked for Target then, went into the grocery industry, worked for Ulta Beauty, was at Starbucks. And then now I'm at Calvin Klein. So I've been in role about 8 months. And so it's just been a fantastic, I'm really proud of my career. I've been lucky in terms of all the great brands and experiences that I've worked for. So thank you for having me.
Great. And I am also a proud son of immigrants. My parents immigrated here from South Korea in 1986. And I've been here ever since. But thank you for sharing your background. I feel like there's going to be a lot that we can discover together. And I also want to say, we don't see this very often where we have a panelist and a moderator that are both a part of the Asian Pacific Islanders community. So really big ups to Brand Innovators for bringing that. And also, it's just an exciting and refreshing moment for us, I think.
I totally
yeah. And I think it's a good way to kick off. According to a recent study by Ascend, we know that Asian Pacific Islanders in executive offices are lower than our white colleagues. 1 in 87 white men in the US will hold an executive position. 1 in 123 white women will hold an executive position in the US. That number dwindles when it refers to Asian men. 1 in 201 Asian men will hold an office in an executive position, and Asian women are least likely to be promoted. Only 1 in 285 likely to hold an executive position. So it's only recent that we've seen Asian representation in the executive position in public companies, and you are one of the few with that responsibility. I would love to hear a little bit more about some of those obstacles that maybe you faced and some of your thoughts on overcoming adversity based upon things that you've experienced in your own personal life around race and gender.
Yeah, no, I think it's a fantastic question. And I think to your point, I think particularly over this past year and a half, I love the fact that it's become more of a vocal topic, right? And there's more awareness around it. I think, and more importantly, there's more conversation around it. So I think even the fact that it's being incorporated in our conversation today, I appreciate that we're going to touch on it. So, I was actually reading an article recently. So Ursula Burns, who is the former CEO of Xerox, she has a new memoir out, and she basically said that, she did an interview 15 years ago, and someone kind of asked her that same question, right? In terms of like, whether or not she felt that, being a Black woman, how that affected her career. And I thought she just had a really honest answer, right? Which was essentially like, she couldn't really tell at that time in her career how being both being a woman as well as a Black woman affected her career trajectory, because she'd always been Black and female, and she really had nothing to compare to, right? Like when you don't have anybody in the room to compare yourself to, you don't know sort of like if you're doing well, if you're not doing well, where you can improve. And I think for me personally, when I started in my career, 25 years ago, it was all about assimilation, right? It was all about how do you assimilate into your company, into your work culture, into your colleagues. And so when you think about it, like when I was thinking about my career back then, and blending in, it's naturally challenging to blend in when there isn't really many other people that look like you, right? There weren't very many Asian women when I started out in marketing. And I think having grown up in Minnesota and, gone to school there and started my career there. And so there are certainly, what I would call dynamics, right? Unspoken rules of engagement, work culture norms, all of those things that I didn't really necessarily know about as an Asian woman. And so I think when I look back on my career, I essentially feel like I learned to survive, but I didn't necessarily have the tools to thrive in my career. And I would say it's probably just been in the last, 3 to 4 years where I've really, it's become incredibly important to me, right? To really think about sort of my role as an Asian American leader in the business community, and just really showing up that way authentically with my whole self. And so it's something that I think about honestly every day in terms of, the impact that I can have and how I can help others.
Yeah, I mean, so many things that you just said there were incredibly relatable. Just the stuff around blending in work culture norms. Like you and I were both folks from immigrant backgrounds, like it wasn't a norm for our families to really be able to teach us about something like that. So just being able to hear that from you and how similar our paths were is just so inspiring to me. You mentioned before you're 8 months into your global CMO role at Calvin Klein. I would love for you to share a little bit about your decision to join Calvin Klein. Could you share a little bit more about what helped you make that decision? And did the brand's focus in diversity and inclusion help to draw you in?
Yes, no, absolutely. I mean, I think, as I've progressed through my career, it's become incredibly important for me to work for an organization where it's very purpose driven and, the organization's mission and values really align with my own personal values.
Mm-hmm.
I always tell people that we spend far too much time at work to not only love what you're doing, love the people that you're with, but also really believe in the brand. And so I think for me, when I made the decision to come to Calvin Klein, that was very much at the forefront of my decision, right? What the brand represents, the impact that the brand has had, I would say in, things like culture, in fashion, and just bringing up those, hard conversations, bringing up those hard topics, pushing the boundaries in terms of, things like representation and how we, portray, people in culture. And so it was a very important factor for me. And I think, I was excited to come work for a brand that has an incredibly storied history, in fashion and culture. And to be able to come here and be a part of sort of writing the next chapter for the brand is what really got me excited.
Yeah, I mean, at Facebook, we're also a mission-driven organization. And so what our mission is to give people the power to build communities and to connect people. And in the same way, I think that there's a lot of similarities with Calvin Klein and how you're pursuing boldness and progressive ideals. I think it plays such an important role in ensuring that we can get the message out there and for us to change the conversation, the zeitgeist around different communities.
Yes, no, I totally agree. I mean, I think one of the things that I really love about one of your campaigns right now is just the communities, right? Those TV commercials that you're doing, where you're just showing communities of people that really are just coming together for whatever particular passion it might be. And I love it because it normalizes things, right? It makes people, anytime you can make people be seen and sort of reflect back to them, that's amazing. And I think the more that we as brands can do that, and like you said, we have what I would call we have a responsibility to do that, right? Mm-hmm. To use our voice, to use sort of all of our sort of channels and sort of platforms to do that. So I really applaud you guys for really pushing that.
Thank you so much, Lynn. I'm glad that our ads are leaving an impression on its viewers. So, what I really love about Calvin Klein is that, diversity and inclusion it's in your ethos, right? It's in everything that you do. So I would love to see what does that mean for you as a leader in this space? What does it mean for Calvin Klein as a leader in this space? So Calvin Klein's always been a leader in diversity and inclusion. Just look at everything around you, right? I remember as a kid, I grew up in New York City, so walking down New York City and seeing the billboards everywhere, and I'm like, wow, that's different, right? But I would love for you to kind of explain how do you think about diversity and inclusion, and what does it mean to you as a marketing leader, and how does that play out in Calvin Klein's brand ethos?
Yes, so you're absolutely spot on. I think it's incredibly an important component of our brand DNA, right? So when you think about what the brand represents, it's always been a part of our history. If I look back to your point, I think I always tell people being a kid of the 80s and the 90s, I remember my CK moment, right? You remember the jeans, you remember the fragrance, but CK1, that was a campaign that we did all the way back in 1990. And at the time, it was incredibly groundbreaking, right? In terms of, like you said, the diversity of the cast that we chose, the stories that we were telling. And so it has very much been a part of who we are. And I think as we've progressed as a brand, it has become increasingly important to make sure that is, the diversity and inclusion of our communities and our customers that we represent, that is reflected not only in the marketing, but also as you think about, there's so much that we do as an organization and company, right? So there's a lot of work that goes into, the creative element and the production element. So even making sure that we are thoughtful about choosing creators and producers and just sort of the creative community that we work with, and we represent sort of diverse talent in that respect, has also become really important to us as an organization.
Yeah, and I mean, your brand does such a great job in presenting that. And as we said, it's storied, right? It is something that everyone looks to. And I actually remembered SEK1 back in the day, because I remember that was actually my first cologne that I bought. I remember Calvin Klein was definitely my first one. So
I feel like that was everybody's first cologne. Yes, right. Exactly. Yeah.
It is. But it's not just the amazing effort that you put into the brand itself, but then the campaigns that you put out into the world. So I would love to talk a little bit about diversity and inclusion in the work that you produce. How are you prioritizing inclusivity in your marketing campaigns? And how does that always on strategy build authentic connections? And I'd love for you to discuss maybe some recent campaign examples.
Sure. Yeah, I'd be happy to. So, I mean, I think in addition to, like I said, we started the CK1 campaign back in the 90s, but we actually reintroduced it just last year. So we actually did sort of a new evolution of it, which was really focused on, we went across the country and we essentially solicited, young people, right? We wanted to talk to Gen Z and millennials, and we really wanted to ask their perspective and have them share their perspective on something as critical as the election. So when you think about diversity and inclusion, it's not only sort of like in the people that you represent from whether it's like, a ethnicity standpoint or a gender preference, but it's also, like you said, just even the thought, right? Like the ideas and the philosophies of our youth today. Like, it was really important for us to give all of those people a platform. Because sometimes as a young person, you don't necessarily get access to, sort of those platforms to share your ideas and thoughts. And so it's really important for us as a brand to be able to tell those stories in a very different way, but true to who we are as a Calvin Klein brand. Some of the other work that we've done recently is that, we've partnered this year with an organization called PG Lang, which is really about, they're a creative force. And we worked with them and just asked them to help us tell, a number of short stories, right? Thinking about Calvin Klein as a brand, thinking about our product and what that represents, and basically just gave them creative license. And so to your point, that's where we worked with a lot of unique talent, a lot of diverse and inclusive, creators. And we just wanted to sort of give them the platform to tell their stories in a new way for us as a brand. And then most recently, we actually launched our first ever designer collaboration with Heron Preston. So not only did Heron work with us on the design of the product, but he was also, again, a creative force in helping us bring that campaign to market. And how does that get reflected in the marketing? How does that get reflected in the creative concept? So it was a really exciting time, sort of like for the brand and the next chapter that we're entering.
I mean, I love what you just said about giving creative license. A lot of times it feels like, hey, this is the box, right? Mm-hmm. And continue to work within the box, but giving them, giving opportunities for diverse voices to be out there, and you being able to say, hey, we're going to advocate for your voice. That's just something that we don't see. And I feel like, even if we went back maybe 10 years, this wouldn't be something that that brands such as yourselves would offer, but the world has changed so dramatically.
Oh, it's totally changed. I mean, I think, one of the beautiful things is, like you said, it's Pride Month. And Pride for us as an organization is something that we think about 365 days a year.
Yeah.
And I think one of the, and we have, like you said, we put out this beautiful campaign that told these really intimate stories from, a select member of the LGBTQI community. But one of the nicest things that we also heard from our associates was that they were incredibly proud to have worked on a campaign like that. They were incredibly proud to have seen themselves in it. And one of our associates shared a really personal email that a friend of her had sent to her, and it basically said, "I loved this campaign. I wish that for somebody like my father who came out 30 years ago, that this would have been around for him to tell his story." So when you think about the impact that you can have and the importance of that and the importance of telling truly inclusive stories, getting that feedback from our consumers is just what makes this all worthwhile.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what to say, because I totally feel that, right? Just being able to now slowly live in a world where you feel like your voice and your vision of the world is slowly being shared. It's just an incredible moment. And it's great that Calvin Klein continues to push the boundaries of what's acceptable and make sure that we can push the progress of the world and the state of the world. And I think that, it comes out in the way that you elevate different diverse voices. We spoke a little bit about PG Lang, about Preston Heron, and I think that, those collaborators and those creators are really doing something special. And I would love to understand what their role is, what your role is in having diverse creators and collaborators. And how does that help you further your own personal marketing strategies and support underrepresented groups?
Yes, so I think it's incredibly important, right? Like I think as a brand, but also as a marketer, like you said, it's really important to make sure that we are telling those diverse stories and being inclusive. And I think it's a key component of how we think about our marketing, right? And it's not even in our marketing, it's how we think about like our product and our design and the entire creation process, from like the product all the way from how we go to market. I think the other aspect is like, we are a global brand. We have, presence in every part of the world. And so when you think about, inclusion and diversity, there's also that element that we think about as a global brand, because being an Asian American is very different than being, being somebody who's Asian in China, right? Or being different than somebody who's Asian in Korea, or being different than somebody who's in Europe. And so you really have to think through, sort of like inclusivity in an entirely different way. But I think for us as a brand, because it's at the heart of what we do, it makes that decision really easy in terms of, like you said, who we choose to work with behind the scenes, how we choose to tell our stories, how we choose to give creative license. And I think for us, we really truly believe that we are a platform, right? We are here to empower those around us, and we're using our scale and size in, I feel like, a tremendous way to give people those opportunities to tell their stories, to show their visions to others, and just be able to expand on the idea of what is normal.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are already a platform, platform for good, and I think we all see that here at Facebook, and also for anyone that sees any of your advertising. And also, I just want to call out, because you were talking about some of the work that you've been doing with Preston Heron. I love some of the models that you've been using. Personally, super proud that we got Blackpink up there. I'm a Korean American, so I see Jenny there, and I'm like, wait a second, that's new.
And she's an Asian American talent. She's Korean, but she's a global force. I mean, she has been a phenomenal partner for us.
Yeah.
I think originally, when you think about it, like there are people that just are really borderless, right? And so when you kind of think about like you said, who are those voices that are really relevant, who are really important, like you expand your universe of who you can work with.
Yeah, and expanding that universe is incredibly important, especially as we think about diversity and inclusion and seeing what is actually possible. I also want to call out one more person, because if I didn't, I'd be remiss. Nas. I'm from New York City, so anytime I see Nas in an ad, I'm just like, oh man, it brings me back to my high school days, roaming the streets of Brooklyn, even though he's from Queens. But I just had to call that one out. Sorry, so we are going to start finishing up our interview, but we do have some time for Q&A. So to the audience, if there's any questions that you may have that you want to ask us, please feel free to chime in. We have a couple already, so we'll start hitting that up. But just to end the panel portion of this conversation, I want to talk a little bit about making inclusivity a part of a brand's DNA. So how should brands think about ensuring inclusivity is present not only in the end product, but all parts of the creative process? Things like diverse talent in front or behind the camera, inclusive processes, etc. How are you at Calvin Klein thinking about that?
Yes, I would say that I think it's absolutely top of mind for us at Calvin Klein in terms of how we think about diversity and inclusion, right? So to me, it's really important that it's something that we live and breathe and practice every day, because I think that's the only way that you can really, drive awareness, hold yourselves accountable, actually change the culture in the world around you. So Calvin Klein, for those of you that don't know, actually our parent company is PVH. And we just recently rolled out 9 inclusion and diversity goals that we are holding ourselves accountable to, right? They are truly commitments, and they are everything that relates to, like looking at gender parity in terms of across all leadership roles at PVH. It includes, diverse representation, in terms of our workforce, but it's even something as simple as like making sure like when you're interviewing that you have a diverse slate of candidates, right? Both those that are applying, but also those that are interviewing. Again, because you have to have people that other people can see in themselves, that they can recognize, that they can be able to share sort of the same perspective. So we are thinking very holistically about how we make those commitments, and we have clearly defined targets that we are going to be achieving every single year, and also reporting that out in terms of our annual CR report. So again, it's something that I think is really important at every level of leadership. It's not just me. I think it's just everybody needs to be aware and hold themselves accountable to making sure that we are living and breathing what we say we want to be.
That is just fantastic. Facebook also does something very similar, where we're looking at the about the workflow. I mean, the workplace and the employees and what have you. So knowing that there are more progressive brands such as yourself pushing this forward, I mean, it's just really amazing.
Yeah. Well, then that's the nice thing is like the more of us that can do it, right? I think the more that it just becomes table stakes.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, just making sure that you know, the process is inclusive and is holistic of everyone that's involved. And I mean, just being able to see yourself in the workplace. Like, Lynn, I see you now as the global CMO of CK, and I'm like, hey, when am I going to be the global CMO?
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely true though. But it is. I think you don't realize the impact of that until you have, like you said. I'm sure you get it all the time, right? I'm sure people come to you and say, oh my gosh, like, how did you get here, right? Like, what did you do? So, like you said, the more that we can, you know, be representative and show people that this is the future, I think it's wonderful.
Awesome. So we have a couple of questions rolling in. So the first one is here. Let's see. What advice would you give to brands balancing being present during cultural moments, but also ensuring that the sentiment lasts all year round? That's a question for you, Lynn.
That's a fantastic question. I mean, I think there's a couple things that, you know, we do as an organization. I mean, I'm sure many of you have employee network groups, right? So I think like being a part of those groups and getting involved is a really easy thing to do. And I think, you know, I love the fact that, you know, when I was at Starbucks, when I've been a part of other organizations and I've been here, it's wonderful to see people in the room that aren't necessarily Asian American, right? Or that are not necessarily African American. And I think you being a part of those groups and just like being a part of the dialogue and the conversation is a wonderful way to make sure that you're, again, living and breathing it every day and not necessarily just like when it's the month, right? Or when it's the moment. Yeah. I think the other thing that I always do is like, just showing up as an ally to your colleagues is really important. This past year and a half has been incredibly tough, not only with the pandemic, but there has been, you know, just a rise in, you know, Asian hate. There's been obviously George Floyd and a lot of the things that the African American community has experienced. And so I think even for me, like in those moments, like checking up on your friends and your colleagues and just asking them how they're doing, right? Are you doing okay? Is there anything that I can do for you? Like, you don't realize how wonderful of a gesture that is, right? But again, it's just showing your allyship, it's showing your support. And I think the more that you can just make that a part of your everyday practice, like those are the ways that I personally as a leader try to show up that's meaningful. But then again, also shows that I'm in support of my colleagues and the people that I work with.
Yeah. There's a saying that I like to say around those conversations that you've held and being an ally is being comfortable being uncomfortable.
Absolutely.
Right?
That's wonderful.
Like, I remember when everything happened with George Floyd, and personally, like, you know, I've never been a part of Black community, but also knowing that, hey, like, is it right for me not to say anything? And just having a little bit more courage to say something. And even though you may not know everything, you may not say everything right, just having the courage to be uncomfortable in those situations, I think is a huge thing that I feel like all of us can learn from.
No, I totally agree, 100%.
Yeah. Okay, a couple of other ones over here. I like this one. Given the openness of diversity today, think of yourself as a marketer in your 20s. How would you market yourself when applying for retail/consumer marketing roles now? I think it's an interesting question that came in from one of our people in the audience. So You want to take that, or I have an answer.
I would love to hear your perspective on that. You're in the hot seat.
Yeah, I saw this one and I was like, hey, because for me, I remember when I first started applying to roles and, thinking about how I can add value. And I think it's just having a voice that differs and brings a perspective that is completely different from, what they may have. I think right now, one of the benefits that we're seeing with more leaders of color and more leaders in the women community coming in is just the fact that now you're having more diversity of thought, and that you can create additional impact in these organizations and look at questions and look at things in a way that no one else has, And I think that just having those type of folks is a huge benefit to any organization out there.
Yes, no, I always tell people, I mentor a lot of people. One of the things I always tell people is like, if you're in the room, have an opinion. Like nobody invited you to a meeting just to like sit there and observe, right? So I think to your point, it's really important to have an opinion, share your perspective, because that's how you get really good work. That's how you push the thinking of each other as a team. So that's what I always tell people. It's like don't worry so much about titles and hierarchy. Just really focus on like having an opinion and perspective, because to your point, it matters, right? Because you reflect, your consumer, right? You reflect your customer base.
Yeah. Here's another one that came in. How are you thinking about balancing inclusivity in campaigns and driving campaign results?
That is a phenomenal question. To me, you can't have, if you have wonderful creative and you have inclusive creative and campaigns, but it doesn't drive results, is not a good thing. But you can also not have you cannot also like drive results without being inclusive and diverse, right? So I don't think it's one or the other. It's absolutely the same thing. But it is something that we are very thoughtful about as a brand, in terms of making sure that we are true to who we are as a brand and what we represent. But inclusivity also means that we have to really think about who our customer base is, right? So our customer base is incredibly wide and varied. Like I said, we're a global organization. We are in lots of different channels. So we absolutely have to make sure that we're thinking about all of our customers, not just the ones that maybe be most progressive or most gravitate towards something that is, inclusive or pushing the boundary. So we think about that a lot as an organization.
Yeah, and I think as I personally think about inclusivity, I always kind of think like what's good for people is what's good for business, as it pertains to like seeing yourself in it, right? And I also think that there have been a lot of reports recently around the impact that diversity has on a performance of a company, right? Like having diverse leaders and having a diverse slate in your approach to business can only benefit your business.
Absolutely. No, that's very true, right? At every level of leadership, at every part of the organization. Yeah.
So actually, apologies. I got a Facebook question. Do you mind if I?
Go for it. Yes.
So one of them is, how is Facebook elevating underrepresented voices / communities? And I think just so that I can help answer this a little bit, we're doing a lot here, right? And we understand that our platform has a really large impact on the things that can happen in our society, and also bringing forward moments that are important to different communities everywhere. So a couple of things that we're doing just so that this audience is aware. One is we're investing $100 million into Black-owned businesses, Black creators, and nonprofits serving the Black community. We've also created a space over the last year called Lift Black Voices. And essentially what it is it's a part in the Facebook app that will highlight stories from Black people and share educational resources and inspire people to take action based upon the things that they learn. And similar to Lynn, what you were saying about the diverse workplace, by 2024, Facebook is committing that at least 50% of our workforce will be underrepresented people. So those are a multitude of different ways that we're going to be represented underrepresented communities and voices on our platform. Okay. So I think we're just at time right now. I do have something I'm going to spring on you. At Facebook, we have something called lightning round, which is basically you choose one or the other. And it'll be fun. I promise you, it won't hurt. But I think it's something fun that we always like to do when we end these types of conversations. So I guess the first one is primary colors or pastels?
Ooh, primary.
All right. Calvin Klein or Calvin Klein jeans?
Oh, Calvin Klein. I
love it. East Coast, Midwest, or West Coast?
Now you're gonna make me pick. No, I grew up in the Midwest. My family's still out on the West Coast, but my office is in New York. So I'm gonna have to say Midwest because I'm from Minneapolis. I'm a proud Prince girl, so Midwest.
Gotcha. And the last one is Facebook, Instagram, or WhatsApp?
Oh my gosh, I'd have to say Instagram.
Instagram. All right. Well, I'm an avid Instagrammer. You can find me at @Sumpil if anyone's interested here. But I think that's it. And I think that's for Tesh. Well, I just want to say thank you so much, Lynn, for this open communication and dialogue today. I think I've learned a lot. Hopefully the audience as well has taken something away from this. And Ritesh and Brand Innovators, thank you so much for having us today to discuss this really important topic in representation. And just really appreciate all that you're doing for us here.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, SP. Great job moderating. And Lynn, thanks so much as well for adding your insights. I got to say, he asked you about primary colors or pastels. And I'm looking at the wonderful.
I know, I'm wearing pastels today. I know.
You have on, and I'm like, I'm an engineer. I don't know my colors, but I know that's pastel as far as I can tell. But that was good. You threw him a curveball. That was well done. One other thing I just wanted to say, I don't know if either of you have had a recent experience with, let's say, buying a home or renting a home or something. But the job of the real estate agent, right? They always tell you, is to make the buyer feel like they belong in this house when they come to see it, right? Mm-hmm. That's what you're trying to create. Absolutely. And I think I love the point you made, Lynn, about like DEI, inclusive messaging as part of your brand communications makes a ton of sense because you want to make all of your loyal customers as well as would-be customers feel included, within the brand. But to do it in a recruitment sense, where you're thinking about the candidate and whether they can see themselves working for you,
right?
That's like next level. It's fantastic. And then to me, it feels like that real estate analogy where, the person feels like I can see myself living here. And in this scenario, I can see myself working here. So kudos to you. That's
thank you. No, I appreciate that. No, that's absolutely true.
Amazing. Thank you so much. We'll continue on. Great to meet you both. And hopefully we'll see each other in person very soon.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thanks so much.
Bye.
Great. And so, what an amazing, 2 sets of conversations we've had so far today. Thank you for joining and thank you for staying with us through the day. I know everyone has a lot of things going on. It's a busy Monday morning. And so, without further delays, I'd love to welcome the next set of speakers to our virtual stage. Please welcome Matthew Torello, the Global Vice President of Amazon at the Coca-Cola Company, and Stephanie Vandenberg, the Senior Vice President of Sales at OpenSlate. So, welcome, Matt and Stephanie. Really excited for you to continue the conversation we're having today. And I'll turn it over to you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Ritesh. And thanks, Brand Innovators, for putting on this really great event, Cannes 2021. We're not at Cannes physically, drinking rosé. I do have my Coca-Cola with me though here, but you can't see because it's got the green screen. But just a quick introduction. I'm Stephanie Vandenberg. I'm Global Vice President of Sales for OpenSlate. OpenSlate focuses on making sure brands show up in quality content across video and video platforms. And something I think that's really important to you, Matthew. So I'll let you introduce yourself now.
Awesome. Thank you, Stephanie. And hello, everybody. My name is Matthew Torello. I lead our global Amazon business for the Coca-Cola Company. And really excited to be here. And while we are not, in France, at least I'm in Atlanta and I have somewhat nice weather. will be there in memory. So maybe next year, but thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, it's great. I'm really I'm excited about the conversation today. It's such a unique and fascinating, I guess we could call it somewhat of a marketing superpower execution here. But first, your title, Global VP Amazon at the Coca-Cola Company.
Yep.
Can you kind of speak to that role and what that means?
Yeah, so my role is simple, quite frankly. We want to make sure that we partner with the customer, in this case, Amazon, and we deliver the right consumer experience agnostic of platform. So my responsibilities across retail and media, and we want to really break those barriers so we can go not only to the customer, but also to the consumer and deliver best-in-class activations and not be necessarily held to just a sales function or just a media function, but driving a total experience directly to the consumer agnostic of pillar. And I've had Amazon for most of my career in different roles in companies. I used to have, I guess, really nice hair at one point, so maybe that's the side effect of being in e-com. But what we wanted to do was really be able to leverage the power of both platforms and both systems to deliver the best experience and best engagement to the consumers, and not be subject to any type of a legacy approach where you only focus on one pillar, and at times you could potentially make subpar decisions and focus on the other. So we want to look holistically across the board, and that's what I get the privilege and pleasure to do today at the Coca-Cola Company.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. We're going to get into a little bit more deeper into the campaign. So congratulations on your nomination for a Cannes Lion Award in 2020 and a recognition again in 2021 as we kind of roll 2 years into one virtually here. Hope to see you on the Croisette next year in person. But again, congratulations on that nomination and recognition. And you're on the homepage of the Cannes Lion site. I think what we're going to talk about, I think, is an interesting comparison between what you hear a lot in our industry today around marketing is the attention economy. Yep. I think what you've done with this global campaign we're going to talk about is really get in more into the experiential economy, right? And how does that help you engage with the passions of your customers and consumers? So can you tell us about this amazing kind of global campaign you put together, collaboration, if you will, with Amazon and F1 McLaren?
Yeah. So I'll start by going backwards a little bit. So this was a great activation, and we're actually featured through Amazon Port on the Conline event. So we actually have a great interview. I look a lot better on that because it was doctored up with hair and makeup, or at least makeup for me. And we're hosting on the landing page to really go into the dialogue between the activation, what we came to, what was the journey, and then how did it resonate both with McLaren as well as the consumer base. And so that's kind of just a little bit of the tease of it. But the precursor of this was, this was a customer activation that was kind of built from the ground up. And the story of it is, back in 2019, I got promoted to lead this role, and I wanted to do a couple things right off the bat. One is deliver and create launch a global campaign. And then two is also build out capabilities that allow us to do something different. So in our journey at that point, we were very segmented. So we wanted to have something more holistic and allowed us to give us that full reach to go drive against something a lot more attainable from an innovation side. So this was an opportunity that was brought to me. And, I think as you and I had our prep call or a pre-call, you were asking me a lot of questions about racing. And my response was, I'm American, so I don't really know much about it. And I knew very little about Formula One in itself. And, when we saw it was, okay, this is a great opportunity to try something different. And as I shared, in a little bit of a plug is, I was heading out to London, and I coincidentally downloaded the Netflix series. At that point was the first series of Driven to Survive on Formula One. And it was super fun. It was cool. But what resonated in me was the fan base, the consumer engagement, the dedication, and the passion of the fans. And we're able to say, yes, we have a lot of new markets opening up in Amazon globally at that time, especially in 2019. Fresh was starting to get expansion. So has like a great platform of consumer reach and engagement. This seems like a perfect idea and a perfect opportunity to partner with and really accelerate. At that time, Coke and McLaren already had a partnership that they tested. So my role coming into 2019 was actually taking over the partnership fully and building out this campaign from the ground up. And I will tell you, in full transparency, had very little idea what we were doing once we went started. But that's the strength of having great teams, both internally as well as externally with McLaren and with Amazon, to really build that collaboration and build it out together from a success perspective, which is what you see today.
Yeah, and we talked a little bit about this too in our prep session. Like, there are sports enthusiasts or sports fans, and then there are car fans, but there's nothing like the culture of the car fan, right? And I know this because my son is very involved in cars and putting on car events actually through race service. But it is a passion, and it's a fabulous community of people that come together. So through what the campaign that you launched, and I want you to go into more about the filming and that such, you were actually able to tap into the attention economy, right? So getting the attention of your consumers, but bringing the experience to them at the same time through this global collaboration.
And I think, when you think about promotions, and I would tell you, like, even with us in the past, it was, okay, you're going to do promotion with Amazon, or many brands look at it this way. Here's a coupon, here's a search, here's maybe a little bit of display, and cool, I'll see you later, right? And then I'll complain if I'm out of stock or I get crapped out. But like it's always very singular. So what we wanted to do is really do something different where we can be able to build out capabilities truly for the future of this. And this was the precursor for that. And we had the idea that says, hey, we got a car partnership. How cool is it to do deliveries? Right. And what you see with the video, and hopefully we'll share it here in a minute, it's a great video that drives engagement, but it was only a piece of the total pie, right? As we looked at the bigger component of it, it really focused around, okay, now we have this full ecosystem of both lower and upper funnel activation to go support it, drive, and hopefully get positive reach, impressions, conversion, new to brand, components that allowed us to point back to the total platform to get those new consumers in the site. So the video was a starting point. I would say the meat of it was really kind of at and after, but we had the idea that said, well, I would say we had a few ideas from a legal perspective, insurance perspective. We couldn't achieve most of them. So we ended with this one, which I think was the best one, because you were able to see the two drivers to really, share and engage with each other. And for anybody who's ever watched Formula One and had any kind of layer of engagement, probably saw that these two drivers have great chemistry. So at the time, it was a great organic experience, and it wasn't a scripted ad where you were being sold something off of a script. But the meat here was the ad was the first part. The activation and the acceleration and engagement was the key winner here, and that was the second part. So here's the video. Let you guys play it to see it, and hopefully, it works.
Great.
Hey guys, Carlos and Lando Norris here in Austin, Texas. We're gonna make some Amazon deliveries today, and we'll be giving Coke Zero Sugar to our customers. Mate, what do you think you're doing?
I'm aware as long as you're driving.
Your delivery, sir? Your delivery with some Coke Zero Sugar.
Get your favorite Coca-Cola products delivered by Amazon. F1 drivers not included.
That's great. I think that brings to life what we were talking about. Yeah. So how did this whole production take place? And tell us a little about the backstory on this.
Yeah. And I would say that video, that's the more of the truncated version of one. If you go on the site, you'll see the larger one as well. And I would tell you, it allowed us to partner with different platforms within Amazon, because I would say the precursor to this, like the guiding principle, is we want to create something global and we want to learn from it, but we want to test out the capabilities for the future, right? So this allowed us to get into different aspects, not in terms of delivery of media execution, what's better top funnel look like, but also within Amazon. So in this partnership, we were actually able to partner with Amazon Custom in this scenario, and Amazon Advertising. And I'm not a videographer. I don't know any of that. I will tell you, when we showed up on set, because this was filmed in Austin right before the Austin race in 2019. And when we all arrived, the look of everybody's face, like everybody had the jaw drop. Like everybody was like, because you had production teams, trucks, cars on top of cars sitting all over the place. So this was
not just any car.
That's right.
What's the actual value of each of those cars?
North of $200,000 to $300,000 for those specific ones. Yep. So it was amazing. And it showed, again, the partnership of both sides, McLaren and their support, as well as Amazon and their production support to come in and produce a video. Like, I'll be honest, I was waiting for like The Rock or somebody to pop out of one of the scenes, because it was a legit shoot, and everybody got very nervous, like me included. And the drivers who are racing, 200 miles an hour in front of hundreds of thousands of fans globally, like, we're all nervous just with the sheer volume and size of it, but it shows how important that partnership and that collaboration is to build it. But I will tell you, when everybody arrived on set, everybody was nervous. Like, it's an overwhelming sight, but that's why the quality and the production look as good as it does, because it has to be done kind of to that extent versus, we were good on the path of, do we do personal cameras? Do we do GoPros? Like, what does it look like? But it was a great experience, and the B-roll was even more epic than the first. So we were able to see it that way, and it goes back to the authenticity of it, right? It's the authenticity of the two. It's the authenticity of the quality, where it's not just some thrown together assets, because this asset lived for 2 years until the drivers rotated out last year, and we've launched it across different countries, Abu Dhabi being one of the most key ones that we had last year. So we wanted to make sure it was scalable while maintaining that authenticity and that legitimacy over it.
So you filmed in 2019.
Yep.
Obviously, and then you were at CES. You did some interesting things at CES as well.
Yeah. So I would say, if I go back, the concept here was, the two guiding principles is we wanted to do something global, but we wanted to build out the capabilities for the future. Mm-hmm. And in this scenario was, how do we do things differently? I mean, I'm incentivized for certain things, and yeah, we want to sell more product, but like, we want to look at the holistic platform and the holistic engagement to the consumer and do something that's very different. And I would say, before I answer your question, if I go back, you touched on the car enthusiasts, right? So in terms of new capabilities that we've built, so that was the premise here. We want to go launch something, and we want to build out new capabilities for the future. As we built this, we actually built out a custom program within our site, within Amazon, where we were actually giving away car parts and signed merchandise for free. And the queue of demand, the queue of engagement, especially from a social perspective, was unheard of. I mean, in Abu Dhabi, we actually gave away like the halo of the car part, like the top part of the car, to a fan. Like, lucky fan, you just click on a button and it's a surprise and delight. It's a several $1,000 car part, right? And that engagement was unheard of. Like, the amount of people queuing up and getting that type of demand and that engagement was amazing. And it all landed and it all lived on our custom site for both purchase and engagement. So that was the key concept. How do we build out capabilities for the future to do things differently, right? So while this lived on and it still lives today, we also took a lot of those learnings and we said, okay, what do we do differently for a separate project? So the one that you referenced from CES was tied to the launch of our Coke Energy that we launched. So, I have Amazon. If you think of Amazon, you typically don't think of, outside of the retail stores, a very physical event. So what we decided to do, again, with a great collaboration with Amazon, is we built a 20-foot by 30-foot physical wall that we dropped in the middle of CES that was tied to an Alexa. So it was an Alexa wall. You would go up and say, Alexa, order me a Coke with energy. And it would dispense very manually, but a lot of bells and whistles, a Coke with energy. And the premise here was awareness, engagement, and sample trial, right? So we had this massive event that was this giant pillar that everybody walked up to, went to the unit, started talking to it, building out our full utterance campaign day one, mind you. And it allowed us to sample more products and more engagement on that activation that we then scaled it, not just at CES. We actually shipped it to our HQ for an event. And then we moved it to Grand Central Station the day after, I should say, show up Monday. So the day after the big game. So again, thinking about the type of activation that you had, it was a tremendous sampling event, gave us tremendous insights, and it all pointed back to the platform that we had on Amazon as a custom page for pre-orders. It starts showing, okay, we're doing things differently. You need to think about it differently. Yes, we can build a coupon very easily. We could dump a bunch of search very easily. Like, the ecosystem's there for a reason. Like, how do we leverage it beyond the traditional way? And that's another great example. Obviously, no tie into racing, but the functionality of how do we build things for the future and think about it differently allowed us to use that as another great example.
And that's, I mean, again, the Alexa wall example is another way you executed on both that, get the attention, right? Sure. Attention and brand recognition, and let the consumer actually experience the product in a more future looking manner. So how did you raise awareness of these types of events to the broader market?
Yeah, so a lot of it was tied into an overall marketing campaign, but it was also featured on, okay, how are we going to leverage it from a total search media perspective? So, once we had it on the site, there was a lot of social engagement tied to it. And as you can imagine, somebody seeing a 30 by 20 foot physical wall in CES, you're going to get a lot of social halo effect from it already. But what we did is we had a full funnel campaign tied to it, right? So what I've seen in the past is people run into an activation, dip their toe in the water, and then pull it out and be like, oh, it didn't work. So like we wanted to be very deliberative and specific on what we want to go do, have clarity and consistency around our objectives and KPIs, and then activate it the way it should be activated. And guess what? If it doesn't work, we'll learn. Hopefully we have more hits than misses. But it allowed us to iterate it. So from this specific example, we had a full-on campaign, both from a social perspective as well as your traditional media perspective across Amazon's platform. I think we had some engagement on IMBD. So we looked at it, the broader activation that make it big, so we can tie it in, and as well as capture learnings across the system as well.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about kind of this. We talk about our industry partnerships. We use that term. I think almost we say it too often with not really thinking about what it means, right? Yeah. And so you have this partnership with Amazon on several different levels, but with what you were able to pull together in this unique collaboration with McLaren and Amazon, I think really broke down the walls and created the output of that, doing things differently, had a huge impact. And how do you see that moving forward? Is this something that you'll continue?
Yeah, I think if you kind of boil it down, and it sometimes gets lost, and I can say this, being in this field or channel, if you will, for a very long time, is we sometimes think of like everybody's trying to make a plan, and we treat partners as partners, but we're also trying to like not get like gotchas with them and stuff. So like we approach it very simply. Hey, we want to be successful, and guess what? Success leads funding for more success, right? Like that's the model here. Like we all want to do well. Our objectives should be the same as yours, and they are, right? So it's joint objectives. And what we've had that was so powerful with Amazon, McLaren, and us for this customer activation was our objectives aligned, right? And we required and requested, put in and push from all sides, right? So we all want to win together because it proves out the model, it proves out the success that can hopefully translate and accelerate greater ones for the future. Like nobody wants to go all in on something, get burned. And as I kind of say, like, yeah, you might muster through it for year one, but where it's going to hit you, and you probably know this more than anything with your brand partners, is it's not this year, it's the next year whenever you look to comp it, right? So like the model is your success is our success and vice versa. So we build out that model correctly. And I would say having that trust across the sides and I would say internally as well, like your internal stakeholders, allows you to be successful because you're not doing anything that crazy. You want to make sure the alignments are there so you can build that model and replicate it where possible, but also learn from it as well as you go from a forward perspective. So as we look at how do we engage the consumer, how do we drive capabilities for the future and leverage it? So that model is always going to exist. It's how do you find the right partners and the right platform for it is going to be the test. But I think we've proven that out and we're scaling it as we speak from a McLaren Amazon side. And you've hopefully seen some other examples as well. But the scenario is not that difficult. People tend to make it a lot more complicated. Like we all have the same objectives. We all want to drive and do really cool stuff and learn from it. Like you should be linked and kind of break down those barriers of everybody trying to play the guessing game and just go after it very directly and see the results that matter.
Yeah, you use the word drive, no pun intended, right? Yeah. So, and you have such great brands to work with, right? The Amazon brand, the Coca-Cola brand, and the McLaren brand, right? To be able to combine those three strong brands to really execute something first class. And I listened to one of your interviews of the overall experience as well, and the term superpower of the brand. And I think that each brand brought their superpower to really pull off this amazing collaboration.
Yeah, we have a great problem, which is we got 3 iconic brands with 3 great collaborative teams. And look, we want to do something. We want to do something cool. We want to learn from it, get great results, and iterate it for the future. So, from a fan perspective and a consumer expensive, it's a home run, right? Mm-hmm. So we want to make it fun and engaging and drive that awareness, but also drive the learnings that help support the KPIs and results for us, so we can make it sustainable and replicatable for the future.
So for the other brand marketers who may be listening into this discussion, are there 3 things or anything that you wish you would have done differently if you had a chance?
I would say, so I lead Amazon in e-commerce, and I would say this was in 2019 prior to COVID, which is now everybody's really going, head in the water over it. I would say you want to take a step back and understand what's the role of the brand and what's the role of the activation, right? And what you're seeing kind of across the industry right now is like there's a heightened acceleration. I mean, Prime Day is today, right? So you got a lot of attention, a lot of excitement. You want to make sure you're building out capabilities that have sustainability across it in terms of stretch, in terms of leverage, and also in terms of learning. So, we've looked at it from a 2019 perspective pretty quickly, right? We've owned the business and we're running it. I would say if it were to happen this year, there'd probably be a little bit more dialogue in terms of getting really focused, not on your KPIs for you, but for the organization as well, for all of the leadership that says, look, here's what this matters. Here's why, here's the so what, right? Promotions dry up after a while. Just throw in ads and coupons and activations, like that has a length, right? And maybe it's a very long, platform and maybe very long sustainability aspect, but like you could have an expiration date on there. So the biggest piece I would say is, think about what's the so what, right? Like, how do you want to leverage this? How do you want to unlock it? What's the role of the brand? What's the role of the partnership? Is it learnings? Is it capabilities? Are you looking to drive a number to hit a quarter? So like you really start digging it down that side. And I think that pillar, those pillars of questions are going to be so much more important right now than it was back in the day when we had it. But it's going to be so critical right now because you kind of have everybody just diving in because they kind of need to. So you want to make sure it's tight, and you want to make sure you're not burning yourself on the back end, but also saying like, look, you have very tactical activations. Those run all day long. That's your always on campaign. How do you take some shots for the future to learn from and to build from and see what happens, right? If they miss, they miss. And hopefully you're still here. But like the goal is have more hits than misses, but misses are okay every once in a while.
Because you learn from them.
Exactly. Yeah. You build out the next steps for it. You now know what not to do and how to change it for the future. And having an organization, which I'm very fortunate in, that gives me the autonomy and the coverage to do that is key, because it allows us to build out our future together. And you want to do, things that are great for the brand, things that are great for the consumers, and things that are great for the customer as well.
Yeah, it's you touched on objectives and having shared objectives. Was that something that was easy for Coke and Amazon and McLaren to align on? Was that or did you kind of have a working discussion around that?
When we started the partnership, it was all based on trust, and it was based on where do we want to go. And what's interesting about this is, we're the customer as well as, and they're the customer. So it's kind of this weird dynamic where we look at it and say, like, we're both kind of the customer in this scenario. And look, we all want to be successful and we all want to win. And we looked at it and said, okay, when we launched it, it was 2019. But what does the roadmap for 2020 and beyond look like? So once you have that framework and you're looking at it and saying, look, this is more than hopefully just a shot in the dark, a test and learn, a pilot, right? I think everybody likes to use the pilot phrase pretty regularly. It's more than just a pilot, maybe not shared, but internally, it's more than a pilot. Mm-hmm. So how do we look at it together? And once you have that collaboration together, that's where you see the magic happen, right? Not only do you see access, and not only do you see pieces lean in, but it goes back to my further comment that it's not rocket science, right? You want to go be successful. So, hey, here's what I need to deliver. What do you need to deliver? Here's how we do it together. The whole premise of this is to make sure that all sides are successful so we can replicate it, have a positive ROI or accretive KPIs, and do more of it going forward, or not and learn, but not cut your losses pretty quickly. So in that sense, I mean, it's been easy. Now, maybe we're very fortunate to have two fantastic partners, one in McLaren and one in Amazon. So maybe I'm oversimplifying just based on that, but it should be kind of boiled down to the simplistic terms of saying your objectives are my objectives. So our objectives, regardless where we sit or who's collecting what check. So we should build this together, and that's the only way it can be successful. And I would say this is year 3 of the partnership. I think that model is working pretty consistently now.
I like that, especially now. I mean, just that whole kind of philosophy and authenticity that you're talking about, right? And just kind of removing the egos.
That's right.
And creating your own community of collaboration through the partnership. And
right.
You started this in 2019. You had no idea, none of us did, quite frankly, but any idea what we're going to go through. Yeah. And then you had 2020. And did you do any filming in 2020, or did everything go on hold?
So we activated because the filming was still relevant from 2019. But we did activate in 2020. So we had a mega campaign in Abu Dhabi, which was the end of the season. So we're still activating across it. Just the filming of it wasn't needed. But I'll go back and I'll give you maybe a fun story. It's a little embarrassing story, but I'll give you a fun story over it on the strength of the partnership. I would say you also want to know your limitations, right? So when we took over the asset, we were trying to figure out what we're going to go do. And I remember in my office, and I had my associates with me, Caroline Osborne and Vu Huang, if you're listening. I started drawing stick figures on my board on like the storyboard, because I was required or requested to make a storyboard. Didn't know what that was.
I was going to ask you if you had a creative background and you knew what that was. Yeah.
No, I mean, I have ideas and that's about it. So I created a storyboard of stick figures and I think cars that look like buses on like, here's what we want to go do with it. And I mean, it was pretty embarrassing. And I think that I'm fearful that document still is floating around, because I was drawing stick figures of the drivers. I'm trying to see like who's who, and they do this. And it started with like a traditional storyboard, and then it just morphed into like 600 different arrows of stuff and my scribbling. But we took it to Amazon. Hey, this is what we want to go do. Here's what I want to go do. Here's what we envision of success. Here's the roadmap of it. And they translated it into what you see today. And McLaren also supported it as well. They backed in and said, well, what about this? So it was that joint collaboration. But the embarrassing piece is that document probably terrifies me at night that it's going to get out somewhere. Hopefully it doesn't, because it's pretty embarrassing. It's pretty horrific. The drivers are fun and they're cool, and I don't want to offend them also. But it shows like, you know, your limitations, and that's why you have great partners where they're able to come together and say, here's what that total activation looks like together versus, you know, really a singular component. If this was only me saying, do this, do this, do this, we probably won't have, or we definitely won't have the results that we have today from that. So.
Well, you mentioned the drivers. How was it working with Carlos Sainz and Lando Norris?
It was great. I mean, they got really behind it. I mean, they really did. I mean, they're two great superstars, right? And especially from a Lando perspective, that was his rookie season, right? So McLaren leaned in aggressively, right? Because it's great for both brands, and it highlights the partnership, and it's really fun to do. I mean, you've not really seen a lot of that throughout the industry just yet. So, I mean, for them, I mean, it was great and very accompanying. Everybody was nervous the first day of the set, like everybody, except for the director, but everybody else was really nervous.
Well, that's a good sign. You don't want your director to be nervous.
Yeah, everybody else was. I mean, they were great. Like everybody got behind it, and they're great brand ambassadors. They're fans of the brand from a personal side. So, you know, it was great on that side. It wasn't this stuffy, you have 32 minutes and counting type of approach. I mean, it was everybody leaned in because they believed in the story, and they believed in the activation, and they all had passion regarding the execution of it.
So you didn't know a lot about F1 when you first started coming up with this concept. You've been involved with it now for 3 years.
Yep.
So would you say you're a car enthusiast, F1 fan today?
Yeah. I mean, I'm an F1 fan. I do follow the sport now. I drive a Lexus, so I don't know how much of a car enthusiast I am. You know, I don't know if I have that car just yet, but I enjoy them. But it's a great experience, and if you've ever been to a race, to see the consumer engagement, like the fan engagement, it's some of the best I've seen in my career. but I'll follow the sport, and I'll occasionally rev my car every once in a while. But no, it's a great sport to follow for sure.
Yeah. So did you have a chance to drive a McLaren?
I did. I did in Austin. I would say,
On 6th Street?
Yeah. The thing that's interesting is this was during race week. So you're in this great car going 0 to 10 miles an hour, and that's about it because you're in bumper to bumper. And it was really distracting driving, not necessarily being in the car, but everybody taking photos, like every guy coming up taking a photo of it and stuff. So it was a great experience. I was terrified. Again, not like you go 0 to 10 and that's it. And it was intimidating. But it was, yeah, a moment of my life for sure.
So will this series continue? Are you going to give us any kind of a sneak peek into what we should see in the future here beyond 2021?
Yeah. So we're actually building out a bunch of campaigns right now for the back half of the year. So right now you've not seen much activation yet. So we have a heavy back half calendar featured from a global perspective across multiple markets on the back half. That you'll hopefully be seeing some great activation between Coke, McLaren, and Amazon in the back half of this year.
And all associated with the F1 races, which is multiple cities around the world, right?
Right.
And I don't know how many cities are left. I think it launched in Dubai. Is that correct? Is it the first race of the year?
The Dubai is the last race of the year.
Okay.
So we have Australia, US, Dubai, a lot of the Middle East. So we have a good chunk of races that we're still planning out. But I would say there's going to be some pretty cool activation towards the end of the year that we're looking at as we speak.
And now that the world's opening up again, do you see yourself traveling to any of those events and those races in person?
It was on I would say there was 2 pieces on my bucket list last year, the Cannes event and then to Dubai. So I'm 0 for 1 at least already this year. No, I think we'll see travel. I don't know how much from a global perspective because some of the races are still limitations in fans, but I think you're starting to see that it open up, and if not 2021, I think 2022, barring nothing else happens, pretty consistent on that side.
Yeah, I've often said when we come out of this and our better norm, not just the norm, but a better norm of where we were, it's going to somewhat be like the Roaring 20s. And we are in the 20s, so I think people are anxious, are excited to get back out there and get back to what I think we love a lot about our work and marketing and advertising and creativity is the relationships and the people.
That's right.
We built this relationship.
I mean, you get to feed off each other, and even, I mean, the Zooms are great, and I think that's here to stay. And to be honest with you, as a personal perspective, I think it's much needed. But there's also a component of the human component of it right now. Like, how do you feed off each other? How do you inspire, get that engagement that you can't get over the screen? So I think if anything, we're in a much better balance. Me personally, I think you should be, 9 to 5 in the office. No. And I've been fortunate where I've never kind of been that in my role. But I think it forces some of that legacy approach to be kind of normalized a little bit on saying, hey, we're not in the 20s, right? So like we need to punch in and punch out for most roles. So let's work the way we see fit, get things done. And I think having a human kind of, component where you're with somebody, I think has a lot of power with it, in addition to not having to drive an hour each way and then being able to get a lot done over the Zoom.
Yeah. To your point, I know you're a new father. You've got a 3-week-old, I think, and a 2-year-old.
2-year-old, yeah.
Yeah. So you look fabulous. You're incredibly well rested. So I don't know what you were talking about earlier.
Well, see, the trick was I've hired the hair and makeup to be full time here.
That's perfect.
Because I need makeup.
That's what you need. I think we're coming to an end. We're happy to answer questions from the audience. If anyone has any questions, please put them in the Q&A chat. I'll pose those up to Matt. And then while we're waiting for that, we'll just I watched a previous discussion between Calvin Klein and Facebook, and a gentleman from Facebook had this fun little question game. So
I like that. I saw that.
Yeah, it was well done. So I was just thinking, I'll ask you a couple questions around a Cannes theme. Yeah. Would it be Sancerre or Rosé?
Rosé.
Rosé. Would it be a beach party or a yacht party?
Ooh, a yacht.
A yacht party would be good. Would it be driving race cars around Cannes or doing one of those 30 to 50 mile bike rides they do?
Oh, I do the bike ride because if I at least crash, hopefully it's not an expensive crash, and I'm not in.
Good point.
So, because I'm also anticipating I had a couple glasses of rosé in me as well.
Right.
So, for safety reasons,
Yeah.
the bike ride.
Yeah. Well, Matt, thanks for the conversation. Congratulations on your success.
Thank you.
And kind of redefining what a partnership means and collaboration, leveraging the superpowers of each brand and really having true collaboration around that. So thanks again. I really enjoyed the conversation, and thanks Brand Innovators for pulling this great event together so we can all still be connected, and looking forward to seeing everyone in the Corset in 2022.
Awesome. Cheers, everyone.
Yeah,
thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Matt. Hold on, before you go, I just wanted to say, what you said something that was really cool, which is like promotions can get lost when you're a big company, right? This is just a cycle. I mean, we do stuff, we're a big brand, people expect really cool things from us, but it's difficult to kind of weave a common story across them, and they kind of get lost in that. So I totally appreciate the point. And I just love how you said it, which is like everything is evaluated on its own merit, but also how it connects to the larger goals of the organization, which is awesome. And one last thing I'd like to say, maybe when you have time and maybe when we meet next in person, but like you must have some crazy negotiation skills, because for you to bring Coca-Cola, Amazon, and McLaren to the table and get them to agree on a common set of goals when I can't even get my kids to agree on pizza toppings. I mean, that's a special skill set right there. So kudos to you and your team for doing that. Hope to see you both in person very soon. And thanks so much for a great conversation, and great job moderating, Stephanie. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks.
Awesome.
Bye, Matt.
One. Cheers.
Bye, guys. Incredible. All right. So we are approaching, that point in the day where we look and go, there's been 3 conversations that have been all amazing. What can possibly follow that? And do I have a treat for you? So it is my absolute pleasure to bring on the next set of speakers. Drika Lingnet is no stranger to the world of marketing, having worked at some iconic brands before her current role. And so I'll let them do the intro, but I just wanted to say, Drika, as you join the Zoom, that our team really does look after every last detail when planning these live casts. And so, for example, knowing that Belgium plays Finland in like less than an hour, getting you on and getting you out of here in time for that game so that you can pay full attention to a very important matchup. Right? I mean, that wasn't coincidental. That was like completely planned. So having said that, I just wanted to welcome Drika, who is the Vice President of Global Marketing for Timberland, and going to be joined as a moderator by Emma Schuldem, who's the Managing Director of ITB Worldwide. So ladies, take it over and look forward to the conversation.
Thank you. And yes, good point on the very, very important. I think we both, we didn't coordinate our outfits today, but I'm liking to see we've got the chains and the glasses going on. This is working well. Drika, thank you so much for joining us today. I really appreciate your time and the opportunity to have a chat with you. For those of you that don't know ITB, we have had the privilege of working with Timberland on their Nature Needs Heroes campaign. We are a business really driven by driving impact through influence. And we'll discuss what influence marketing means. I know that Drika and I already talked about kind of very good views on what that is in today's landscape. And I think what we really want to do is drill down into that a little bit today. But, we really did have a great campaign with Nature Needs Heroes together. Drika, I would love to talk a bit more about it, but really to kind of begin to look at, I think, what that evolution of that word influencer means. I think we should start with that before we talk about everything else, because I know you already have a really great perspective on it. And I know that influencer marketing can be a dirty word in some circles. And how can we make sure that we have this conversation talking about what influence truly means to you and to Timberland?
Mm-hmm. So, hi, Emma. Super nice to physically, virtually, metaverse see you. And I was just listening to your colleague. I am Belgian. Belgian, in the European Championships. I'm very passionate about that. So go Belgium. I just want to say that while I'm here. We have a chance to end in the finals. I'm going to say it. To answer your question, I've been in the world of influence for a while. Now, prior to me joining Timberland, I was the global head or VP global for influencer marketing at Nike. So for me as a professional in this space, it's about passionately working together with people that have impact. And for me, the word passion is incredibly important. I think, and making sure that, and we will talk about that in length in this session, I think making sure for brands and influencers, whatever we want to call them, because I think that's a big debate as well. It's about joining forces and finding the common ground. And it's about being passionate about the same things. And I think that should be central in the conversations that we're going to talk about today. Like, who do you work with? How do you work with them? And things like that. I would say one word: passion.
Well, passion is a really great point to start on that. And I think, we talk a lot in our work about the evolution of that word influence. And we also talk about how our business is about finding people of influence, and whether that's a celebrity or a TikTok star or a change maker, really kind of looking at what that means to a brand and to a client in terms of how can we harness their stories to tell that purpose and that passion and ultimately create impact. And I know that Timberland have always been very quietly doing amazing work, kind of environmental work with their tree initiatives, and only recently begun to very much publicly talk about it, which was what the campaign really brought to the forefront, and how influencer marketing, for however we define it in this session, played a role in that with the Nature Needs Heroes campaign. Mm-hmm. And we talk about successful campaigns kind of harnessing passion and shifting perception, as well as that performance piece and that product piece. But how has your approach to influencer marketing since the beginning of that campaign really evolved, particularly in the last 12 months, given everything that we've been going through? There's been some fantastic content that's appeared, and I'd love to kind of understand a bit more about how harnessing influence for you has evolved in your Nature Needs Heroes story.
Yeah, so great question. I think I go back helicopter view, right? Because at the beginnings and at the end of this whole domain is about understanding who you are as a brand, and have a clear vision on that, to then say, okay, who in the family that is, and the potential family that is out there, should we be working with? And our strategy at Timberland is, from that perspective, is actually pretty simple, right? So, and if you look at our brand, and as many of the brands out there, at the heart and the soul of that process is the mission and the vision of our brand. We have a clear mission, which is to inspire and equip our consumers. We call them the adventurous doers, to step outside, work together, move the world forward. And if we do that as a brand, then we achieve our vision. And our vision is to build a more greener and equitable future. Now, why am I saying that? I'm saying that because it's at the heart and the soul and the centerpiece of then building out your influencer strategy of who are the people that we're going to work with. And in today's world, right, the consumer is the influencer, right? We like, the pyramid is dead, long live the pyramid, right? So you have consumer level, you have nano level, you have micro level, you have macro level, right? And the way we look at it, it doesn't actually matter where in the pyramid the person sits, right? What is important is, does this person with influence, does he or she sync up with my identity, as in the AK brand, the values that you stand for? And I think that's really the unlock for everything. You talked about, the Nature Needs Heroes campaign. We just, for April, we launched our Earth Day campaign, where again, as a brand, we say, look, the way we look at nature for Timberland, it's about two things. It's about people, and it's about green. It's about not only about environmental justice, it's also about social justice, because the one cannot go without the other. So for Earth Day, we put that message front and center in our campaign. Now, from there, echoing also our brand values, we then went looking for who are the right partners for us to tell our story, to partner with us in the journey, using the moment of Earthy for sure, but in the journey of in catalyzing our brand into the global atmosphere. Long story short, we ended up from a European perspective, but globally we had a global campaign. But for example, for Europe, we ended up partnering with Flock Together. Flock Together is a London-based amazing group of people that is doing their contribution of how they want to make the journey of the outdoor and the outside, if you're in London, inclusive. And they have started their journey around their passion of birdwatching. And I think we thought it was amazing. Now, for us then to say, hey, let's work around Earth Day and give you a platform, using our brand as a platform, is beneficial for both parties, because we're clearly passionate about the same thing. We are giving them a platform. They have impact in their communities. And then I think the word that I haven't said yet is long-term, right? Long-term wise, there will be the return on investment, right? And I think that's another thing that often people overlook is, what do you want to invest in short-term versus long-term, building out and growing the community of your brand, which then for you to get there, you need to partner with all the levels, right? Of where people are in the so-called pyramid, that I think is dead, but that's another conversation.
Well, I think it's so true. And I think we really saw that when on that campaign work with you, in a way you could put a pyramid around the talent that you cast, but that wasn't the objective. That wasn't the point. Loyal Kana is a musician passionately trying to create urban green initiatives in London, for instance, or whether you're working with urban farmers or climate change activists, these people, from a follower point of view, you could put into a pyramid. You could probably put them into a pyramid based on a number of other data metrics, but really it's about the story that they can tell and the awareness, but also talking to different communities and talking to different audiences. And I think that's what's really exciting when a brand kind of throws out all the data and metrics a little bit and just goes to the heart and to the truth of it all. I think the data is really important to be able to support some of the decisions that get made. But I think creatively, that storytelling piece really has to be front and center of the brief. And, we talk about people first narratives, and we talk about the importance of telling real stories, which means that we can't escape that word authentic, which ironically is so overused, it very rarely carries the weight of its true meaning. And I was wondering for you, in terms of how do you check yourself with that authenticity piece? I know that for you, it really is about what they represent and what that story is, but how do you ensure that because you do it very well. Other brands will go and pick great stories, but it feels contrived and it does feel inauthentic with the best will in the world. How do you maintain and keep that lens to allow that authenticity to actually come through?
Mm-hmm. Well, let's start with the word authentic, right? Authentic means that you're not faking it, right? So, which means that you need to be honest. Mm-hmm. And you need to be true to yourself. Mm-hmm. In order to, and it's a human thing, right? In order to be true to yourself, you need to know yourself very well. Look around you in the human world, right? People are most attracted to people who know who they are. That doesn't mean that someone needs to be overly confident. You can have the amazing fisherman who says, this is my life. This is what I am, and I'm content with that. I'm happy with that. This is my definition. What happens is automatically people get attracted to these kind of, to these kind of people. Now, the reason why I'm saying that, connecting it to authentic, is the number one starting point for brands to go into a relationship, which by default, the number one non-negotiable to go into the best relationships in the human race is when you are yourself, right? So for brands, that's also the same thing. And how do you do that? By having strong value systems, by having strong, we call it in brand marketing land, CMVPs, know who your consumer is, know what your mission is, know what your vision is. If you know that very well, then you will have that anchor point to then say, okay, who should we partner with that has these similar kind of ambitions and values and passions. And I think if you start there, you often cannot go wrong, right? Because and that is for me authentic, right? That was your question. Authentic is know who you are, stay true to that, and partner with people that also have a very strong understanding, but are passionate about the same kind of thing, right? That is what, for me, is authenticity. Because if there's a disconnect between who you are and the consumer understands who you are, and the people that you welcome into your family, in your house, when there's a huge disconnect, consumers will say, but I don't get this, right? And I think that's important if we think about being authentic.
And how does that authenticity marry with what the medium of influencer marketing has become? And when I say the medium, I do mean kind of that quantifying through data. For some brands, they go to influencer platforms, maybe a bit more click and buy as a model, or perhaps it's really more of a searching via databases and things like that. What is your view on, I guess, what is more traditionally considered influencer marketing in that space? Do you think it has a place, or do you think it's something that does not allow what a brand needs to do to truly come through?
Well, I think it's the famous combination between what do you want? Are you choosing for reach, or are you choosing for engagement, or are you choosing for a healthy combination of the two? Influence and people of influence can serve ideally both, often not, right? You can pay the biggest bucks for or do a media buy of a human body, right? Because that's what but if that person, right, is completely not in sync or doesn't passionately believe in your product or what you do, your engagement will be low, right? And for me as a marketeer, finding that balance, right, is incredibly important. And it's really the art and science, right, that you need to apply. You need to know, okay, you know what, do I want to have impact immediately, right? And what do I have in my marketing mix versus I want to make sure that people are passionately engaged with my brand, which the engagement will then resonate as much, especially when we look at, yes, you can have one macro, but if we all globally play together with the world of micro, you might get there as well with more passion and engagement, right? So it's really, and it's the job of the marketeer, right, to then look at the entire marketing mix, look at the mission ahead, and see, hey, what's what here, and what do I need? But still, then but that's maybe, again, that's my professional opinion. You can still have the biggest billboard that you book on the planet. If that person passionately is obsessed with the same things that you are, right? I still will go prioritize engagement.
Yeah,
and that's a metrics as well. That's a metric as much as the other data. Yeah,
I think it's so aligned with how we talk when we're working with clients. We talk about performance, perception, and passion, the three P's. And and really what you're trying to do, are we trying to drive sales using influence? Are we trying to create brand emotion? Are we trying to create engagement and audience sentiment? And I think that is also where that pyramid structure or layers of influence, no matter where they sit in a pyramid, really come in. Because I also think, for that authentic connection, that's about the passion points. And the passion points don't often translate the people that you work with to truly express passion. If you put them on a billboard, the average consumer walking down the street will not know who they are, right? Visually, you are not going to get that instant being sold by a famous celebrity influencer type thing, which is why I think there is opportunity. Either your brand messaging has to therefore stand alone and have its own moment, or it's use of a different type of influence for that medium. And I think what the social spaces really allows is to democratize the conversation. With that democratization, though, also comes a really strong responsibility from a brand marketeer to preserve the brand and brand value so that it is consistent across all of these channels. Because I think you can very easily dilute a brand when you're having other people tell its brand story. And I think that's something that Timberland does very well and is consistent in all the different layers of influence and in all the different marketing channels that you use. What ultimately this is about the fundamental truth that you guys believe in, which is that people are nature. And so however that translates by whomever is translating that message for you, be that Flock Together, be that Loyal Kana, be that whoever, they are all talking about the same purpose. What you are then subsequently doing in the background in terms of planting trees and giving back to environment and all the other essential work that brands now have a responsibility to do. The consistency of your message is what really sticks, I think. And therefore the authenticity piece, particularly to the new audiences that you're looking to tap into, we know that Gen Z audience is very much about brands that truly are standing for something and doing what they believe. And I think, therefore, have you looked at anything specific with this upcoming demographic? They're not upcoming anymore, but with this demographic that are driving purchase power and are wearing your product, have you looked at kind of specific strategies for engaging with that audience? Or is it part of what your overall strategy is, and you are just talking to everyone about your common message that people are nature?
It's a very good question. I think there's some really interesting shifts going on when we talk about Gen Z and their relationship to brands in comparison to when I was young in marketing land. And I think the big shift for us, for all of us brands, which I think is amazing, is that in today's world, and especially into the next decade, Gen Zers and the future generation of consumers will hold or are holding brands responsible for what they are saying, and it's if what they are saying is syncing up with what they are doing. Gone are the days that you could send in your PR people or have it on your annual reports that this was your vision, and you then as a brand were not living up to it, right? And that's why I think it's amazing, right? Because today, and I have full confidence in that new generation, they will hold you responsible, right? Now, for brands such as ours, for example, we say to the world that our vision is to build a more equitable and greener future, right? Then we have clear action plans around that we communicate to our consumers. One is on the sustainability front, we have made a commitment that we will be net positive by 2030. Which means we give more back to nature than we take. We have committed, we're going to do it in three ways: natural materials, circular design, which is we create product for disassembly, which is a step further, right? And the third one is through regenerative agriculture. Now, that is commitment that we have set out that we need to deliver on, because if not, the good news is the consumers will not take it, right? They will hold us responsible. How? They will stop buying, which, they have that power. The second one is you said it yourself, we believe there's no environmental justice without social justice. Green is planet and people. You cannot, disconnect the two from each other. Now there as well, as a brand, we said we need to then act upon it, right? And what we've done starting in North America with everything also that is going on this space, we sat down with Black-owned organizations, listened to them, worked with them and say, here's a program where based on Timberland and who we are, and based on what the Black community that, by the way, has made this brand also together with a lot of consumers to what it is today. They said, okay, we need the biggest support in these areas. So together, we set up a plan, we call it to work, that has 4 pillars. One is we need to get better in our own company and be more diverse. 2 is give back to the communities that made us. So we're starting to do the community work, zooming in on the famous I-95 corridor in, for people in the world, which, the New York, the Philadelphia's, the Baltimore, that's where people back then adopted our brand. So we're giving back, we're going back to the communities, working with Black-owned organizations there. Third pillar is design. A lot of young people in the world, especially from Black community, they love sneakers. They don't know that the path to sneaker culture and footwear design is industrial design. So we're working with Pencil, who is a Black-owned organization, to really help to create more awareness and access to that path. And then the fourth one is entrepreneurship. Anyway, you can read it on our responsibility section in timberland.com. But the reason why I'm saying is we need to deliver on that. Yeah. There's clear metrics that we have assigned, whether it's working with Black organizations or organizations from a sustainability perspective. And that pressure is also, which for me is amazing as a leader, is also being put on us by our consumers, right? Now, for a person as me working for a brand as Timberland, there's no better place for me to work, to come in and work my off, right? Knowing that I every day when I do that, I contribute, right? So having said that, going back to the world of influence, we can't do this on our own, right? So then to look globally at the innovators across whatever field it is, whether it's the creators, whether it's art, whether it's music, whether it's work, right? We're very driven by the work as a workwear brand combined with outdoor. Now, then to say, join us, right? Because we can't get there, and join us in this journey is looking at the world of influence beyond transaction and short term, right? Because as a brand, we have decided that for us as a brand, that's not where we want to go. We want to build the future. We want to move the world forward. It's in our mission. Now, that means that we need to have partners on our side to get there, partners of influence. The great thing with people as innovators in whatever they are very opinionated. They teach you as much as you teach them. I always say, from your influencers you learn, from your consumers you earn, right? So having them on our side is passion, right? And then throughout metrics, because you can data metrics that you also build a journey together globally, right? Grow your ecosystem globally with people that are passionate about the same things that you're passionate about.
I think we should leave it there, because that is the perfect way to end. Grow it with people that are passionate about things you're passionate about. Drika, thank you. It's been really insightful. I don't know if we have any Q&A things that have popped up. I haven't seen anything, but I don't know if that's going to change. Potentially not, but I will kind of really just say thank you so much for your time. It has been fascinating. Oh, we do have one. What recommendations would you give to other marketeers in how to best work with influencers to tell real stories?
Yeah, very good question. So thank you from wherever you are zooming in the world. So for me, the way I look at it is it's a triangle. And I always say, what is the best thing to do for your brand? What is the best thing to do for your consumer? And what is the best thing to do for the marketplace that you're dealing with? And it's kind of a triangle, right? Then this is also how you should approach the partnerships, right? And the who, and not only the who, also the what are you doing with them? Because for me, that's equally often where things go wrong. It's you partner with people who fit that triangle, right? Because they can be the most amazing, in our case, activist on the planet. If there's no relevance for our consumer in the marketplace that the consumer lives in, global, regional, country, right? You might not be the right partner. So really selecting the people based on that. I go back to where I started in the beginning, based on the understanding of who you are, right? Because often that's where things go wrong, right? And build that portfolio in that way, but then equally making sure that what you do with them, right, is syncing up with, is it the right thing to do for the brand and what the brand stands for? Is it the right thing to do for the consumer in the marketplace that he or she lives in? And then maybe you might say, this partnership doesn't make any sense, because I cannot answer the question of why. Why am I working with these people doing what, right? If there's no clear meaning in that, then again, you're thinking very short-term, transactional, and that only gets you so far.
And I think that's there is another question here that kind of leads into that, which is, how is Timberland identifying consumers who are passionate about the same things as the brand? How are you finding that link?
Yeah, it's a very good question. So welcome to the world of marketing, right? ABCs. Brands, they build brand muses. and why do we build brand muses, which is different than a buying segment, right? We build brand muses because this is whom we are creating the future for, right? So it's that aspiration level of consumers that allows you then to push your brand forward, right? So, and for us, when we think about consumers, right, we think about both. We think about the North Star, we think about the brand muse that we define as a persona with characteristics that are, again, in relationship, not in a void, in relationship to your brand in the marketplace that you need to deal with. Because if you are a brand that only operates in America or only operates in China, your answer might be different, right?
Mhm.
Or your questions might be different. So I think that process of how to go about it, and then yes, you still have your buying segments, which is much more business related. It's also looking in how can we grow our ecosystem, but the brand muse is guiding you into the future, and those are the two things, especially brand muse, that you need to focus on when you say, hey, which consumers, what are their value systems, which persona. So that's a little bit of how it works. Does that make sense?
That makes perfect sense. And yes, definitely not market by market, not one size fits all. We'll leave it there. Thank you for your time. Thank you to everyone that joined in and contributed as well. And I hope everyone enjoys the rest of the Brand Innovator Summit at Cannes. And good luck as well with your Cannes entries. And yeah, we will hopefully speak again soon.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, thanks so much, Drika. And thank you so much, Emma. And hey, Drika, I got to say, I'm a big Romelu Lukaku fan from his Everton days. And I can tell you that Belgium is going to the final this time. They are.
Honestly, can I just talk about that?
Please do.
I'm telling you, based on what I'm seeing right now, we have a very, very, very good chance. Because we're killing it right now.
You are, I mean, going in, you're the favorite. I mean, I just got to say, the team, is incredibly constructed, great balance of youth, attack, yes, defense. The coach has them playing amazing. Listen, I'm totally with you. I support the Dutch, just so you know, but I mean, my team always disappoints us. So I'm not even worried about it.
I love the Dutch, but I have to admit, in this tournament, Belgium is better.
Yes, you are correct. I'll be thinking of you.
We love our neighbors. We love our neighbors.
Yes.
But when you see Lukaku doing his thing, and De Bruyne is in the back,
yes,
there's no stopping us.
I know. I agree with you. I'm rooting
Sorry,
for you.
I'm a football lover.
It's all good. Enjoy the match with Finland, and thank you, Emma, for for giving us a really, really cool conversation, some great insightful questions, and look forward to seeing you all in person very soon.
Thank you, everybody.
Good luck. Thanks, Drika.
Bye.
All right. I mean, the Euros are such a big deal, right? Talking about knowing your market, knowing where your consumers are. I mean, there's so much going on in the world of football right now. And I say football because, again, other than us in the Western, across the Atlantic, nobody else calls it soccer, right? So it's a huge couple of weeks for soccer. There's Euros going on. There's Copa America going on at the same time, which is crazy. It has been my absolute pleasure to be your MC for this morning. And I will now be joined by my colleague, Andrea, who is going to be taking over as the MC for me for the second half of day one of the Cannes Brand Innovator Summit. So let's just wait for Andrea to get on, and she will then introduce our next set of speakers. And while we wait for Andrea to come in, I just wanted to quickly say, I hope you join us for day two and for the rest of the programming, for this week, because we have some really, really good conversations lined up for the next couple of days. Again, a variety of different brands and some really, really great speakers. And so I'm hoping that all of you can join us. And if by any chance, you were unable to join today's event, or maybe the rest of the events that we have going on, because of course life happens, meetings happen, please do tune in to our Brand Innovators channel on YouTube, where all of these conversations are going to be available for on-demand viewing. So please do that. I think we've been getting a lot of tremendous feedback on the YouTube option, so that you're able to get to the conversations that you're really interested in. So yeah, definitely do that. All right, let's do this. I will actually go forward and introduce the next set of speakers to get us moving, just in case we're having any technical difficulties. And so let's continue the conversation by introducing the next set of speakers. So I'm super excited to welcome to the stage Mehdi Tabrizi, the CMO at Moda Health, who's joined by Jason Oates, a good friend of ours, a chief business officer at Live Intent, and also a damn good musician. By the way, if you ever have a chance to check out Jason, do that, absolutely. And so I'm going to pass it on to Jason, and maybe take it away. And I think at the end of this conversation, Andrea will likely come in to wrap up. So thanks so much, guys. Take it away.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you everyone for joining us today. Mehdi, how are you doing today?
I'm good, Jason. Nice to see you again.
Yeah, great to see you. And thanks for the prep discussion we had earlier. I'm looking forward to this discussion. I thought we'd start out just a little bit about ourselves, just so people, know who we are. I'll start. I'm Jason Oates over at Live Intent, one of the co-founders and chief business officer. And just for those who are unfamiliar with Live Intent, we took the best of advertising technology and married it up to the best marketing channel ever created from our perspective, which is email. We created the fourth largest logged in media channel outside of Facebook, Amazon, and Google. And we make it possible for brands to reach over 200 million consumers in North America every month as they consume email. Email newsletters, alerts, announcements, transactional emails. And these emails are actually sent and delivered by traditional publishers like the New York Times and Washington Post, but also non-traditional publishers like Walmart and Kraft and General Mills and Fanatics. So if you want to reach people as they're consuming email newsletters, Live Intent is definitely the place to do it in a real-time bidding format. So without further ado, people came here to talk to hear what you have to say. So let's dive in. Just love to kind of hear a little bit more from you, Mehdi, on what brought you to Moda, and tell us a little bit about your journey that brought you here, and then what you do at the current company.
Sure, a lot to cover there. So prior to Moda, I was at innovation design branding firm called Ziba for about a decade, where we worked across many Fortune companies around innovation, across all the different types of innovation, whether it was business model, product design, service design, experience design, retail, and so forth. And Moda Health was a client that we helped rebrand the organization. So I kind of joined them to help build the brand, since we renamed the organization and rebranded them. So that's how I came to Moda Health, and I've been with the organization for about 6.5 years. Moda Health is a regional healthcare organization, a very entrepreneurial organization, primarily in the health insurance business. That's medical, dental, as well as pharmacy, across all lines of business: commercial, Medicare, individual, Medicaid. And we have a portfolio of businesses, about 10 different businesses, all across the value chain of the healthcare. So that gives you a little bit of context about me. I'm happy to go more in depth, Jason.
Oh no, and as the CMO, and I think most people understand what CMOs do, but within your company, what is your primary focus as the CMO?
Well, it covers all aspects of marketing. It covers brand building. It covers product marketing. It covers digital experiences. So it's the entire spectrum. It covers. We have a great sponsorship with the title sponsors of the Portland Trailblazers. So that's an important aspect of our marketing. So it really, communication with our members, providers. So it's the full spectrum.
That's great. Well, gives you plenty to work on and never be bored. I'm sure.
Yeah, board. It's always, marketing is always so exciting. I mean, you're always trying to stay relevant from what's happening in the market, the cultural aspects that are continuously evolving. I talked about the different generations that we're trying to market to today, especially in healthcare. We have potentially 5 generations today in the workforce, and every one of them is uniquely different. So, and then the media and the channels are always constantly expanding. So you're never bored being in a marketing function. That's for sure.
Yeah. Hard to talk about healthcare and not talk about the pandemic. Obviously, last year was terrible year in many respects. But you're in healthcare, so I'd love to hear a little bit from your perspective how the pandemic impacted your business, your customers, acquisition and retention, from that perspective, and then maybe a perspective on the impact it had on people that you work with. Like, were you able to work from home and how it impacted your business that way? But starting with the customer and
certainly.
that core.
Well, I think one of the things there was a number of things that obviously we noticed. One was people were less reluctant to change. So acquisition became much more difficult, right? There's always risks when you're trying to change your healthcare provider, and in the midst of a pandemic, you're not going to be doing that. So acquisition was certainly much more challenging, which meant there was a higher level of retention, right? So, and obviously utilization of your benefits was also significantly less. But we've seen that pick up. But also we saw the increase in utilization of new ways of, in terms of telemedicine, for example. That became, a new way that people engage with their providers. Prior to the COVID, it was starting to increase a little bit, but it still was significantly less. I mean, telemedicine, telehealth has been around for a long time, but the utilization of them was very low. But with the COVID, we saw that significantly increased. In some cases, it went from single digits to the mid 30s in terms of adoption. And now it's back probably to the 18 and 19%. We also saw that mostly with primary care, but also in other specialties like mental health, for example. So it created new habits, and it was good for the consumer because they were able to access providers in more ways than before, in terms of in after hours and over weekends, and access often can be difficult, and yet they were able to make appointments for the same day. So these were all great benefits for the consumers, and I think in many ways also providers also benefit from them, because now they could interact with their patients not just from their office but from their home at their convenient time. So I think it brought a lot more balance of work-life balance for the physicians also. So those are some of the changes that we've seen. Obviously, there's other changes that are happening with devices entering the market, and I think we'll continue to do so. In terms of our marketing function working from home, I don't think we missed a beat. Obviously, it was much more difficult and in some cases not possible to create, for example, new advertising campaigns and do advertising shoots and so forth. But for the rest of it, it was, in many ways, in some ways actually became more productive, believe it or not, because you didn't have the interruptions of dailies and just being able to connect one-on-one much more frequently and stay in touch. So we found that to be very effective, actually. The only area of challenge, I think, was often around when you're doing concepting and brainstorming. That was a lot more challenging, and we were able to still adopt some tools that enabled us to get better at it, but kind of nothing replaces that, being in person, building on each other's thoughts and ideas, seeing a lot of creatives on the walls, all that kind of stuff was probably the area that we kind of missed the most.
I feel like a lot of us had bias against maybe working from home. I know that I did, so I can only maybe speak for myself, but a lot of other managers and a lot of other people around me, in any business, I imagine that there's probably doctors and hospitals that were also reluctant to fully embrace telemedicine. And They probably had to go through a lot of advancement, a lot of evolution to be able to support all those people that wanted to do telemedicine. At first I struggled. I'm a caregiver for my mom who lives in Minneapolis and I live in Brooklyn. And just trying to get her doctor to say, listen, she's in pain. It's hard for her to get to the doctor. Can we just talk about this? And their presets seem to always be, no, we really want to see her. And so now it's much easier. Now they're like, no, we can totally do this appointment. So that's always my first question. Like, right, we have to accomplish this. Can we do this virtually? So do you feel like, the healthcare providers and maybe even you guys had to evolve very quickly? And what did you need to do to respond to the new paradigm of doing more telemedicine?
Well, I think technology helps a lot, right? So, I mean, if you think about it, I had the same reservations about working from home because in the past, when you worked from home, you were not really connected. We did not have the Zooms and the Teams and all of that. So I think we have to remember that's the enabler that has enabled us to cross the chasm and create these experiences that we all feel like are compelling and can work. So to me, that's been the big change. And when we were able to connect as many people as possible virtually, that was very different to previously being on a phone, not being able to see expressions, not being able to share documents. So I think that was a big factor. And I think the same with in terms of providers. In providers in the past, we used to have a service called eDoc, where you could send an email to your doctor and send, for example, if you had a photo of your rash, you could send it. But that's not the same thing as being in a two-way synchronous way of talking to your doctor and having that continuous dialogue versus me sending something, waiting for to get it back. So I think it's the technology that's kind of enabled us to really, cross the chasm and adopt these new experiences.
And speaking of another technology issue that seems to be rampant in healthcare is having one view of the customer, or even the customer having one view of themselves. Some people use MyChart, other people use other systems, and those systems actually don't really communicate very well. So that becomes, the advocates, like I have to marry up those different systems to make sure the med lists are exactly the same and things like that. Is there more focus out there trying to connect the dots so it makes it easier for the consumer, especially someone who's older, maybe suffering from Alzheimer's or something? Like right now, it's way too complicated.
Yeah, definitely. There's more mandates from the government in terms of interoperability that's happening. I think you're going to see a lot more of that going on moving forward, because obviously that's a big gap. I mean, if you're moving from one state to another, right, and you want to make sure your data is available to the physician. So to your point, seeing that real 360 view of the customer, I think is critical to providing the right level of treatment and diagnosis. So I think we're going to get there in the next few years with some of the things that are going on in terms of mandates.
Great. So outside, so last year we know the challenges that we all had, last year. Now we got, this year going on. So over the next 12 months, what do you see as some of the bigger challenges that you're facing from a marketing team perspective, or from just overall marketing perspective?
I mean, I think the marketing perspective, we're kind of back to the pre-COVID soon. And it's always about building relationships with customers. It's about being authentic. It's about being relevant to them. And it's getting more and more complex to be able to do that because of, the expansion of so much content in our world, right? I talk about the content is a real issue because it's not just the volume, but our ability to retain is also being diminished. So even if you have a great ad, but in 2 seconds later, you saw another 50 ads. So the ability to recall that is becoming more of a challenge. And I think all this leads to more in terms of how do you build long-term relationships, and not just through advertising, but through the experience that they have with your brands in every interaction. I'm still a big believer in the word of mouth. And I think that only comes with people truly having great experiences, having personal experiences. And I think the one I talk about a lot, I think I shared that with you, Jason, was about context. I think that's the most important factor, is context. A lot of times brands are interacting with customers not when they want to be interacted with, when your service is their top of mind. And that certainly happens a lot in healthcare too, especially because in healthcare, purchasing happens in the individual and Medicare over a few weeks, right?
6 weeks?
6
like
weeks,
that?
open
6
enrollment,
weeks.
right? So, but also in terms of experiences with providers and hospitals, it's those moments of truth. And those moments of truth are in the context of, did I just have an accident? Did I have an injury, or did I, was I diagnosed with a chronic conditions? So context is, I believe, is critical. It's only when you have the right context is then when you can actually personalize them.
Right.
So to me, contextualization is a critical success factor. And it's hard because you have so many different people, so many different situations. In many industries like healthcare, the customer journey is not linear, where you have bought the product, I go through it, purchase it, use it, right? It's episodic. For example, in healthcare, you could be healthy today and never go to a doctor, and all of a sudden you're using it because you got this condition and you're going to be in the hospital and then care and so forth. So it's much more complex within the context of healthcare.
Well, then what it makes it even more complex is, one, you have to figure out how to use context in, when advertising. So when you're trying to acquire net new customers, and that's where that 6-week open enrollment period is so critical. And then using context when they are a customer, and then making them, aiding them and understanding their needs and making sure they're aware of what needs to happen next, and then maybe coaching them through that next step and leveraging context to make sure they have a good experience throughout that journey. So on the front end, when it comes to advertising, net new customers that you're going after, how are you able to leverage context and then marry the context with the messaging and with the overlay of HIPAA regulations? Because you can use some information, you can't use other information. Right. So talk to us about that complexity.
Well, it's not easy, and you have to be super clear about your segmentation, right? And also you have to be very clear about using your data. Data science becomes really important factor because knowing who's already purchased your product can give you a good indication who's likely to purchase your product, right? So, and obviously there's third-party information too. It's really trying to put the puzzle together and really understanding who is your real audience. It's not everyone, obviously, right? And being super clear as to what's the most effective way to reach them and impact them. That's the same for retention too. In the context of retention, you always have a lot more information about them because you have a history of their interactions with you. You have a history of their medical situation. So you can really develop a much more comprehensive insights using those data and intelligence to really trying to make connections with them. And that's what we're investing a lot of time and money trying to do that. And that doesn't mean you're always going to be spot on at time, but at least you're in the the boundaries of relevancy of time or moments that you can really make that interactions in a way that's meaningful and relevant to them.
Right. I imagine that some of the easier targeting that you're doing around these groups that you're going after would be simple age, obviously. When you're doing that, are you going after both the people that want to get the coverage, but also possibly caregivers? So instead of just looking at people 65 plus that can, come into a program, are you also going after the caregivers? Like, what is that?
Yeah, definitely. I think when it comes to Medicare, again, in the different lines of healthcare, you have individual market, you have Medicare, you have Medicaid, and each of those you have to treat very differently. So in the context of Medicare, definitely you have to understand the caregiver are often the decision makers, right? So being able to reach them is critical. So you basically have to know your customer, understand the purchasing decisions, the priorities in what they're seeking, and obviously trying to address those, but also understanding who is the customer that your brand is trying to connect with, right? It's not every customer. Who's that strategic customer that you're trying to reach because you're trying to deliver a promise to them, right? And you believe those people would value the promise that you're trying to offer them. So being really clear about who that is.
Right. And you had mentioned that, sometimes knowing your current customer will help you sometimes identify net new customers, the right cohorts. We may have talked a little bit about this during our prep, but you are familiar with lookalike audiences a little bit. So that's where you may upload a set of customers that look a lot like your best customers. Right. You're looking for people that are going to act alike or look a lot like them. But yet you're balancing, the ability to do those things with HIPAA regulations and things like that. So are you currently using lookalike audiences with the likes of Facebook or anybody else where you're uploading a segment and say, hey, go find me more people that look like this? We're
at the beginning of it, to be honest with you. We have to be kind of mindful, again, like you said, the HIPAA regulations. So we're sort of starting to scratch the surface. That's probably the best way to put it. Yeah, I mean, we're also doing a lot of studies around, purchase propensity, right? Who's more likely to purchase you? And so leveraging our own data and other sets, and then hopefully being able to marry that with the likes that you just mentioned, so we can find more of those people.
Great. For those in the audience who are curious about lookalikes and how that works with HIPAA, I've been prepping for a roundtable around healthcare and stuff. And what I was told was that you can still do lookalike audiences. You're uploading email hashes of those customers to someone like a Facebook or a Live Intent. And as long as that publisher is HIPAA, compliant, then you can go ahead and leverage some first-party data to do things like lookalikes, or maybe eventually having an audience that you might be able to suppress. So it's like, hey, I want to find net new, but I don't want any of my current customers to see these advertisements. I don't want to waste a single dollar trying to convert someone that's already converted. So it seems like healthcare is definitely evolving and finding new ways or existing ways of leveraging first-party data without having any regulatory issues. So
yeah, it's a process, and you got to be obviously careful because of the regulations and make sure you're within the guidelines. And some areas is very stringent.
Yeah. When it comes to some of the segmentation things that we're talking about, a lot of people are very freaked out about the cookieless world that is possibly coming, the cookie apocalypse, the deprecation of third-party cookie, and IDFA by Apple. There's lots of new things that have been, that are coming out that make targeting and optimization and attribution a lot more difficult. Love to kind of hear from your perspective, how do these headwinds impact your business, and maybe what are some of the things that you're doing around, targeting, optimization, attribution in a cookieless world, what you might be doing to prepare for that, or what you might be doing in the future to prepare for that?
Yeah, I mean, we're obviously monitoring it and looking at how it will be impacted, but in terms of overall, again, the different channels of how people purchase healthcare is it's somewhat unique, because in the context of individual market, you can go to the government site, right? And that's where a lot of people go. So some come to your site, and then you have the agents and so forth. So in terms of its overall impact, it's probably a lot less than some of the other businesses. That's for sure. But we are constantly looking at ways to optimize it, retarget, and do those things. And I think we've seen some good results, but again, it varies depending on the segment of the line of business that you're in, and because of the reasons I explained to you. But again, we are also looking at monitoring what's going on with the cookieless world and how that impacts, and seeing what that means for our business. So I think this year will be very interesting in terms of as we go through it, and the insights that will come from that.
Some people are out there, rethinking how you buy media. The cookie allowed you to get at the individual level, or somewhat, probabilistic, not deterministic. But sometimes probabilistic can be good enough. As that stuff becomes more complicated, it seems like some buyers are going more into buying cohorts of customers, like groups, like a PMP. You mentioned context is really super important to you. So content and context is really super important. So are you out there buying private marketplaces, PMPs, and saying, yeah, we're interested in people that are visiting this sort of content. So if we can either find them when they're in that content or after they've maybe left that content and they're somewhere else, like how do we, are you trying to buy like, you know, potentially audiences or cohorts in a different way that maybe isn't dependent as much on cookies?
Not yet. Not yet. That's, again, some of the areas that we're starting to explore as to what it means for us. You know, again, in healthcare, because of so many factors, regulations, state regulations, federal, it's kind of behind the other industries in many ways when it comes to a lot of the technologies. So, and you also have to kind of, you don't want to be the disruptor necessarily. So you kind of have to sort of see how it's proven before you get into it. So we kind of try to be an early adopter, but not necessarily trying to be the first one, trying to you know, address a lot of these things.
Not a lot of massive innovation starting with, you know, within healthcare. Usually healthcare is a reluctant follower, but that's not your problem. That's the whole industry.
It's the industry. I mean, we're talking about people's health. We're talking about, and you know, it's an expensive purchase, obviously as well, and it's very highly regulated. So all those things probably are the reasons why, you know, for the kind of being behind the innovation in terms of marketing compared to some of the other industries.
Yeah. From a media mix perspective, you know, talking a little bit about the mix of media, whether it's, you know, TV, outdoor, radio, digital, how do you look at that, and how, like, what are the buckets percentage wise?
Yeah, I mean, we look at all of them. It varies. Like obviously last year, outdoor was not very little, right?
Right.
And it varies depending on your segment. Radio can still be very effective in some segments. You know, TV is a little bit more challenging. We're starting to experiment with over-the-top TV kind of and streaming and those types of things. But we look at the whole mix, and we look at it again. We look at the line of business. We look at the customer, and ultimately, it's about where do we reach them? What's the most effective way? And you know, direct mail is still very effective.
Oh yeah,
hugely effective. So especially in the context of healthcare, right? So again, we look at all those channels and mediums, but I would say, you know, obviously digital is big, search is big, and probably TV less so. But depending on, like, if you're in, say, in some of the non-urban areas, you get outside, radio and outdoor can become really important. So the location, the segments, the line of business, all of those play a big part in thus choosing what are the right mix for that audience.
I asked about media mix a little bit because eMarketer had produced a report, I think it was January or February, and it really, you know, really talked about, like, during the pandemic, a lot of brands pulled out their marketing and had to mix things up, and you know, but a lot of it was pausing. You know, like the current commercial is no longer relevant. We need to change the communication. We have to be relevant to the COVID paradigm, and now brands are coming back. And what the research is showing is billions and billions of dollars more pouring into digital. It's coming from out of home. It's coming from TV. It's coming from mediums where it's harder to move budget around or cancel or create new assets for, like TV. Really difficult to pull out of those commitments, especially if you have upfront commitments. Secondarily, if you got to change a commercial drastically, that could take months. You got the talent, the writing it, the shooting it, the editing, then the launching, getting it all out there. And while that's gotten easier because a lot of it is digital now, it's still a big problem. So the issue that's creating is that even within Facebook, I think like $3 billion more this year than last year or something like that. Like the trajectory is more money will be spent on Amazon, Facebook, and Google than ever anticipated, in the billions.
Yeah.
That's causing upward pressure on pricing for a lot of companies that are digital first.
Right.
Are you seeing that increase in costs, and is that actually
I think we'll see it in the next couple of months when we get closer to the open enrollment. That's when a lot of we start seeing that. But yeah, it's kind of expected. Your thoughts around TV is absolutely right, because it still takes time to develop new campaigns and talent and writing and shooting and all that. And then there's a commitment to it, right? But I also want to say last year, despite the challenges, there was a lot of great spots that were created. And in some ways, it showed that you can create great spots without a lot of investment in terms of production. And I think that was interesting, right? Because we're all these great productions that you see, and yet it showed that at the end of the day, it's about the story, right? And how do you connect with the hearts and minds of people? And what is that story you're trying to tell? It's not just about the production. So I thought there was a lot of good takeaways, what we can learn from last year's in terms of the advertising that we saw.
Yeah, sometimes it felt more authentic.
Exactly.
Less glitzy, less like, hey, let's make this like, oh, it's gonna be as good as Game of Thrones. Like, no, it's a 30-second spot, or it's just 60. Like, so sometimes it just comes across, and I felt better connection with people because it's just more real.
Exactly. More authentic, more real, more about the message than the noise around it, right? So yeah, I thought those, and then significant reduction in production costs. You could do a spot. We did a spot last year in literally a few weeks, and it was very impactful, right? Whereas normally it would be months.
Yeah. I'm going to switch gears a little bit, and we talked about the journey a little bit, and one of the things that in previous discussion, you talked about some of the challenges are silos. People actually just acquisition only, or they're really just thinking about retention, and they're not thinking about it in the broader context of the journey that this person's going on. Where are they in the journey? Whose turn is it to talk to them? And then coordinating that across all the departments, breaking down those silos that actually were problematic. Where's Moda in that process, and in terms of being able to collaborate across different groups and really follow the journey? How challenging is that?
Sure. We've made a lot of strides in that. We're very collaborative across the different functions, but still a challenge. You know what I mean? You have what I call the phone customer service versus the digital customer service, which is all your apps and portals. And then, for example, in the context of our organization, we have healthcare people that are dealing with patients in terms of their case coordinations, in terms of wellness and so forth. So trying to put all this together, right, and be able to have that journey, again, also in the context of healthcare where it's episodic, it's really, really difficult, but you got to work through it. And that's what we're doing. And again, we're adopting ways to more collaborate with those functions. How do we bring systems and structures in ways that allows us to at least have visibility across from a customer that just went through someone and now they're speaking to someone else? How can we make sure? So I think, again, with advancements in technology, integration, a lot of those things will become a lot more easier. But having worked with so many other businesses in other industries in my prior work, I just find healthcare a lot more challenging because of the nature of it, basically.
Right. And are you building everything in-house, or are you using some vendors, to help manage, all the data? Because the hardest thing is actually, like each one of the groups maybe, having one view of the customer. Right. Are there certain technologies or certain companies that you rely on to help you navigate that, or are you building everything in-house?
Well, previously we were relying on building a lot in-house, and that just becomes, you have to kind of find what are the ones that you truly are your IP and which are the ones that you need to complement. And I think now we're going through that realization that it's not possible to build everything in-house. So you have to be very strategic of what is that core that you're building and what are those spokes that you're kind of complementing it through the outside, and then how do you obviously connect all of them together. So we're going through that process right now.
Got it. I'm sure that's challenging.
Oh, very. I mean, well, you got to start with you have, especially in the context again of insurance, you have a lot of legacy systems because you have your claims data and all of these and on certain enterprise systems. And then now you're trying to build this 360 view of a customer through a new database sets. And how do you get all these things together with millions and billions of records? That's the challenge, obviously.
Yeah. Now, when you're communicating with customers, are you doing that through, apps, through emailing them? Like, what is the primary way of you communicating with your current customers?
Email and direct mail.
Email and direct mail. Yeah. Great channels. Yeah. still works.
And then phone.
And then you mentioned eventually, phone. Yep. And eventually, does that include text? Like, is text?
It's beginning. You also have to make sure, again, from a HIPAA opt-in and when can you do text. So again, there's kind of regulations around texting, and especially in the context of Medicare market and so forth. And so we're beginning to experiment a lot more with text.
Got it. And we talked a little bit on the acquisition side. Now we're talking about retention. Will you also be experimenting, loading up audiences that maybe are just harder to engage with, or it's just another way of re-engaging, but maybe using people-based marketing platforms, uploading customer segments, and then messaging people, just finding them where they're hanging out. Like, they might not be answering your emails or looking in your app, and maybe just throwing away your direct mail. So is there a way of leveraging first-party data, maybe in the future, where you're leveraging first-party data to communicate with people outside of the borders of your own properties and direct mail and email?
In terms of retention, again, at the end of the day, you want to make meaningful interactions, right? So if the person is not engaged because they're not going to a doctor, they don't think of health insurance is not their priority and top of mind. The question is, how are you creating value for them, right? Mm-hmm. So that becomes the biggest challenge, is how do we create value? What is it that they'll be interested in having an engagement with us? The ones that are already, let's say they have a chronic conditions, they're already highly engaged, right? For them, it's how do we help them on their journey to get better, right? And then you have the whole spectrum of people that come in and go out. So ultimately, every engagement is about creating value for them. So I think for me, it's always trying to understand where's the intersection between us and them, in terms of, once we know how to create that value, I think then it becomes easier how to reach them, when to reach them, and what to say. But I think that value creation through interaction, I think, is the primary responsibility for us to kind of understand and appreciate what that is.
I wasn't sure if there might be a world where leveraging native or something that seems more endemic, or advertorial, where you're actually trying to reach out and find current customers, but getting that education information out there, leveraging the media pipes to do more retention. So that retention isn't just all about email and phones and direct mail, but that you're leveraging all the ad tech and martech pipes to find people where they're hanging out and get that communication out to them. Again, balancing the challenges of HIPAA at the same time, right? And maybe only working with people that are HIPAA compliant might be a new way of doing that.
As I said, reaching is fine, but with what message? What value are you creating, right?
Right.
And I think the expectations of people in terms of interactions with their health insurance are maybe a little bit different, in terms of, they don't want to be just, it's not like I'm a fashion company trying to inspire you with some, I got to really try to provide value to you as it pertains to your health. And if it's not to your health, the health of your kids, your community.
Right.
So to me, it's always about what does that value look like for them?
Right. Something that's very popular in the news and obviously been getting a lot of airplay, is around diversity and inclusion, within companies. Any initiatives internally, as a company to address, diversity and inclusion?
Well, I mean, it's a big part of our organization as well, and it has been. I mean, I remember when I first joined the company, I was part of our diversity committee. So for us, it's been within the organization for a number of years, and every year we're trying to really build on that, both from an employee perspective, but also from the customer's perspective. And then there are also rules and regulations that are coming that you have to adopt in terms of when you're searching a doctor and knowing information about them in terms of maybe their race and gender and things like that, so that people can make choices based on those things as well. So yeah, it's a big part of the organization, and for us, it's an important part.
Great. Now, time check, let's just make sure, so at 3:20. I don't see any questions popping up. Hopefully I have the right Q&A open. Oh, there's a chat. It's here. 5 minutes left. Just for fun, let's talk a little bit about how did you keep your sanity during COVID? What were the delightful things that you did just to kind of keep yourself distracted or to have fun while you were at home for month over month?
Well, it was a challenge, I can assure you that. It really was a challenge. For me, my best avenue was just every day I would try to walk for an hour at least. Just exercise was my only way of really keeping my sanity. And I do think connecting with my team helped a lot. I would just call individuals just to see how they're doing and just chat. And so being able to maintain those connections, those relationships with the team was very helpful for me. But yeah, I mean, exercise and just walking, even though there was many days that, especially in Portland, Oregon, I didn't want to go out and it was cold and raining, but I kind of had to do it. Otherwise I'd go insane. So.
Well, the nice thing about that is you're not looking at a screen.
Absolutely.
I was so tired looking at screens and looking at watching content on TV. It's all
Right.
screens. Like, oh, there's another screen. Oh, Dad, take a look at this thing I did on a screen.
Right.
Like, can we just stop looking? Even when I'm on my
Exactly.
Nordic track and writing and following
Yep.
someone, what am I doing? I'm staring at a screen. So I
Yep.
finally moved my bike, and so I could just stare out the window. So just getting away from the electronics.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, we were also going through a year of election too, so there was a lot going on.
Yeah, that's interesting. Any favorite movies or TV shows?
I not one that comes to mind. I cut the cord just before actually COVID. So I was going through this transition period already, and then I kind of got onto all these series and so forth. And it was good sort of during the time of COVID to be able to access so much content in terms of movies and series. But there was a lot of good ones, and there was a lot of bad ones in there too.
Sometimes the bad ones are like Sharknado. It gets low ratings. My 14-year-old just loves Sharknado. So sometimes the worse it is, the better it is.
It
Kind of
is.
kitschy and fun.
Yeah.
Hi, Andrea. How are you doing?
Hi there. Good. How are you guys? Great discussion. This was
Hi,
wonderful.
Andrea.
Sorry I missed the intro earlier. Hi. Thank you so much, you guys, for the great discussion. Hopefully you guys got a lot out of it. I think the audience did. I really loved the discussion around making sure you're building customer relationships in the right context and interacting with those customers when they want and need to be interacted to with. I thought that was great, Mehdi. I really loved how you put it about the moments of truth. And that's when you can really put it in the right context and personalize it. So thank you. Those really great words of wisdom for our community. And thank you guys so much. Really appreciate the discussion today.
Thank you.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. Thank you so much, Jason. I appreciated the dialogue.
It was great meeting you. Have a good
Likewise.
one.
Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Now, we'd like to welcome to the stage Tanya Namark, Vice President, Brand Marketing at 1-800-Flowers, and Maria Soares, North America Creative Shop Lead from Facebook. I think they will be on in a moment. Here's Maria. Okay. Here's Tanya. Hi there. Welcome, Maria and Tanya.
Hello, how are you? Thank you.
Thanks. How are you? Hi, how are you?
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Welcome. I don't know if you guys heard it. I'm just making an introduction. I'm Andrea with the Brand Innovators, and I want to welcome you guys to the stage. We have Tanya Merrick, hopefully I pronounced that correctly, the Vice President of Brand Marketing at 1-800-Flowers. Welcome. And then Maria Suarez, the North America Creative Shop Lead for Facebook. Welcome both Tanya and Maria. I'll let you guys take it away.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi, Tanya. Thank you,
Maria.
Maria.
How are you? Good to see you again.
Good to see you again. How are you today?
Good. How are you doing?
Good. I'll give a little intro about myself and then have you intro yourself to the audience, and then we can start having some good conversations. My name is Maria, and I lead the creative services team inside Creative Shop. Not quite the whole Creative Shop team. And that's the team that does a lot of the content, a lot of the work we do with brand partners like you and others, on branded content, on content in general, and just building in the platform and building in this relationship between user and brands and creators. I will pass it to you to introduce yourself.
Sure. Hi, everybody. I'm Tanya Emmerich, oversee brand marketing for 1-800-Flowers. I've been with 1-800-Flowers for a little over 17 years, which is forever, but I love what I do. I've held a few different positions in the organization, most recently overseeing our brand planning and go-to-market strategy for the consumer floral brand.
Awesome. Thank you. So I think we're here today to talk a little bit about brands, especially 1-800-Flowers, engaging consumers sort of beyond the transactional process, and how can we use all of the learnings you have at 1-800-Flowers to bring, like, becoming a lighthouse example in a way of other brands to follow that. So I'll just start by asking you to let us know a little bit, how have you been thinking about customer engagement, and how has that engagement influenced your personal and the brand overall marketing approach?
Sure. So 1-800-Flowers.com has always been a strong direct response brand. I mean, we're a 1-800 number and a .com in our name, but we're focused on delivering not only just a performance outcome, but also delivering on our mission, which is to help people express, connect, and celebrate. And I think this past year with COVID, it kind of kickstarted us into this evolution from beyond transactional towards becoming that engagement-based organization. And in doing so, we know we needed to change how we have a conversation with our customers. And I say a conversation with because I think it's very easy to speak to it through email and social posts. But as Mehdi from Moda Health just said, make meaningful connections, create value. So this past year, we started hosting live events on subjects that matter to our customers. So we used data that we collected on site, pages that they spend a lot of time on, content pieces that they're clicking on, reading within our blog, even the social posts that we see that have the highest engagement rates across our social partners. We wanted to lean into that. So I'll give a quick example, something that we did in the sympathy space. And it's not a topic a lot of people like to talk about, but we learned that customers are confused and they're looking for information. What do I send? What's appropriate to send? What do I say? So my friend is dealing with this incredible loss and grieving. I don't know what to do. So we leveraged a relationship that we have in the sympathy space, Rebecca Soffer, co-founder of the site Modern Loss, to host a series of episodes on Instagram and Facebook Live. We've aired 5 so far. We reached over 500,000 people, really strong engagement and participation. And for us, it's again, just going back to the customer, using the data that we're able to pull from their on-site experience, what they're searching for in the search bar, becoming that resource and a helpful part of their celebrations, expression, deepening our relationship. And across our enterprise, so I oversee consumer floral brands, but we have Harry and David, Cheryl's Cookies, Popcorn Factory. Across all of our brands, we've held a dozen virtual events this past year on some a variety of topics, some expected, some unexpected topics, but we reached over 5 million people, and we plan on continuing to do this going into the next fiscal year.
You touched on something so important, right? It's like when brands are creating customer engagement or creating advertising campaigns, it's so important to know where your followers and where your consumer is, right? And I think taking those lessons from
such a hard year, which was the pandemic, and a year where there was so much loss for everybody in all different levels, and use that as a moment for education on this moment in life that we all have as individuals, which will be the sympathy, and how to deal with that. It's at moments can be so much more engaging than doing a campaign that is just because you're following a moment in life that everybody's following for so long, right?
Mhm.
So there are so many learnings in that, and it's so beautiful to see it, brands absorbing that and embracing and talking about it. I think that really says a lot about the way you are operating on this area. I'm going to use that to jumpstart to a campaign that I've seen and I love from you, which is the No Limits on Love campaign, which I would like you to talk to me and to us all a little bit about how did it start and how did it evolve? Because if I'm understanding correctly, it really goes from many different moments, which we call those, to use Pride, which is the moment we're now, right? June becomes a month that we all talk about Pride, but what do we do after? So like getting a tentpole moment and evolving with that campaign, which I think you end up talking about this idea of education and sympathy. So can you take us through that?
Absolutely. So as I mentioned, I oversee our go-to-market and brand planning process. So part of that is developing the communication approach for our seasonal campaign periods. This past Valentine's Day, we took an opportunity to think outside of the box, develop a campaign that not only helps to drive engagement, but inspires those around us. So we took it upon ourselves to bring this refreshed approach of building on our promise to wow. So Valentine's Day is all about wowing them, making them feel special. It's your expression of love and passion. However, we did depart from our legacy, wow her, to a way to wow, being more inclusive, broadening the recipient profile beyond the traditional woman. And through that process, we also identified additional small but strong groups that we feel we wanted to engage with. So a few of them long distance loves. There's about 28 million people out there across the US that are in long distance relationships, LGBTQ plus relationships, Galentine's, which for those parks and recreation fans, it's now celebrated yearly by many people. And knowing how many people come to our site and interact with our brand, especially on Valentine's Day. And you just talked about COVID, there's everything going on. Everybody's distracted. We're all dealing with different emotions, grief. There's powerful things. Black Lives Matter. There's big things going on out there. And it was important and clear to us that we wanted to put out a message of love and support. And working in partnership with my creative VP, out was developed this No Limits on Love campaign. And how we developed it, we called out to our community and we asked them to join us to help put more love into the world by sharing their story of love with hashtag No Limits on Love. And from these submissions, and there were quite a few that stood out to us, we thought it was really important to help support those smaller underrepresented groups that we had previously identified. We developed videos, we amplified these videos on paid and organic social and across our owned media channels, so on site and emails through our social posts. But to your point, we didn't just stop at Valentine's Day. Then we on to the next big holiday, Mother's Day. So we kept coming back to this idea around Mother's Day that, you know, a mother's love is forever, the strength of a mom. And yeah, we could have probably taken No Limits on Love again, but we wanted to challenge ourselves. So we were thinking outside of traditional mom relationships. And just like we did for Valentine's Day, we felt that there were some underrepresented relationships and audiences that we needed to give them a platform to help express and to help them to celebrate. And as a mom, personal experience, it takes a village. And I acknowledge that there's lots of people out there who not only have their birth moms, but they have other mom figures in their life that they want to celebrate. So again, reaching out to community, asking them to share their stories, but this time under Love Makes a Family. So it's the evolution of No Limits to Love Makes a Family for Mother's Day. And we received some great stories of an impact of the mother figures in their lives. And I think that that's this video, but before we cue it up, some of them that we collected, a man who shared the support that his mother gave him when he was coming out. Children that you'll see here were speaking about the moms who adopted them and those that were raised by their aunts, their sisters, their grandmothers. And it was really amazing. So we sent them cameras, we filmed their stories. And if you want to roll the tape, here's our video.
Where do I even begin when it comes to my mom?
My grandmother took me in, but she legally adopted me.
This is a woman that never gave up.
What keeps it all together and beautiful is my wife.
I'm a poster child. It takes a village to raise a child.
My aunt has just always been there.
She is my real mom.
I call her my angel on earth.
Mom, my hero, my superhero. To all kinds of moms, happy Mother's Day.
Love is what makes a family.
Thank you. I think you said something so important, and you can see on the spot, which is the idea of bringing it up underrepresented relationships and audiences. Within every community, within every temple, there is one, right? And like watching the video and what you said, it makes me think like, I grew up with my grandma at first, and then with my mom, but then my mom is in Brazil, and now I have a teenage daughter who grew up with two moms since I'm a lesbian, and every Mother's Day for her is actually explaining that she has to celebrate two moms, not one. So it's like, I think there's so much beauty on being able to hear those stories and being able to celebrate and portray them, and at times potentially even having to defend them or use them to educate when you bump into a story with the consumer that might be a little bit of a hiccup on it, right? I want to take that to just talk to you about this progression of like using and going to the people that are your customer base, bringing the stories, and then what is the role of the creativity on transforming them from sentences that you might get or little written storytelling to those videos. So how do you work with your internal teams and with your users to get to where you are?
Sure. Well, we don't have a traditional creative agency of record. So I would say it gives us a little bit of flexibility on how we work with the different collaborators that we work with, the different makers. I think that the benefit that gives us is a lot of fresh thinking conversations that come into each of our meetings. And as we sit down and start thinking through the campaign, it's not the same conversation because we're kind of evolving it and having different points of view brought to the table that allows us to help continue to innovate and drive harder each time we sit down. But to your point, for us, I think it's really important in being authentic in using real people, real situations. So the emotions are true. In that spot and other spots that we've had, we use real families. So the emotions that you see, it's their true selves. It's not the director going like cue, tear. It's real, raw emotion that you can't fake, and nor do we want to fake it. We want to bring forward those real relationships because people have these amazing stories that we feel are important to share with everybody. And I know we'll get to Pride in a little bit, but for our Pride campaign, we partnered with a poet, Britt Gambino, who's also an editor, a writing instructor, and a proud member of the LGBTQ community. And we wanted to make sure that when we approached and supported Pride Month, that we aligned with many contributors within the community, the LGBTQ community, to source content pieces so that when we're talking about how to throw a Pride party and the role of flowers within Pride, we're using I guess we acknowledge we're not experts in everything, and we want to use subject matter experts and people from within the community to help guide our approach and strengthen our story so that it maintains that same authenticity that we're trying to achieve with using real people.
Yeah, tell me a little bit about that evolution, because I think it's like there is a clear difference or a clear evolution that even if we haven't talked about it, or if I hadn't known, I would be able to see, which is like you start with reaching out to the consumer, building stories that are real, using real people on your commercials, on the stories, your consumers, to a bigger partnership, which you now are bringing that conversation of really like walking the walk, right? So how does the Pride, how did evolution happen, and how did the conversation started internally and ended up on this bigger partnership with GLAAD and the line of products you have now that it's supporting that?
Sure. So when we started developing our Pride campaign, We thought obviously no limits, again, very easy to support and use that tagline against Pride Month. But we thought also not only to celebrate Pride Month, but to also give back. So since 2014, we've been partnering with GLAAD. And when we started, one of the other things, another using customer data points, we saw that every June, we saw a lot of searching within our search bar for Pride and Pride gifts, and kind of bridging the two, our relationship with GLAAD and customer behavior. We knew that there was an opportunity to bridge what we're seeing and what customers come to us for gifting and with our partnership. So we started, again, building an authentic story like we did for Mother's Day and Valentine's Day, and engaging different team members and partners to develop this collection of products and this collection of content that which we can share with our customers and with people engaging with our brand to celebrate Pride Month and support GLAAD in their mission to rewrite the script for LGBTQ acceptance. So I think it's finding where our relationships exist, marrying that with our customer data, and then making sure that we're bringing it forward to our audience and to our consumers in a real way.
Yeah, you touch on something so important, right? I think in a lot of brands, especially some, there's brands where the internal team's a little smaller and can really communicate around, but that when there is a departments where the social comms or the social impact work and then the advertising, like I think there is so much to talk about the having those departments converse and inform how you're going to build your brand values or use your brand values to determine that your business strategy or your advertising strategy. Can you talk a little bit about that?
I think that it's, like you said, it's really important for teams to talk. I think that it's really important for having the right people at the table and having that conversation. So there's teams that you might not know are having certain conversations or certain partner alignments. And it's important that you're aware from a marketing point of view, as you're building your story for the campaign period, or as you're building your consumer facing story, how what they're doing and what they're creating can help amplify and support the story that you're trying to tell. We have a great content team that's cranking out like 10 different articles and blog posts every single month. And they're taking some of the insights that we share with them from a strategy side to build those, but then to circle back and then integrate those into the email. So it's not just a Pride email showing a Pride collection and the alignment with GLAAD, but it's supporting it with this great content that helps tell this full rounded story. Why would a customer want to open up this Pride gift related email versus another brand X, and creating that additional value and just stickiness, I guess, and getting them to want to interact with your brand over and over and discovering new things and new ideas of inspiration.
Yeah, it's so important. So it's fair to say like that it's pretty much part of the brand DNA, and we're going to see engagements like that comes from a 1-800-Flower in different tent poles and growing in the way they exist with outside partners as well, like GLAAD.
Yeah, we're definitely looking for those right alignments that make sense for our brand. We do have other areas of focus for the brand. We have a charity that we hold very near and dear called Smile Farms. It helps people with developmental disabilities find meaningful work, and with No Kid Hungry to support some of our food brand initiatives. It's very important for us to find things that are authentic and that tie into the DNA of the brand.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see that, like the consumer can see nowadays, the consumer is so smart, right? And we can see through anything. So that transparency speaks so much for the values of a brand. Tell me a little bit how, like, as you said and as you started, you're a performance-based brand, right? And yet you have this creative and relationship-based, in a way, approach to marketing. And I think it's fair to say that this is driving a lot of success for 1-800-Flowers. How would you explain that, and what would you advise brands when it comes to being a performance brand to pay attention to that side of the business?
Yeah, we're definitely a performance brand. And I'm told that every single day when we are held to certain goals, but we do everything that we invest in market has an ROI, a CPA tied to it. And what we learned though is that it's not either or. You can be still performance focused and convey a brand message, or vice versa. You can have a strong brand message and have that same performance that you would have with the traditional DR approach. I guess the best advice I can give is to embrace always be testing mentality, because it really helps you learn into things at a much faster pace. Definitely don't abandon the performance because we have expectations from leadership on what we need to do. But as an organization, we're always challenging channels and creative to drive incremental ROI outcomes. I think for us, it was a little bit of an eye opener as we did go into these holiday periods, and we did test some of those no limits assets against our traditional DR. And there were times that right leading into a peak holiday, we saw the more, I'm going to call it brand response, had a higher outcome. And it was encouraging for us. And it gave us, I think, the confidence, and it gave leadership the confidence for us to continue to go down that path. And that's where we had that support going into Mother's Day and summer now with Pride. But I think without those little tests and demonstrating those wins, it would be hard to get that same level of support. So continuing to test and to always look for those incremental improvements against those tests. It's just what's going to help an organization really change that focus from truly DR direct response, traditional focus, to this brand response and maybe even a brand approach. Oh, you're on mute.
I'm on mute. See, I tried to mute so I can interrupt, and then that happens. The most sad sentence during COVID, isn't it? You're on
yes.
mute. Thank you. I think I was saying, like, the importance of the idea of not being afraid to test, right? And working at Facebook and Instagram, it's like we know that test that is in real time, because it's not a controlled place. As long as you're having a very clear A/B learning from it, it's so fast and so easy to do it. And you don't really need to put all your media dollars. You don't need to spend that much to start getting some learnings. And it's easier to adapt to where you're going. And how incredibly important it is to dive into that creative learning test, right? Not just the more dry test of the metrics, but like how an emotional storytelling might bring something, how a real story might bring an affinity for the brand that will drive intent and that will drive purchase. Because I think of this transparency that the consumer is craving nowadays, right? Which is so incredibly important as well. I am gonna dive into some Q&As that we might have from our listeners. Okay, well, I think we talked a little bit about that, but maybe you can dive more in detail. How do you get consumer stories to input and build your own marketing strategy? And how does social platform play a role in this?
So I can give another example outside of the no limits that we've done. We have our recipient engagement program that we call Made Me Smile. So I know it's not necessarily customer engagement, but it's still our recipients as customers. So we noticed that behavior that we see when somebody gets flowers, what's the first thing you want to do? You want to take a picture, you want to put it up on Instagram, you want to tell everybody, oh my gosh, look how amazing this person is. I want to tell you this whole story. They're so beautiful. And for us, we thought that it would be important to give them a platform to do so. And we thought that that was the logical next step from this natural customer behavior. So whenever you get flowers from 1-800-Flowers, you'll see a package insert within it that encourages you to take a picture, use the hashtag #MadeMeSmile, and share your stories. And we've been blown away by how many people, again, organically just love sharing their stories, because it's a little bit of a brag moment of showing how someone loves you or how thoughtful someone is in your life. So it helps us to engage our social community, kind of create this ever evolving place to source these stories that we can then again pull into our pull into our marketing campaigns, but also product inspiration and seeing what do they do with those flowers. There've been some pictures where customers will take some of our arrangements, they can deconstruct it and make it into like place settings as they're getting ready to have their birthday dinner at home. And it's just, it's great to see how creative people can be. And again, I think as a company wanting to be, or being as much as we are, tied to customer connection, it made a lot of sense for us to continue this kind of, I'm going to call it the gifting loop, the evolution of the recipient conversation within the store, within our marketing campaign development.
Yeah, it's so important. I'm gonna take that too, because it ties into a question that came, which is, I guess I can take that one, is like, can you talk about how technology has allowed for brands to build deeper connections? Maybe we can both take a go on that. I think it's a little bit what you said, the platforms can be so transparent, right? I'm talking about Facebook and Instagram, and allow for this great conversation between brands and the consumer, or between a creator when you are doing stories with influencers or creators, whether they are a public figure or they are a creator that has a discipline, because the open comment section, it's a great place to see those campaigns flourish and grow. And I think you build such a deeper connection, and also you can expand the connection you have when you really start talking to creators, because you're bringing out their connections into the conversation, and it becomes such a deep and important dialogue that I think oftentimes we can't really achieve on a TV commercial, or you can't really achieve on a radio spot or out of home, because you're not getting that immediate rapport and conversation with the consumer. Would you have anything to add on that one?
Yeah, I think exactly like what you're saying. I think it's like a built-in amplification. So with TV, it's the one-to-one, you're reaching the one person who's watching the TV, but when you start engaging communities, and especially within the social space, you're creating a moment where you're hearing from their point of view. And that's another thing that we love when we engage recipients, is that it's not us telling you how great our product is. It's Jane or Joe who got the beautiful bouquet for their birthdays, who are now telling all of their families about how amazing their birthday has been because they were surprised by this beautiful bouquet. So it's this, it's an unpaid endorsement of sorts that helps really, it presents it in a different way, and it definitely hits differently from as you're scrolling through. It's not, even though our ads do very well on Instagram and Facebook, I think by having that also individual engagement campaign kind of running in the background just reinforces everything that we do from a paid side. But I definitely will agree also with your points on the technology. I mean, obviously, look, we're doing a conference on Zoom, so being able to leverage the tools that we have, I think COVID jump-started everything for a lot of different companies, and we would not have been able to have had the live event success that we've had unless our technology partners advanced as much as they have these past few months to allow people to get onto a conference, raise their hands, ask questions, interact. We love the Facebook Live tools that they have available to us to understand how many people have engaged, and then have latent engagement once the event has aired, but then they came back or it was shared, to be able to learn a little bit more about kind of the long-term value to some of our events that we have. So maybe only, I don't know, 100,000 were able to attend it live, but then we saw 500,000 were able to download, and they shared it with others that we saw 2 weeks later, further engagement.
It's so interesting what you're saying, because you're also touching on the point of organic and paid, right? And I think some of those tools, while they can be organic, there is so much that you can do. Like you're saying, on a live, you could even, as a company, be repurposing parts of the live, right? And resurfacing to people according to the engagement there, and start this more extended conversation with your consumer base on a post live. And I'm like now very, very excited with the messenger rooms, where we can go and have conversations with a slew of people at the same time, And whether it's educational, like the campaigns you're saying you were doing, or like whether it's a marketing one, it's so incredible how the tools really got it a huge boost by the sheer force that we had to be all separated. I have one more question for you before we started to wrap up from the audience. Being a performance business, can you discuss a little more the strategy of building brand versus building DR, and how they collapse in one strategy, or when they can't collapse, if that's the case?
Yeah, I think, like I said before, it needs to be a balance. Even within the DR community, I think a lot of agencies have been changing their mindset. It's not just DR, it's not direct response, it's brand response. And I think we all acknowledge that you can continue to drive efficient outcomes if you keep down the direct response path, but at a certain point it will level off. So it's important that you continue to evolve your message, evolve your brand, build brand love, inspire those connections, inspire people to want to continue to come back to your brand, even when unprompted, because I guess the like you just talked about, organic and paid, ideally we won't have to pay. That there is this approach where people are engaging more authentically with this organic things, the organic content that we're pushing out, or the live events that we have going on. So I think that it is an evolution. And I think that it's something that we're all trying to figure out what the right balance, and there's no, I think, right balance for any brand, but as we test and learn into it, there's a role for both of them to coexist. It's not, again, either or, it's the coexisting of a brand response, direct response, and branding.
Yeah. Can you give us a little bit of a peek on where you're going maybe with next 10 polls, or
Yeah, so coming up next, I'm looking at the calendars, thinking through what's going to round out the year. So we have some great news stories that I can't yet reveal, but we have coming out at the end of the summer, and then we start getting back into fall occasions, into holidays. Holidays a big time for the food brands that we have within our portfolio. So it's going to be important for us to really think through how we can approach holiday in a unique way that helps us break through, and instead of all those electronics that get all the spotlight during the holidays, that there's also still an opportunity for us to reinforce the human connection. I mean, I think we all realize also coming out of COVID that there's something really special about getting together again and being with people. And I think that as a brand and as an enterprise, we noticed that in our customer behavior, that people really turn to us when they couldn't be there in person, and that we want to continue that relationship and help them with their ongoing expressions through the balance of the year.
Yeah, I think you have such it's an interesting position to be in a brand like yours, right? Which is about what you're selling is a representation of love or care, or intent to be with somebody. And I think, as we are evolving out of the lockdown type of days and having vaccination and being able to meet people, like, I still think that is going to be such an up and down, right? There will be moments where we might not. So establishing that emotional connection through a gesture, through a gift, it's so important. So I'm excited to be watching where you go, because I think there will be a big space to play and evolve and change, right? For you and the brand as you go.
Yeah, I think that we kind of established these weird behaviors throughout COVID. And I think that these little random acts of gifting became one of that behavior. At least for me, I was randomly sending people. I mean, we joke, there's coworkers that I've worked with now for 6 months that I've never met in person. And we've been connecting and reaching out, and family members that you send gifts to. And I think that that's something that I would like to personally keep up with. And I think that it helped us to also somewhat develop a little bit a deeper connection and deeper relationships, because we were forced to somewhat overcompensate from this lack of human connection, being in the same room. So I look forward to it, and I look forward to seeing how customers continue to be more thoughtful and to be more kind to each other.
Yeah, me too. And I really hope that brands start following this path and seeing the importance of like creativity and brand awareness and brand love within the performance brands and even the world of the art, even if it's not a performance brand, because I think it's all about that connection, right? To keep your customer base. I'm gonna do a very quick lightning round with you if you're up for that.
Oh boy.
Yes. Okay. Roses or daisies?
Oh, roses.
Chocolate covered strawberries or chocolate covered pretzels?
Oh, both.
Both it is. Facebook or Instagram?
Oh, that's tough. I'm gonna say Instagram. I like the pictures, and I'm seeing more picture sharing and more picture love out of Instagram. So I'll go Instagram.
More of a visual world, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah. I think we're all humans divided a little bit of more like the visual world versus not. And then I'll give you another one. Potted plants or bouquets?
You will never find a potted plant in my house because I do not have the green thumb, so I will go with bouquets all day.
Oh, I guess that goes with the marketing.
Yes.
Right.
No, it's definitely, I think that there's also something to be said. I mean, obviously plants are having a moment right now. I wish I was a plant mom, but I cannot make any of my succulents stick. So I'll probably have to check out our site and figure out what I'm doing wrong, but bouquets all day. Yep.
I'm like, I almost can't keep the bouquets alive long enough, and I have lots of plants. So maybe one day we can share some strategies about that.
Hey, more reason to have. I'll sign you up for a subscription. I'll get you bouquets every month. You'll be all set.
That sounds lovely. Well, Tanya, thank you so much for chatting with me.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
And chatting with us. And I think this has been so great. And I can't wait to see what's coming for holiday.
Yeah, we look forward to sharing it with you guys.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, you guys. That was really great. Really appreciate you guys having that conversation. I love what you guys are doing, Tanya. I really think that it's so important about being more inclusive with the variety of relationships that are happening in the world, and how you guys are doing it in a real way, very authentic with real people, real families. That's amazing. I absolutely love it. Absolutely, think it's important and really inspirational for everyone. So thank you so much for sharing everything that you guys are doing.
Thank you.
Great. So I will let you guys go. Appreciate it. Talk to you soon. Next up, we're going to have the Torchy's Tacos CMO and the influential CCO. I'll give those guys a second to join. Thanks, Tanya. Hi, Scott. How are you?
Doing great. How are you doing?
Great. Thank you. We'll get Chris going here, and I'll do some introductions.
There we go.
What's up, Chris?
Perfect.
Hey, what's up, Scott?
Hello to you both. And for everyone out there, please welcome to the stage Scott Hudler, from the Chief Marketing Officer from Torchy's Tacos, yum. And also Chris Teetert, from the Chief Communications Officer from Influential. I think you guys have been together before. You guys already know each other, so welcome back. We really love having you. And I will turn it over. We look forward to the discussion.
Thank you so much, Andrea.
That's good. Thanks, Andrea.
That background makes me want to be in Cannes really bad right now.
Me too. Next year, we're going.
Scott, did you ever go?
No, I never made it. Never made it there. There was always something that was a conflict, but hopefully next year.
I gotta tell you, it is the business trip of the year every year, and I'm so sad to have missed it a couple years running now, but hopefully next year.
Yeah, for sure.
How you doing?
Doing well.
Yeah?
It's finally summer here in Austin, Texas, so it's nice.
Nice. Is it sweltering?
It is not cold. Yeah.
Love it. Well, it's great to see you. As Andrea had mentioned, we actually we have our own, Influential has their own monthly series that I host, and we were lucky enough to have Scott on with us a couple months ago, and last minute they gave me this great opportunity, and love talking to you. So here we are.
Awesome.
All right. So before we dive into your current role, the marketing landscape, and the exciting things you've been doing at Torchy's, I'd love to take a step back and talk about your previous roles. how those experiences have prepared you for this job. You've worked some really incredible brands across a variety of industries. I'd love to hear about that.
Yeah, I've been pretty fortunate. Started right out of school, had a professor who said, you need to go work at an agency. You're not going to make much money, but the experience you gain in those first few years will be invaluable. And he was 100% right. So did the agency side. I always joke, my first client was the International Guild of Professional Electrologists. So I know all about laser hair removal.
Wow.
And then got a chance to work on Popeye's chicken, and then M&M Mars across M&M's, the Snickers brand, and then did almost 12 years at Dunkin' Donuts. Sorry, just Dunkin'. And that was just such a great experience to work on such a brand that was kind of at the time uber regional and be a part of that brand going national and international. And then wanted to use some different muscles and kind of get out of the restaurant space for a bit. And so was CMO for Dick's Sporting Goods for a while and really enjoyed it. I'm a huge sports fan and super passionate about sports and, can talk like sports equipment all day, but I really missed the restaurant industry and the pace that it worked at. And so this opportunity came along, which checked a lot of boxes. Something smaller, all the companies I've worked at, which were great experiences, but just really big companies. And so wanted to do something a little more entrepreneurial and to join a brand like Torchy's, which is kind of fun, irreverent at that stage of growth as it was getting set to take the next stage was really something I'd always wanted to do in my career. And, Austin, Texas is not a bad place to live at all.
That is an awesome place. Big fan of every year I go to South by Southwest. So, and I missed that this year too. So
looking forward to that
next year. Yeah.
Our stores look forward to that coming back as well in Austin.
Oh, I'm sure. Tell us a little bit about like the size and scope of like how many stores do you have and what's a little bit about the foundational story of Torchy's Tacos?
Yeah, it's a great story. So we were founded almost 15 years ago in a food trailer in Austin, Texas, before food trailers and food trucks were the cool hip thing they are now. This was, born out of necessity. Our founder, Mike Ripka, is a classically trained chef, had several jobs leading big food service operations like at the World Bank, at some different Nike locations and MTV through what was then Host Marriott. He jokes that he served the final meals at Enron as Enron was collapsing there in Houston. And then, kind of got tired of the corporate gig and wanted to do something on his own. He had a buddy whose father had an old beat up barbecue trailer that they bought and restored it and put it in a just really bad location from a traffic standpoint. It was kind of all they could get. And so Mike had a red Vespa that he would ride around downtown Austin and the surrounding neighborhoods and literally go to stoplights and hand out tacos, chips and salsa to people while they're at their car. And people would take a bite and say, man, that's damn good. And so that became kind of the mantra of Torchy's, damn good. And fast forward now, almost 15 years later, it's our mission statement. It's just be damn good in everything we do, the way we treat our guests, the way we treat our team members, the way we treat one another. So, a lot of blood, sweat, and tears in that story, but now we're sitting at 90 restaurants in 10 states. This week we will add state 11, opening our first location in Tennessee, in Memphis, and just continuing to grow and looking to open store number 100 here in the Austin area later this year.
Wow. Is it primarily all Southwest?
Yeah, Southwest, a little bit into the Midwest. So we've opened in Indiana this year. We have a digital kitchen in Columbus, Ohio. So venturing up into the Midwest, and then, primarily Texas is obviously our hub. It's where the majority of our restaurants are, but we go Oklahoma, Colorado is a great market for us. We have 9 locations in the state of Colorado and continuing to grow.
That's fantastic. Well, my question that's very self-serving is, are you going to bring one to LA anytime in the near future?
It'll be a minute, but we will get to California at some point. But it is.
I could see lines wrapped around the block when you guys do.
Yeah, one of the great things about the Torchy's brand is we feel like it works really well wherever we are, whether it's kind of downtown cities, like we have some locations in downtown Austin. We do really well in the suburbs, and we do really well in college towns. So, you know, the Lubbocks, the Norman, Oklahomas of the world, we joke that Torchy's may be the only concept that can have 2 locations in Lubbock, Texas. And they both do fairly well. We have one near the college and one in the suburban part of town. So we're a bit of a chameleon like that, where we can work really well depending on the space. So I think whether it's LA, Chicago, you know, New York, I think when we get there in time, I feel like we'll do fairly well.
Yeah, Southern Californians love tacos. You'll be very welcomed here.
Yeah, a lot of taco competition in Southern California.
That's true. Still taco competition.
Yeah, but there's also, you know, we've done pretty well in Texas and markets like San Antonio, which is truly authentic tacos. And, you know, for the Torchy's brand, we never say that we are 100% a Mexican concept. We serve tacos, just like, you know, we think about, you know, pizza isn't the Italian category in the whole. So, you know, we are built on these unique flavor combinations that Mike really developed, a lot of it when he was working at the World Bank. And they would say, okay, hey, Mike, we've got the Argentinians and the Ethiopian contingents coming in for the World Bank for this week. What can you put together for these groups? And so we've focused on those unique flavor profiles and really carved out a positioning that we think is pretty unique, because we think the brand doesn't fit the labels of, say, clearly not a QSR, not even a fast casual. So we've created this positioning we call craft casual, which has 3 pillars. The first is we have the convenience and quality of fast casual. So if you want to get in and get out in a hurry, we can do that. If you got 15 minutes for lunch, we can do that. We also have the authenticity and creativity that you'd find in like a food truck or a food trailer. One of the things Mike set out was he wanted to elevate the street taco, because that's where you see some of the most unique flavor combinations. So we really focus on having those unique menu items. And then the third piece is just the energy and excitement of a bar and the craft nature like one would find in a bar. So everything at Torchy's is made to order, made from scratch. When you order, you know, a Mr. Orange taco, which is blackened salmon, that salmon is blackened right then. It's not sitting there waiting for you to go down a line and slop it on a plate. You know, we shuck our own corn. If you order a margarita, we squeeze our own lime. So everything is fresh, craft made, you know, made from scratch. So kind of put all that together. We just think we have a pretty unique space in the industry, and there's others that are doing what we're doing, but we just don't feel like there's anyone who's doing what we're doing at this scale yet.
I feel like there's also like a very like cool element about Torchy's tacos. I feel like when you go to Texas, it's sort of like when somebody comes here to California, you got to go to an In-N-Out, you got to go to a Torchy's when you're there. How do you think that cultural thing happened for the brand?
I think a lot of it comes from Mike, the founder, and what he wanted to do, and, you know, always strive to not be like a typical chain restaurant. And we have 90 locations. Every Torchy's location is unique from a design standpoint. Now, the back of the house there's identical, if not very similar from location to location, but the front of the house is different. And I mean, different, not like, oh, we put the local high school poster up. No, everyone has a different and unique design. We work with a suite of architects and designers to make sure that everyone is unique. And so we want, when I tell people that Torchy's has 90 restaurants and they go, oh, I thought you guys had like 10. I love that. Like we want to make sure that we hold on to that, that kind of small chain nature. And I think the other piece is just the influence of Austin. Austin is such a great city and unique and quirky and has all this great culture and history like that. So, you know, I think Mike really wanted to do that. And as we continue to build the brand, we want to continue to do that and do things that are fun and irreverent and not your traditional restaurant playbook.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great way to approach it. I actually had the pleasure of interviewing Lynn Blashford, the CMO of White Castle, the other day. And, you know, they only have 350 stores. They are the first company that did fast food hamburgers, and they're 100 years old. And they've taken this slow growth approach. But you can see, I mean, there was a movie named after it. The way that it fits into culture is, you know, it's that kind of that scarcity is what makes it exciting, makes it like FOMO versus, you know, McDonald's is so ubiquitous. You can find that like anywhere.
Right. I mean, I love that our our South Congress location in Austin, we joked that we should put a bellhop in there, because you see so many people with luggage. It's either their first stop when they've flown in from the airport or their last stop on their way to the airport. And you know, TSA has told us that queso is confiscated quite often at security, and that's awesome. But we love that, you know, yeah, we'd love to be everywhere, but Torchy's isn't a brand that's going to be like McDonald's, or, you know, we're not going to have tens of thousands of locations. It's just not who we are. And there is a bit of a scarcity aspect to it, but we just think that would be really hard for us to keep this, you know, the damn good experience and make sure that food is of damn good quality if we had that many locations.
And are you guys are they all company owned, or do you guys license out stores? How does that work?
No, all company owned, and that's our plan. And again, it's, you know, we've nothing against the franchise method. Myself and a lot of folks on our team have come from that world, and it is great for scaling a brand and for growing exponentially really quickly. We want to make sure that we have control over it, and we have what we call almost an internal franchising program. So our restaurants they're not run by a general manager. They're run by what we call a managing partner. And this person will write us a check that we put in escrow, and then they get a percentage of the operating profits on a monthly basis. So there's a real incentive for that managing partner to figure things out, to do it. And we give them latitude, just like if they were a franchisee. There's guardrails, but then it's up to them to kind of color between the lines and figure out what works best for their particular restaurant. And, you know, it's been really successful, and it's a great model. And I think having this model lets us see that we can grow the way we want to without having to go that franchise route.
I love it. I think it's so much better for authenticity.
For sure.
So it looks like you're at home, much like myself. Leads me into a good next question. Obviously, COVID has affected all businesses. I'd like to know how it's affected your business and how you and your team have adapted to it.
Yeah, so I'll start with the business part first. So kind of going into COVID, we were 2/3 on premise, 1/3 off premise. So, and with our store volumes, that 1/3 off premise was pretty healthy. I mean, it's bigger than our off premise volume was bigger than a lot of, you know, average unit volumes for some QSR concepts. So we were pretty adept at doing the offsite piece. And we had started to imagine a world that could be 50-50. Because, you know, if you go back and you just look at the trends of, all right, it's super easy to order online from a computer, from your phone, the rise of delivery. It's like, all right, this 2/3, 1/3 is probably going to start shifting. And then COVID happened, and it shifted overnight, you know, to like 95.5. So we had already started doing some work around curbside and getting that. And so we were fortunate enough, you know, again, with the managing partner system, and I give so much credit to those men and women because they just figured it out. You know, we had dining rooms that were closed. So curbside can now become, let's pull a cash register out to the curb, string some Cat 5 across an empty dining room, and voila, you've got curbside or a drive-through overnight. And so we figured that piece out. We rebuilt our online ordering platform, you know, really focused on the to-go experience, because a lot of people still felt comfortable coming in and picking up to go and are, you know, either contactless or, you know, just leave it there and grab it, or grab it from our cashier. So we just kind of pivoted to that, and also launched some new menu items. One called Family Packs, which is basically deconstructed tacos, gives you a pound of a protein, whether it's chicken, beef, you know, pork, whatever it is. And then you have the tortillas, and you can assemble the tacos at home. And it was a nice value, as well as a great kind of answer to the pandemic. And, you know, we've continued that. We haven't stopped selling them. They still sell really well. To-go alcohol was a nice win for all restaurateurs in the states that allowed it. It's nice that in Texas, that is now the law, which is great.
Awesome.
Sampled that myself yesterday. It works very well. But I think, you know, it was just great work by our operations partners to really work collaboratively with all of us from the marketing standpoint, the innovation standpoint, and just come together and figure these things out and make sure that we were meeting the needs of our guests, however they wanted to use us during the pandemic.
Well, obviously the way that we work, the way we work in general has changed dramatically over this time. I don't know how many people that you guys have in your office, but now with everybody spread apart, how have you found that as an experience in working together? And do you see, this approach that we have now continuing on into the future for Torchy's?
I think for us, I would say team-wise and kind of culturally wise, I don't think we've missed a beat. I think from a productivity standpoint, we obviously missed the interaction and the water cooler talk, but productivity wise, we haven't missed a beat, and we will move kind of back, like many companies, to a bit of a hybrid setup. So the requirement won't be for everyone to be in the office every single day, obviously for team meetings and things like that. But our team members have found a real benefit to working from home on certain days when they need to be heads down, getting something done, and not deal with the hassle of commute. And people have kids and lives and loved ones they need to take care of and be with. And so we think it's great. And, I think what I've taken away as a leader, and something that I'm still trying to get right, is just creating reasons to be together, even if it's virtually, or, now that things are relaxing back in the real world. So whether that's, our team, we do 3 times a week stand up just to get everybody together. Sometimes the actual business topics are like 30 seconds, but it's just a nice chance to catch up and see how everyone's doing with their kids and families and other events. And then just trying to create those events in the real world, like getting together for a drink after work, or, meeting for lunch or something like that.
Are you guys back to office yet at all?
We have technically never really closed our office. It's stayed open. But I would say, the vast majority of people have been remote, and we're slowly starting to see, like I was in there Thursday, and outside of some like town hall meetings, it's the most people I've seen in there. We probably had about 10 or 15. So I think it's slowly going. It seems like a lot of companies are using Labor Day as kind of that line in the sand when things will kind of get back to quasi normal, and we're following suit.
Yeah. Are you guys planning corporate get-togethers? Are you guys going to bring the teammates together in person in the near future?
Yeah, we're going to have a couple things, and just kind of probably more team by team basis, and just getting everybody together, I think is good. But, and on the same token, we've not necessarily marketing, but organizationally, we've been hiring people located nowhere near Texas, Portland, Oregon, Madison, Wisconsin. So they're working remotely, and the teams are thriving and doing just fine. So I think it's I don't know, I feel like COVID kind of gave everyone the license to test this, that everyone said in theory would work. And, I get it. It's not for every business and every industry, but for us, it seems to be working well.
Yeah, no, I can definitely relate. We have about 140 people now, and we hired 70 in the pandemic, and they are all over the country. And even my brother, who, we have the company, me and my brother, he actually moved to Miami, and we got rid of we had a Beverly Hills office that had about 60 people in it. So we don't have that anymore. So it's a brave new world, and it's going to be interesting to see. But I agree. I think the hybrid model is probably the smart way to go. I think you learn too that, the hustle and bustle of getting ready to go to work every day, the amount of time it takes you to get ready, to get to the office, to get back, all of that time you have back in, your pocket now. And I just see, especially with companies that are cohesive already, that there's just that higher level of productivity, and that we're using those hours either to work more, work harder, or just to have a better quality of life. So I think, that's a big lesson learned in this whole process.
Yeah. I think definitely I just see, working maybe longer into the day, because you don't have to plan for that 45, 60 minute commute, or, which has a negative effect as well when you're, sitting there at your computer and realize it's 11 o'clock at night and you should probably go to bed. But I think it's just trade-offs, and it's like I said, it doesn't work for or it's not going to work for every company. But I think this hybrid model is going to be pretty interesting to see play out over the next 12 to 18 months.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk about the pandemic's effect on the business and some of the different things that happened. You know, obviously the restaurant business grinded to a halt, and then food delivery services became an essential lifeline to your business. Tell us about the experience in growing that channel.
Yeah, so we have an exclusive partnership with DoorDash. They've been an amazing partner since we got in the delivery space, kind of the whole system, probably March of 19. And we just chose to go the exclusive route with DoorDash because one, it's like one partner to deal with, and we just felt like it was easier. And there's obviously some financial benefit of that as well. But they've been a great partner, so they were incredibly helpful and kind of in the trenches with us when they were experiencing obviously some pretty phenomenal demand as well. So they've been a great partner. And I think, like I said, we were already pretty well positioned for that off-premise business. It shifted a little bit and more went to the delivery channel. But we quickly saw the takeout channel continue to kind of come back week after week. Going back a year ago, as people were like, okay, I kind of know the boundaries now. And as long as I'm masked up and doing this, I'll feel comfortable going and picking up takeout. So we've really just focused on making the delivery channel work better, making it easier for Dashers to get in and out of our restaurants. And then B, making it easier for our guests if they chose pickup, just making it easier for them to get in and out. And again, that's like contactless. We've started testing curbside. We put curbside in the height of the pandemic, we had it in pretty much all of our locations. But as business has flowed back to some retail locations, different landlords have said, okay, those 7 spaces you had for curbside, we need to peel some of those back. So we continue to build on that, make it better. How do we integrate it with our digital experiences in a more meaningful way? So curbside, takeout, and the delivery channel have really been the lifeblood for us. That's starting to shift now as people are feeling more comfortable coming back, but that was pretty key over the last 12 months.
And does DoorDash, did you guys have that exclusive partnership in place previous to this, or was this a product? Okay.
Yeah. We went live on just delivery. So we were probably a little later to the delivery game. We went live with DoorDash in March of 19. And we've been exclusive with those guys from day one.
Oh, that's great. And I've noticed that a lot of, food QSR companies typically have a module within it where you do the pickup orders through that as well. Do you guys do that exclusively through them as well?
Yeah, we have. So you can order through DoorDash and pick up at our stores. We also offer delivery, Torchy's delivery, which is then powered by DoorDash. We're a restaurant company. We're not a technology company. We joke internally, we're not confused. We're a restaurant company. We use technology to enable our guest experience and make it better. So we have delivery through DoorDash through their app and marketplace, but also we have delivery through our channels, which is then powered by DoorDash.
Nice, very smart. So on a similar topic, along with food delivery services, the ghost kitchen model has accelerated greatly alongside food delivery services. It's gone from small cottage industry to big business in a matter of months. What's your opinion of the ghost kitchen model, and where do you think its place is in the overall food delivery model?
Yeah, it's pretty fascinating how it's grown. And we have recently opened, I mentioned earlier, we have a digital kitchen in Columbus, Ohio. So that's our first one. We do not have a brick and mortar location in Columbus, which is why we chose that market. We wanted to see how it would work. And, we're learning a ton. We wanted to get our hands dirty. It's a fascinating concept, how it's growing. And, you see all these great success stories and read about it. And we could model it out and talk about it all we want, but until we actually did one, got into it, saw the pros, saw the cons, saw how it actually worked, we weren't going to know. So we've been really pleased with how it's done so far. And I think we're kind of, it's still early days in that. We've only been open about 6-8 weeks. So
oh wow.
yeah, we're kind of just watching it, and we'll see how it goes and see what happens from there. But I mean, I think, we see it as there's some potential applications for it. We have a lot of stores that are really busy, and could a ghost kitchen potentially offset some of that delivery business?
Right.
Our challenge is, unlike a lot of kind of traditional restaurants, we're not super dense because we only have 90 or so locations. So we're fairly spread out geographically. So that makes it a little more challenging, but I think it's a really, really interesting space, and we're just trying to, soak up and learn as much as we can about it with our one location.
And I'd imagine from a capital upstart perspective, it's got to be significantly less expensive to be able to do this. Do you envision a world where you guys could expand a lot faster around the country in using this model?
I think too early to say, just because, like I said, it's early days for us. But yeah, the significantly less capital investment on a ghost kitchen is super attractive. It's, Torchy's works really well for delivery, but we think the preferred, not necessarily the preferred, but just a better experience is coming into our locations and letting us treat you. And the reason we refer to people as a guest is because we want our team members to think about them the same way as if they were a guest in their home. So hospitality, we talk about damn good hospitality. That's a great Torchy's experience. And, this isn't a Torchy's issue. This is just a restaurant food in general issue. The quality is always better at the restaurant than delivery, just because it doesn't have travel time. It doesn't have additional packaging, et cetera. So that's the ideal Torchy's experience. But we understand people, maybe they don't feel safe coming back to a restaurant. Maybe they just that night don't want to. So we need to be able to meet them wherever they are. So we're absolutely into that space, and we'll see how the ghost kitchen intersects with that down the road.
Has there ever been talk of a grocery store product, much like I think I was thinking of White Castle for this, that's grown into a huge hub of their business? Has that ever been broached? Do you know if that's ever been a conversation?
It's been a conversation, and we've actually done it. We have
cool.
a queso product, a refrigerated queso product that is currently available. We started a test back late last year. It's in about 50 to 60 Whole Foods, kind of in our footprint markets.
Nice.
And looking to build upon that. So we have our queso and also our Diablo sauce, which is a product we've sold in our restaurant for years, but now we're making it available through that retail channel in those same locations. So yeah, I think again, early days in that as well, but really excited about what we've seen, and it's a great way. As we've shipped product to people, it's a great way to kind of take Torchy's to places where we don't have a brick and mortar location.
Yeah, no, I love that, because I think you guys have such a cool brand, and I think seeing that in the grocery store, especially in, it's not just like your standard grocery store. This is sort of an elite grocery store, so it really positions the brand as a premium, can't get it everywhere sort of offering. I love that.
And it's also, as I've seen from a previous life, it allows you to get the taste profile to guests in markets where maybe the brand isn't yet. So if pick a market and Torchy's queso starts to show up at retail, and people can go get that and taste it, it introduces them to the brand and can introduce them to the taste profile of our queso. And so then there is some excitement and just some awareness when we do finally enter that market.
Yeah, gotcha. So delivery is clearly a massive channel in the space. What other channels have you guys prioritized in the last 12 months? And has your approach to digital and social changed? If so, what ways?
Yeah, I think on the digital side, it's really been about just making it easy. So like I mentioned, we rebuilt our online ordering platform. Just how do we make it super simple to order? We've launched a mobile app, same thing, super simple, very utilitarian. Like, we wanted to make you be able to order really quickly. And like I mentioned earlier, just the takeout experience, because there's still a big part of our business. So we've really prioritized that channel. We've also prioritized, when we started this months ago, but knowing that there would be a light at the end of this tunnel, and we're starting to see it now when people are comfortable coming back. So how do we make sure that we are sending that message, and this carries through to the social piece as well. What we're doing to ensure that you're safe when you come in our restaurants, that we're being responsible about, mask where it's required, cleanliness, you name it, all the things that we've all come to know and love over the last kind of 15 months, that we're delivering that message. And then from a social standpoint, and that's our key messaging platform. We don't do a lot of, traditional TV, radio type thing. So again, just messaging, we can, however you want to use this, we're here for you. And the safety standpoint. And then, now that's starting to shift a little bit to, all right, wouldn't a margarita on the patio be pretty awesome right now, and kind of get back out. And so leaving some of that safety messaging back and shifting more to kind of that on-site dining experience.
Very cool. Well, me being the influential guy, I had to ask you something about influencers. Tell us a little bit about what Torchy's does with influencers and how they fit into your digital media mix.
Yeah, they're a growing part of what we do, and we do it more on a bit of a local kind of micro influencer approach, especially as we go into newer markets. So we'll reach out and connect with the some of the top kind of micro influencers in that community, and get them to some pre-opening activities. Especially as we think about letting people know about the food who maybe aren't familiar with the Torchy's brand, and also with our margaritas. So those are two of the big areas that we focus on with influencers, and really just focus on that kind of micro level targeting.
Gotcha. Have you guys always had liquor license to be able to do margaritas?
So we have not in the food trailer back in the day, and some of our, maybe within the first 10 locations, maybe have only like beer license, or can do beer and premium margaritas. But I'd say after like location number 10, we've built a bar at the restaurant. So it's great because it's a bit of the theater with the margaritas, which is awesome. But it's also, Torchy's as a concept is, as we talk about however people want to use this, we're a limited service concept. Unless you go to the bar, then it's basically full serve. You go sit at the bar, you can order your cocktail, order your food, and it gets brought to you, kind of in a traditional full service model. But yeah, we think the margaritas, along with the queso and the trailer park taco, are kind of the three signature Torchy's must-haves upon any visit.
Yeah, no, and I think tacos infinitely go better with margaritas. So
that's scientifically proven.
Exactly, scientifically proven. And I'm sure it's a huge additional revenue driver to be able to, in a QSR sort of situation, be able to bring in liquor, even if in a limited capacity like that.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, it's great. And I think, it's a, and a margarita is what makes us unique. Like, we're not, the world doesn't need another place to sell beer. There's plenty of those. We have it, and it's it's a part of our mix. But we think the margarita is such a very uniquely Torchy's experience. And I'm biased, of course, but I think our margarita tastes better than anyone. So it's a great compliment to our awesome food.
Is there a variety of margaritas that you sell, or is it just the margarita?
We have margarita, but then we'll have kind of some more premium margaritas, and we'll do some things. We don't do it for every month, but Torchy's has a taco of the month that we do every month, but occasionally we'll do a drink of the month. And so like this month, it's called the Ranch Party, which is our take on the Texas traditional ranch water, which is becoming really popular. And we've done different variations of margaritas for our drink of the month before. So we like to drive the innovation both on the food and beverage side.
Fun. QSR and really like the whole restaurant industry is in such a historic time. Broadly speaking, what do you think the next 2 years will look like in the space, and how does Torchy's plan? What does Torchy's plan to meet the challenge?
Yeah, I think it's going to be kind of the shakeout of how does and I caught the beginning of the panel before. It's like, how do consumers' habits change, and how are they different? If you're not working from home, if you are working from home, you're not eating lunch with your buddies at work out in the office. So how do we adjust for that? And I think, just focus on making Torchy super easy to use, however you want to use us, making sure our digital products are keeping up with trends. And, you know, I'll be watching like the last mile stuff, like how do you get product from your restaurant to a consumer or to an office or something like that.
Very cool. Well, this went by in like a flash of an eye. Andrea's like the Oscar playoff music.
Yes.
Well, thank you so much, Scott. I really enjoyed talking to you as always. Looking forward to hopefully getting down to Austin and sharing some torches with you in the near future.
Let's do it. Thanks a lot, Chris. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thank you guys so much, Scott and Chris.
Thanks.
Really appreciate it. Scott, I have to say, I love the term craft casual. I spent a lot of my career in restaurant concepts and working with them, and I haven't heard that. Has anyone tried to steal it yet? Anybody else here trying to use it?
There's been some people use it, and I think we just think it fits us really well.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's a great term to kind of set you guys apart in this really overcrowded category. Also,
Absolutely.
I'm based in Chicago, so I'm hoping you'll get here soon, but I'll be in Dallas next month. So I'm going to try one. I'm going to seek out a Torchy's because I haven't had one yet.
Awesome.
My last thought is, have you looked at what Wild Bow is doing for ghost kitchens and how they're not really doing ghost kitchens? They're actually finding other concepts, non-competitive concepts, and just using their kitchens across the country. I think it's, check it out if you haven't seen what they're doing yet. I think it's
I think you see that a lot, and you're also seeing a lot of hotels who haven't reopened their hotel dining facilities, farming that out to other ghost kitchen providers.
Yeah, really interesting. Thank you guys so much for the great discussion. Have a great rest of your day. We'll see you again soon.
Thanks, Andrew. Thanks, Chris.
Take care. Thanks, Scott. Bye.
Bye. We've got our final session of the day coming up, audience. We'll wait for these guys to join us and we'll do some introductions. Hey, Nick's got our background. We're twins.
I got the memo. Hi.
Perfect. Hi, you guys. Thanks so much for joining us. This is our final session of the day, but should be also exciting. We've had a great day so far. So want to welcome you guys to the stage. We have Nick Street, who's the VP of Global Integrated Marketing for Vans. Very popular. And we also have Michael Silverberg from AdMix, who's the VP of Global Agency Partnerships. Thank you guys very much. Welcome to you both. And I'll let you guys take it away to really end our day one of Cannes with a bang. No pressure.
Well, Nick, as the marketing lead, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself first?
Oh, sure. I'm Nick Street. I'm the VP of Global Integrated Marketing at Vans.
All right. Well, Michael Silverberg, as you said, I feel really honored to be able to talk to you, to get to talk about Vans, like a astounding American brand, a subculture brand. I've had Vans, I don't know, maybe since high school. One of the things when we talked previously, you said that everyone who wears Vans sort of has their story, like how they came to your brand. What would you start off telling us, just sort of your own story, how you first became aware of Vans, how you fell in love with them, how the brand became part of your life?
Yeah, sure. I've always been into music and played music since I was a kid, but I've also been into skateboarding all my life. And I actually came in contact with Vans. We used to go to the US on vacation, and I came to the US to mainly go to the outlets to get Vans because you couldn't get them. I'm from Germany, in case you wonder where my accent is coming from, but it was hard to get Vans at the time in Germany. So we would come over, and I would sort of come back with a full suitcase full of Vans because that's who I looked up to, at the time. Two skateboarders that I very much looked up to, John Cardiel and Ray Barbie, were wearing Vans, and those were sort of my idols, at the time. They donned my bedroom and, the walls, and I wanted to be like them. So that was my foray into Vans, and I'm glad that I can work for them, and I have worked for them for over a decade and a half so far.
Wow, talk about landing your dream job and your dream brand. So it's my understanding, as you said, skateboarding sort of always been at the heart of the brand, and in the 70s, it was really adopted as part of the subculture in Southern California. Maybe if you could tell us a little bit about that store, how the direct consumer model sort of launched yourself into that subculture, and then how you've thought about subcultures now that you're a global presence rather than a local one.
Yeah, for sure. Well, first, happy Go Skateboarding Day, because June 21st is actually when the world is celebrating skateboarding. And that's today. So it's kind of perfect and fitting because, yeah, you're right. When Paul Van Doren started the brand in California, when he moved over from the East Coast, he was actually revolutionary in as much as that he opened a store, but he had the factory in the back. So the brand actually started with the ability to make any kind of shoe that you wanted. You could bring fabric to the store, and Paul would basically go and make the shoes for you. And it was at the time that basically the skateboarders, specifically people like Tony Alva, actually adopted the shoe for the sticky rubber sole, and they really adopted the brand. They sort of started building a relationship, and actually used to come into the store because they would wear Tony would wear one of the shoes out more than the other, and we would actually give him just not even pairs, just one shoe to replace the one he was wearing out, because that was the way he was skating. And really, since then, that relationship with skateboarding and with surfing is just continued to grow, and we've supported the community and the culture of skateboarding ever since, through its ups and downs.
Absolutely. And while you're in Southern California, skateboarding and surfing, especially then, were the main subculture. But now you're in every corner of the world, rather it's hardcore punk rock scenes in Japan. How do you still resonate with so many and such diverse subcultures so effectively when they're different? They're different everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. We as a brand, our purpose is really that of enabling creative self-expression, and we have some brand pillars that are very true to the brand. So alongside the action sports piece, where skateboarding, surfing, snowboarding, and BMX is part of, we also have art, music, and street culture. So when I say the brand was sort of adopted by skateboarders and surfers, and we've never looked back since, that's really the ethos on how we approach and we connect with our consumers, and really how we support those communities that are supporting us, right? So we have a big thing at Vans where we really listen to our consumers, internal, and external. Our athletes, our ambassadors have a big say. And when we create brand platforms, when we create campaigns, they're very much a part of the creation process. And I think because of that, we're very much connected to youth culture. It's a two-way street, and honestly, those athletes, those ambassadors really keep us moving forward and keep us changing and connecting with them, and sort of connecting with those communities out there. So and I think you said it, like, that's where sort of the story comes in, where everyone has a story about their Vans, whether they landed their first trick, or they went to a music festival, or they listened to their first band, because Vans are sort of authentically there as our consumers are going through their journey. And that's where we get inspiration. Those are the stories that we tell. That's the content that we're producing and supporting.
That's awesome. So one of your major athletes, one of your, I don't know if official or not, spokesperson, Tony Hawk, major skateboarder, has just had his a release of the enterprise of his video games, and you're seeing competitions, esports of this game, your brand in the game. How are you thinking about engaging into that ecosystem while still staying super authentic to who you are?
Yeah, I think that's that's a great example, and actually one that is just so fascinating how the game has really stayed through sort of the test of time. You know, I mean, I remember playing the game right when I was a kid, when I was at college, and it's funny now my son is playing it, you know, and he's 8 years old, by the way, and is loving it for exactly the same reasons, you know, why just the game is so great. And I think that is a good example of how we show up through our communities, through our ambassadors, you know, when the decision was made to sort of re-release the game, where we were like, okay, well, how can we help you? How can we support you? How can we be a part of telling the story? And something that was important to Tony and to us was also to make sure that there is diversity in the game. So there's actually another character in there, Lizzie Amanto, that you can play, who is hugely successful and has really been pushing forward what female skateboarding is today. So you know, those opportunities present themselves to us as we're a part, as we're listening to what's going on. But you sort of move to the other side of the world, you know, you move to a place like Asia where mobile gaming is big. You know, it might not be a skate game, it might be a different mobile game or a different platform. But again, usually we show up through sort of that connectivity to the platforms that we have. So a lot of, obviously, our athletes are gamers themselves, you know, they're playing, so we support, you know, them through that. But we're also putting our content where they are, you know. So we have an event called the Vans Park Series that wasn't just streamed sort of on YouTube. We also streamed that on a platform like Twitch, because we know that's where our consumers are. And not only that, we also use sort of the commentators who were sort of authentically in that space, you know, to bring a sort of another level of exclusivity to it, you know. So it's really like understanding where the audience is and how do you show up in an authentic way on those platforms and where they're consuming.
That makes a lot of sense. You know, a lot of people made a lot of adjustments to their physical footprint, to the world as large, as a lot of the world had to stay inside. Could you tell everyone a little bit about the 66 project and how you use your physical locations to stay true to that sort of like promoting the creator's brand?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I guess during COVID, many of us were faced with the situation where the physical just wasn't possible. And for us as a brand, that was a real challenge, because we love events. You know, this brand is built on grassroots. You know, we often say we'd rather build a skate park than run a Super Bowl ad, you know, and that sort of runs very much throughout you know, our strategies and how we show up with our consumers is really through that in real life experience. And we've built a lot of experience. So you can imagine when COVID happened, it wasn't just it was a disaster generally, you know, and a tough one for a brand to show up. But for us in particular, you know, we had premieres scheduled. We have venues like the House of Vans in London and Chicago, that are open, you know, all throughout the week and the year. So events and grassroots is very key to our strategy. So we actually had to shift quite a bit during COVID to really figure out how do we still bring an experience that is just as engaging, you know, if not more engaging. So we looked at quite a few of our platforms and we just rewrote and, you know, redid a lot of the playbooks that we had. So, you know, you mentioned Channel 66, that's really a digital live stream that is broadcasting, you know, weekdays from New York City, from Chicago, from Mexico City, from Los Angeles. And it's using our spaces that, you know, were closed. So like I say, House of Vans is something where you usually go and you skate or you listen to a show, or you go to, you know, to an art show. So we basically flipped that. And it was also a way for us to uplift some of those communities and support the creators and the artists that were really hit, obviously, extremely hard, right, by by COVID in general. But we also pivoted to, live streaming in general of our content. And we'd sort of always done that, but we still did, video premieres in movie theaters around the world, right? And that's a whole nother opportunity, because all of a sudden you could actually have sort of a global pizza party with everyone, watching whatever piece of content we were putting out, and engage that way, and have Q&As, or completely rethink how we did things. We run a surf competition in Hawaii called the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing that really is run for decades. And during the lockdown, it was impossible to run that contest, right, physically. So we actually pivoted to making that a digital contest, and invited our consumers in to be able to vote, which had to change the format of what that has been sort of from a traditional, on the beach with, some judges judging, and, sort of at the end, the winner getting crowned. And those were all really good learnings for us. It's now really, how do you sort of augment, as we're starting to think how we go back, it's really sort of challenged us to think about how do you augment the real life experience, right, with the online and the digital experience.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, normally we would be doing this over a glass of rosé in person in the French Riviera. Next year, I owe you a glass of rosé. I'm happy to do that. It sounds like there's been just a ton of experimentation, a lot of pivoting, really being focused on your consumer. Is there anything, and I have a number of more questions about really cool things that succeeded, but was there anything that you guys tried that just, fell on its face, that got out of the boardroom, got out of the experiment, and just didn't land?
Yeah, we fail all the time. I would just say we definitely have a test and learn mentality, and I think that's sort of the beauty of the brand, is that ideas can really come from anywhere, and we try different things, and if they stick, they usually get adopted, sort of around the world in the different regions. So I would say something that was and is interesting, because there's a lot of talk around sort of shop streaming, right, and online selling, which is something that actually in places like China is working extremely well, as you're sort of moving more into the Western world and you're trying those things out. That's still I would say a tough space, to sort of get scale on that, especially as you are still figuring out what are the right platforms, how do you integrate that into the storytelling you've got going on, how much selling do people really want, or how much do they want to consume, like an interview like we're doing right now, or finding out more about your product. So I would say that's probably the one space where we've got, I think in general, it's exciting, and I think it will grow rapidly, but it's probably still at its infancy, at least for our industry.
Yeah. And it's interesting when you say ideas can come from anywhere. I feel like I have heard that from almost every corporation I've ever talked to, and it doesn't seem as though that's the case very often, but it seems like you have really interesting things coming out of regions, out of countries that are becoming global. How do you foster that? Is there an experiments line item budget? Is it anyone with an idea can run on it? Do you promote people who fail but fail fast? Like, how do you keep that central in a corporate culture, especially being such a global brand?
Yeah, I think it's sort of an approach of having the right balance between what is a strategy, what's a global strategy, what is our vision, right? Get everyone rallied around and really understanding that, but at the same time leaving enough space for the conversation and for this idea around really being locally relevant, in those communities. And a lot of the time, the ideas are coming out of the teams that are on the ground, that are seeing either a trend or, a a partner or collaborators hit them up with an idea and they want to try something. And honestly, sometimes those things scale quick, you know, sometimes those things really just stay as a local idea. And other times those things, you know, take a little while to sort of, you know, bloom and blossom, and they evolve over time as well. We spend a lot of time, talk a lot about sort of being a family at Vans. So we do spend a lot of time about coming together and sharing how are things working, how they're working for you, what can we do differently, how can we get better at things. But there's just so many examples where, you know, an idea would have started in one region, and then as another region takes it, they sort of make it almost better, you know, and it grows. And honestly, as the consumer is telling us that they're interested in that as well. So an example of that is we have a program which is now called which is now global. It's called Musicians Wanted, and it actually started in Asia almost as like an afterthought, because we had to program a house of Vans, and we do these pop-ups alongside the permanent locations that we have. We also do pop-ups. We go into communities and we just sort of do like, you know, week-long pop-ups where we show up. But we had like basically a gap in the music program, you know, and this was when I was in Asia, and what I said to the team was, hey, you know, it's sort of the good old battle of the bands. That's still a concept that works, right? When I was younger and played, that was exciting. Today, it's hard for new talent to be heard. So let's use our platform to uplift new talent. And that started in one location in Hong Kong at the time, you know. We had some great response. We even had some musicians out of our own shops that formed the band just to play there, you know. And it's sort of something that incubated, you know, in Asia, but it got to a scale where really the other regions saw it. And because it was, even during COVID, such an opportunity to uplift and support, you know, unsigned talent, we actually saw the 2020 competition having, I think, over 20,000 submissions, you know, from musicians all over the world, all different kind of genres and backgrounds, and all because they wanted a chance to showcase their talent at House of Vans. You know, they've obviously got some product from us and you know, got support from some of our, you know, bigger ambassadors who were actually the judges. But I think it just shows what the ability is when you mix sort of the digital and the physical together, but also when you allow an idea that's actually fairly simple, right, and to grow over time.
That's awesome. So you have a core of live events, you're doing live streaming now, you participate in user-generated content. There's some campaigns we can talk about, but first, you know, how does a brand like Vans think about brand suitability and brand safety, and how to balance the risk associated when you're promoting so much content that as it's promoted is immediately out of your control?
Mm-hmm. But being very rigorous, you know, and very, very aware, you know. I think in general, the world is changing at such a rapid pace where you have to make sure that you have the right checks and balances in place. And, you know, everything from data privacy, right, to how you show up in the world. I think you are, as a marketeer, you're obliged to stay up with that, and that can be tough at times, right? Because especially as a global brand, that looks different depending on where you are, right, in the world, even in a country, right? In the US, that looks different in California to some of the other states. So it's definitely top of mind. You know, we're thankful that we have a very strong relationship actually with our legal team. They're not even considered a legal team. They're really a business partner, and they're there every step of the way from the beginning of an idea all the way through the execution. Same with our digital teams, because you have to, you know, and I don't think you're able to run any of these programs or platforms without making sure that you are covered, right? So and the consumers are expecting that from you as well, increasingly so.
Yeah. So as I mentioned, user generated campaigns. You had great success with 2 major campaigns recently, Off the Wall, the Van Shoebox Challenge. How do you go about engaging in that? How much of it is just natural and catching the wave? How much promotion back into the wave do you do? Could you tell me a little bit about how Vans runs these? Because I was at YouTube for forever. And before this, 15 years, and I'm at a startup. It's very exciting times. But how do you engage with that and make it successful and make it also, for your users, your customers, your community, rather than just marketing?
Yeah, sure. I mean, not everything you do, right, is a viral success. I would just say that, right? Like there is a lot you put out, and I think you can do a lot of social listening today. You can look at, okay, what are the trends? What are your consumers? What do your consumers care about, right? TikTok is a great example where, right, the trends really happen very, very quickly. We refer to TikTok as skate talk, just because how actually the skate community has even picked that up as a platform, which is really interesting in its own right. But I would say something like the Shoebox Challenge was just a great example of one, really leaning into the emotional connectivity we have with our consumers in general. We do generally see a high engagement with us as a brand from a UGC perspective. But it was also, right, during COVID, there wasn't much you could do. Chances were that a lot of people had shoeboxes kicking around. We were all looking for things even internally, or things to do with our kids and, just ourselves as teams. And, we put out coloring books and things like that. But the Shoebox Challenge is just a great example that just really hit a spot. And I think what's remarkable for us was it wasn't just like these, like 10-minute things that people were doing. Some of the stuff that people were putting out were like fully laminated skateboards that took weeks, to make. So people took it like really, really serious. And there wasn't a grand prize or anything, really at the end. It was just be creative. We're all in this together, and show us your creation. So, that was, and then obviously as things were coming in, we were sharing and resharing that content and sort of uplifting what our favorite pieces were. So I would say that was a really great example of just seeing, people are stuck at home, right? Overlaying some of the social listening that we were saying, and then leaning into it and making that something that actually lasted. It's actually still ongoing, when you follow the hashtag, it's interesting. There's still people doing it now.
That's awesome. So you mentioned social listening tools, and something I asked you about was, how you stay on top of and ahead of fashion, right? I've read Pattern Recognition by William Gibson, but other than being a nerd, I don't really know much about fashion. Where you suddenly couldn't have people in the streets, people out there on trend, how did that affect that brand? And how much does that even drive your brand, where the iconic things, the canvas fabric, the rubber soles have been really classic and really ubiquitous for a long time?
Yeah, I mean, I would say when COVID first hit, like probably everyone, right, we had to stop and really rethink, what does this mean? What might it mean? What does the curve look like? What does demand potentially look like? And just how many stories do we have out there? What are the stories that are frankly not going to work? What might be, right, tone deaf putting out in a situation where people, right, can't go to concerts or maybe even given stories. So we had to like rework really again sort of that playbook pretty much on a weekly basis. And that was hard because no one has sort of, it's already crystal ball, right? Like looking forward, our industry, our go-to market largely is on sort of, an 18-month, cycle. So there are a lot of bets you place generally as sort of a fashion brand anyway, right? Because you're definitely taking signals and you're seeing what is going on, but you're also part of driving culture forward, right? So it isn't just all reactive. It's also, again, listening to what do our consumers want, but also what do our athletes want, right? When we go and do a signature shoe of an athlete, that's their shoe. We support them with their vision, and you know, or when we work with a collaborator to bring that to life. So it's you know, you're only as good as you surround yourself with the people that you surround yourself, right? And I think we're very lucky that we have sort of a lot of those signals and the people internally and externally that we can pull from that sort of, you know, help us stay grounded and bring a little bit of organization to the chaos, you know, that's generally out there. But yeah, that's what COVID provided us, and honestly has definitely made us in some areas maybe a little bit more agile, you know, and given us sort of the ability to sort of also maybe leave some old things behind that, you know, you just did for the sake of doing, right? I mean, even just traveling, right? If you think about, we would be traveling a lot just to meet with each other and discuss things, you know. Now we do them all virtually, and as much as we miss each other, you know, that's also given a different set of opportunities.
And so sometimes marketing's doing the right thing, and you talked about thinking what would be right and what would be tone deaf as we were dealing with this. How did the Foot the Bill campaign come around, and can you share a little bit about how it went?
Yeah, so the Foot the Bill was really our it was our way on how we felt we could best support those that were hit hardest, that supported us over the years. And that started with skate shops. You know, Vans would not be where we are today if we wouldn't have had the support from the skate community. And you know, when COVID hit and we were hearing all these stories where, you know, honestly, our friends couldn't pay rent and they couldn't, you know, really keep up with all the demands, right? Because there's maybe not a lot of cash reserves, or, you know, at least in the beginning, people weren't spending, you know, and they weren't necessarily maybe buying skateboards, although that definitely changed during COVID. They've had a really great year, you know, as I think people have discovered the skateboard as a you know, great thing to do. Our answer to that was, okay, well, what can we do? How can we support those communities? So we actually took our customs platform that is sort of agile anyway, in the way that, right, you, Michael, can go, you can design a shoe, and, you know, a couple of weeks later, that pair of shoes is going to show up on your doorstep with your design. So the whole process around customs is very agile. But we basically flipped that and said, hey, we're going to support the businesses, starting with skate shops, and then we sort of broadened that as time went on to, you know, venues, independent venues, you know, independent just communities in general, restaurants, etc. People that, you know, were close and were part of what we would deem our extended family. And we let their communities buy those shoes. So they got to create a pair of shoes, right? And then the consumer in the community could basically go and support their favorite business and essentially sort of, you know, shop local through this customs program. And, you know, we essentially gave that money back to them. And in some instances, it saved their business, you know, just getting enough money to pay for that next rent check, you know, really helped them through it. So it's definitely something we were really proud of. And you know, we did footwear and apparel actually together, as well as that sort of scaled. So just a great example of, you know, how when you refocus and you have an agile mindset, what you can really do. But again, lucky that we had sort of that digital platform that we could lean into and double down on as a, you know, it's sort of a real differentiator for us as a brand anyway. But it sort of really doubled down and reinforced our purpose of as a brand in general, and what we mean by supporting communities.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is really amazing, y'all considering your partners in real partnership and making sure that they're still here on the other side of this. Now that I'm maybe not supposed to say we're on the other side of this. There's a lot of challenge and suffering going on around the world, everywhere. But looking forward, are y'all scheduling live events now? What are you most excited coming up? Can you tell me who's playing at Warped Tour next year? Like where is Vans in that cycle, or is it still sort of like wait and see?
We are, I would say we are definitely focused on sort of this digital first approach, remaining consumer centric and going and being where our consumers are, right? So whether that you mentioned gaming, whether that is gaming, or whether that is doubling down on making sure we've got the right infrastructure, right, to continue to lean into that. We'll reopen and go back to in-person events as we're able to do that, as the local governments and the local countries allow us to do that, and we can do that in a safe way. So I can't tell you yet sort of what's coming up, because we'll have to continue to play it by ear, right? But depending on where we're going, we're definitely going to double down on making sure that the connection is there between that real life experience and the ability that we have to amplify our message digitally, right? And I think again, skateboarding is a great example, and in that, where today actually we just launched our Go Skateboarding campaign, or Go Skateboarding Day. We launched our campaign to remind people how important skateboarding is and where it's coming from, and never really forgetting where it starts. So and again, it's just such a great example of how we are supporting communities. In this case, we're teaming up with Skateistan, who's really if you haven't watched the documentary on them, I would highly suggest everyone to watch the documentary. Their award-winning film on them, but it's such a great institution that is really empowering youth through skateboarding and education, starting in Afghanistan, Cambodia, South Africa, but just supporting communities around the world. So we launched that today. As you'll see, skateboarding continue to grow with the months ahead of where it's going to go, right? I think we all know where it's going to show up here in 4 weeks time in Japan. We just want to make sure that we continue to double down on supporting and being there as a brand in the communities that help build skateboarding and us as a brand. So that's not going to go away. Grassroots will remain.
Yeah, absolutely. If I can ask one last question. So forward looking and talking about digital infrastructure and you being where your audience is, I mean, this year or in the last year or so, we've seen Marshmello, Travis Scott give concerts in Fortnite. I've been to a conference, like a work conference in Roblox. We're seeing sort of, I'm paid to talk about the metaverse, but the metaverse sort of subsume and engage in some of these communities. Is Vans looking at these platforms? And if so, how?
Yes, we are. And it's maybe a little bit too early for me to divulge some of the details. So maybe we'll have to come back next year and tell you how it's going there. But yes, I think the general world of right, as a brand that has, again, real, right, analog product, as the kids call it, whereas the digital product, right, which is a fascinating space. So I would say NFTs, the metaverse in general, the gaming platforms are all things for us to look at. We actually just did something around Bitmojis and just used our Pride collection as the opportunity to release that digitally. So you know, if you haven't gotten your Vans Bitmoji yet and you haven't tried your Pride collection on, you know, digitally, I would definitely suggest you go and do that. But that's, again, just a great example where, you know, we did 12 outfits and we've seen huge success. People really like it because, again, everyone wants to show up digitally how they show up in the real world, right? So now you can dress your avatar with some of your Vans clothes.
Absolutely. Well, Nick, thank you so much for taking the time with me today. This has been super exciting and a real honor. Andrea, thank you for having me as a moderator.
Yeah, of course. Thank you both, Nick and Michael. This was a great session, you know, great discussion. Really interesting to hear from me just how Vans originated and how it grew into this global brand. Also, love hearing how you guys are fostering new ideas and them coming from anywhere. And that House of Bands thing sounds really cool. I got to tell some musician folks that that you guys are doing that, or some folks that have been signed. Great examples of really kind of bringing those ideas to fruition and bring them to a global stage from anywhere. So thank you both so very much. This brings us to the end of day one for Brand Innovators Cannes, which has been a great day. So thank you, everyone. We've had an incredible day of programming and content from our speakers and moderators. Great insights and discussion from a variety of categories: food and beverage, healthcare, direct-to-consumer, restaurants, retail, fashion. I think we covered a lot. One thing I feel like really resonated throughout the sessions was the need to be more inclusive in our messaging and to make it resonate more closely with consumers. That's what's really making an impact and so important. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Please join us tomorrow. Tune in again, June 22nd, for day 2 of our Cannes Summit. It starts at 11:20 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll be joined by marketing leaders from Kellogg's, Warner Media, Catalog, the Hershey Company, RBI, PepsiCo, Panera Bread, Capper, and